Good evening and welcome to election night coverage from WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal and simulcast on USA Radio Networks. I'm George Upper, editor-in-chief of the Western Journal. I'm joined by Josh Manning, our deputy managing editor, and we will have a number of co-hosts and guests coming in and out tonight, so you don't have to look at our mugs all night. The night is finally here. It's finally here. We have been planning for this, waiting for it, praying about it, and it's finally come. And before we get started with our actual our discussion tonight, I want to share with you, our viewers, two things that I told my team just before we came in here that I think are important. One, no matter what happens tonight, no matter win or lose, whoever's got the Senate, whoever controls the House, I want everybody to remember that Jesus is on the throne. And it's easy to get caught up in these things that are important things. The fate of our nation, the direction of our nation is riding on today's election. So these things aren't unimportant, but they pale in comparison to the truth of eternity. And the Western Journal is not just a conservative news outlet, we're a Christian news outlet. And so we believe that Jesus on his throne scoffs at those who set themselves up against him. And we actually take comfort in that. So whatever happens tonight, and I'm looking forward to a good night, but regardless, we have a lot of good nights in front of us because of that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that regardless of how things go tonight, I am very proud to be working with the best team in news in 2020, maybe the best team in news that there's ever been. And so with that, Josh, wanted to ask you what you're looking for tonight. What surprises are in store for us? What things aren't going to be so surprising to you?
Well, I don't know if there's an answer to what surprises are waiting for us. I think almost anything could be a surprise at this point.
True.
And part of the reason for that is that the polling that the mainstream media, the establishment media, has been rolling out. Sometimes we refer to those as suppression polls. Those are polls that are designed to suppress voter turnout.
Right.
And as you get closer and closer to election day, the media don't want to be wrong by just that much. And so they begin trying to save credibility.
Right.
And the poll numbers begin to compress a little bit and get closer together. And sure enough, we've seen this last night. If you happen to be watching Real Clear Politics later in the evening, you would have seen a number of states shift over to Trump all of a sudden. And so what I'm looking for tonight, at least first off, we're going to be watching North Carolina, your adopted home state.
One of them. Yep.
We're going to be watching Georgia, and we're going to be watching Florida. And Florida is the thing that I'm most curious about right now. There are ways forward without Florida. But it looks like, based on the early numbers that we're seeing, just as far as turnout goes, based on Republicans versus Democrats, it's potentially going to be a Democrat shellacking down there. The last number I saw was Republicans up 200,000. Mm-hmm. Don't quote me on that. I say live on the air. But if that is the case, you've got Trump already surpassing the point he was at this time last, I think by the end of the evening back in 2016. So we are seeing significant turnout. And as you know, that's an enormous thing because the whole reason the Democrats pushed the mail-in, the harvesting, the early voting was because they wanted to get a leg up. But if Republicans outshine them, and the polls aren't even closed yet, if Republicans are already eclipsing them, then that's going to potentially really spell disaster for Democrats.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why it is, but Republicans like to vote in person. And I know I prefer it. I like the ceremony of it. That's just kind of who I am. There's something I enjoy about the formality of going
Americana.
to the voting booth. And it's just a very American moment. And I guess that might define why Democrats don't care about it all that much and Republicans prefer to do it. Another state that's going to be closing early, I think Georgia's one of the first, and Virginia. And Virginia's been in the blue column for quite a while, but we heard some rumblings this week from the ground in Virginia that say maybe this is going to be closer there than we think. And in fact, there were a couple of people going so far as to say Trump has a shot in Virginia, which that seems like a serious long shot to me. As you say, nothing's impossible. The only thing that will be surprising tonight is if we don't get surprised by anything. But
Yeah.
if that is true, and to the extent to which that's true,
Yeah.
the extent to which Virginia is in play, that then calls into question Nevada. Certainly, it calls into question New Hampshire. It even calls into question New Mexico, where I suspect Joe Biden's fracking comments probably weren't taken very well there.
Yeah.
No better than they were taken in Pennsylvania.
The GOP chair in New Mexico just in the last, I want to say within the last couple of hours, said he thinks Trump is going to win. Now, you kind of have to toe the party line on
Sure.
that. Apparently, unless you're the Democrats, because I'm not sure if you saw this before we came on the air, Biden had come out and said, well, I'm never confident.
Right.
And if you've noticed kind of the sound that's coming from the left is not exactly what you'd expect if they thought this were a slam dunk. There's
Yeah.
an enormous amount of hedging out there right now.
The Biden campaign this morning told Fox News and I believe some other reporters, hey, you know what? We have a path, even if Biden doesn't win Florida and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and since when was that?
Well, right. Who says that except somebody who expects to lose Florida and Pennsylvania?
After saying for how long that we've got Florida,
They're in the
we've got
bag.
Florida locked
Right,
up,
they're in
it's
the
no
bag.
problem. And
Exactly.
there is something to be. Florida is very dangerous because it's mercurial. The elections tend to be super close there. Anybody thinking, I mean, gosh, you think back to 2000 and the disaster that was, and hanging chads and all of that.
Right.
If you count on Florida too much, it's kind of something that's very foolish to do, and it may turn around and bite you, which it really may be doing to Biden.
Right.
Now, the New York Times this morning, in all of their glory, said, well, Biden can lose Florida and still, have about a 50-50
Sure.
shot. Now, for the New York Times to say he can lose Florida and have a 50-50 shot, I think to the rest of us,
To even
means
acknowledge
something
the idea
very
that he
different.
could lose it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just look at polling, there is no state closer than Florida. I think the Real Clear Politics average of polling had Biden up by 0.7 points, something like that. And what I really found interesting was if you look at 2016, look at the poll results and the actual results in 2016, they favored Trump by 0.7%. So now, of course, it's not going to duplicate exactly, right?
Sure.
But on paper, if you take the current poll results, adjust them for the reality of 2016, you get a 49-49 tie in Florida. So there is no, going by the polls, there is no state closer than Florida. So if Florida comes out big for Trump, particularly the first Florida results, which will be the eastern, not the Panhandle,
Right.
and leans a little more left than the Panhandle tends to be quite conservative. If those first Florida results show a strong showing for Trump, I think he's going to be in for a very good night.
Yeah, I do too, and I agree with what you said just a moment ago. If something unexpected happens in Virginia, or if Florida ends up being a slam dunk, I've just spent this time talking about how mercurial Florida is, but based on the numbers we're seeing coming out of there as far as the Republican vote goes, maybe it is going to be fairly clear who the winner is. That's going to call into question what's happening in other parts of the country. It's going to call into question the calculations. Again, the calculations that the pollsters and the mainstream media have used trying to figure out, trying to prognosticate what's going to happen. It was Frank Luntz, I think, the famous pollster. He shows up on Fox fairly often. He said, look, if we get this one wrong, my industry is doomed at this point.
And should be.
Yeah, and should be, and probably should be, even if they're reasonably close, because the
No, you're
polls
right.
we see today are not the polls we saw a week ago, and that's not a function of them becoming more accurate all of a sudden.
Right.
It's a function of the narrative shifting and the needfulness of the polls shifting, the usefulness of the polls shifting. So it may be that the left has actually sort of drunk their own Kool-Aid, that they've believed their own press literally, and have grossly overestimated their chances.
Well, you had a conversation earlier today, I understand, with somebody who probably had something to say on that subject.
Yes. So earlier this afternoon, we were joined by the senior legal advisor for the Trump campaign and then personal advisor to the president, Jenna Ellis. She took time to sit down with us and discuss not only why the president is fighting this fight, but also what we're looking at in terms of potential voter suppression. And we even touched on judicial choices and those sorts of things. So we're going to turn it over to Jenna and in my interview from earlier today, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, it's really exciting that we are finally here.
And to you as well, it's exciting and I think a relief for a whole lot of people, probably not you the least.
Yeah, well, President Trump has been fighting every step of the way for the American people. And, the last 4 years have been truly incredible. And from a standpoint, I'm a constitutional law attorney. I love the Constitution. I love our American system, the heritage of our founders. And to get to work alongside this president that so cherishes what America is all about, understanding that our rights and liberties come from God, our creator, not our government. And it's the sole purpose of government to preserve and protect our rights, and seeing how just incredibly he has done that over the last 4 years, especially with the U.S. Supreme Court and judges throughout the federal bench. That's been, I think, his most amazing accomplishment and will be the greatest legacy of his first term. And so we're really excited about the next 4 years.
We can get into some nuts and bolts here in a second, but I want to follow up on that. Do you see that as the president's real, in his mind, raison d'etre? Is that the reason he's there, to defend the Constitution and to defend the United States?
Absolutely. And, he said this so clearly so many times from the White House and to reporters and even to Joe Biden at the debates that but for just the terrible leadership that the country has had for the 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, he would have stayed in the comforts of his private life. I mean, he had a wonderful, amazing life that was built on, the backbone of the American opportunity and the American dream. I mean, he lives the American dream, but he also cherishes and loves America so much that when he saw our presidency and the leadership in Washington becoming corrupt and self-interested and valuing power of government rather than freedom and liberty to the American people, that's why he chose to run. And the first time he called me, which was an amazing experience for me. Just out of the blue, I was of course, practicing in constitutional law and was a legal analyst and commentator. And the first thing he said to me was, I can tell that you love the Constitution so much, and I do too. Let's talk about it. And we talk about it all the time. I'm so privileged to know him personally. And that has been the one common theme throughout his presidency, is that everything he's done has stayed not only fully within the margins of the Constitution, but it's actually returning power back to the people, which is the design of our system. We have the separation of powers on our federal government to make sure that not one entity or branch of government has too much power. And that's why especially the judicial branch is so incredibly important, because he recognizes that the purpose of the judicial branch, as Alexander Hamilton said in Federalist 76 through 78, which I'd encourage everyone to read, he talks about how that's actually the weakest branch because it doesn't have any inherent power. It's supposed to be the independent arbiter and the check and balance of the two political branches. President Trump is fine with being held accountable, with making sure that Congress and the executive is held in check, is restrained, is doing everything for the American people, not self-interested. It's the Democrats, it's Joe Biden, it's the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers. They're the ones that are trying to use the judicial branch as a political activist arm just to rubber stamp their unconstitutional policies. And that's why you saw the Democrats forcefully objecting to Amy Coney Barrett during the confirmation hearings. She actually wants to be a judge. She understands the independent nature. And so those are the types of people that President Trump has appointed throughout the federal bench to make sure to rein in the two political branches and make sure to protect freedom and liberty for all Americans.
I can't remember who said it. I was reading an article the other day saying that the real objection to Amy Coney Barrett wasn't a pro-choice objection. It was that she's an originalist. She is actually on the side of the Constitution, and that's what Democrats were really upset about. They can use the pro-choice language to kind of gin up support or anger these things, but it's really because the president's been appointing originalist judges and justices, and that's an enormous threat to the left.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at their unconstitutional policies that they've been trying to push through for the last 50 and 60 years that the Supreme Court has been Democrat controlled in terms of the majority on the bench, they are so concerned that their unconstitutional policies will actually be held as unconstitutional. And so that's why you saw them talk so much about Obamacare. That's why you saw them talk so much about policy. If they were assured that their policy was perfectly in line with what Congress, the legislative branch, can do, then they wouldn't have any objection to an originalist, because they would understand that what they're doing is within the scope of their legitimate legislative authority. They know it's not, but they have had a Supreme Court since 1965, Griswold versus Connecticut, which was the court that read into the Constitution. All of the case law since then has been activist driven. They don't want a conservative majority. And a conservative majority does not mean that Republicans just win all the time. It means that the Constitution wins all the time. And every American should want our Constitution to win, because we are a nation of rules rather than a nation of Washington elite rulers.
It's a great comment. Shifting from judicial philosophy and these things to sort of the nuts and bolts of today, you are senior legal counsel to to Trump 2020, and we've heard a whole lot from the media about lawsuits and lawyers, both sides lawyering up. I saw something from Chris Coons today, a comment almost like the president's trying to steal the election or something like this. Yeah, can you? Well, and I love that too, because I think the comment he was responding to was the president saying, hey, the election should be over on election night. And for the vast majority of the history, at least when we've been around in modern times, that's happened. Can you talk with us a little bit about what's going on as far as legal measures go, legal countermeasures and those things?
Yeah, well, speaking of the Constitution, Article 2 says very clearly that with the Electoral College, which in America, that's the design and function of how we actually elect our president, Article 2 says specifically that the state legislatures will appoint their electors in the manner that they designate. And so it's up to the legislatures of each state, not the governor, not the attorney general, not the secretary of state, no one in the executive branch, not the clerk's office. None of them can unilaterally change election law, even in the midst of a pandemic. There's no exception to the Constitution for any reason. And so when you have Democrat operatives in these states who think they know better than the Constitution and they can just go out and manipulate their state's election law and circumvent the legislature, then they are actually stepping into a problem with this separation of powers. And so they are trying to harness the power of the legislature, which is the only branch that can actually make law, and they are trying to overhaul their own state's election laws just because of the pandemic. And that is not an acceptable reason. It never has been. We are all about free and fair elections. President Trump, again, has always said that he is on the side of the Constitution and the American people. And so what Team Trump and our Lawyers for Trump coalition and what all of our lawyers at the campaign, myself included, what we're prepared to do, and hopefully it'll be such a landslide tonight and in the next day or two for President Trump, we won't even need to litigate. That would be great. But if we do need to litigate, we are prepared to defend and protect the Constitution on behalf of the president, because that's actually his role and obligation under the Constitution, is to defend and protect the Constitution. So we will defend and protect and make sure that every legitimate vote counts, and it counts once, and that no American is disenfranchised or their vote is diluted, and there's no opportunity for fraud. There is no actual fraud just because some Democrat governor or Democrat operative thinks that they know better.
What do you think is the most dangerous technique the left is using right now at the polls and will use going forward, trying to disenfranchise conservative voters?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think before Election Day, the biggest tactic that they've used for fraud has been ballot harvesting. And that's become kind of a term that we've heard in the news lately, which all that means is that some third party other than the voter is taking those ballots and either turning them in, they could be modifying them, they could be throwing them away, who knows what they're doing. So the chain of custody is broken down from the individual voter actually taking their ballot and dropping it off at a valid polling location. And so that can even be through the mail, right? And so that's not the traditional harvesting. But what Democrats have done is they've actually harnessed this idea of harvesting. And what it was originally designed to do in election law is that if someone couldn't get to the polls because they were physically unable to do so, their caregiver or one of their family members could take their ballot and drop it off for them. And so a lot of the states will have election law that a harvester or someone who's turning in other ballots could only return up to 3 ballots that weren't their own. But what a lot of Democrats are trying to do is that they're trying to widen that, and they've been trying to expand that so that harvesters can actually return hundreds and hundreds of ballots. And that's why we've seen ballots on the side of the road or in ditches or in apartment complexes, all these things. They've also tried to send out these millions and millions of unrequested ballots, and that's been a potential opportunity. Today, though, on Election Day, what we've seen is voter intimidation. That's going on. Twitter and social media is actually suppressing videos from Twitter of voter intimidation at the polls, which should, of course, never happen. We're a country of free and fair elections. And then they're also challenging poll watchers. And so these certified poll watchers that are Republicans, Democrat-led counties are not allowing Republicans and Team Trump members to actually go and watch the counts. So we're on the ground, though, in all these states. Team Trump is just so great, and we're making sure that we are catching any of these instances of fraud or suppression, and we're making sure to.
I want to be respectful of your time. I know you're about to have to run. I have one super quick question for you. I was texting with a friend at Trump headquarters last night. He said spirits were good. What's your read on things? How does the campaign feel?
We're very positive going in. I mean, if you look at the data, not the suppression polls, if you look at the data on the ground from the rallies, when you have 18 to 25% of the attendees who are registered Democrats or independents that are coming out in support of the president. You also have a high percentage of people who haven't voted in 2016 that are coming out and supporting the president. That's where we're seeing these just remarkable, unprecedented turnout. And I heard one number today that possibly upwards of 68% of eligible voters will turn out this year. I think that's huge, and that's because President Trump has truly motivated the American people, and they see his enthusiasm, they embrace it, we share it, we love it. I spoke with the president earlier today. He's really confident, he's so excited, he loves the American people, he's ready for another 4 years.
Senior legal advisor to the Trump campaign, Jenna Ellis, thank you so much for joining us on WJ Live.
Thank you for having me.
And we recorded that earlier this afternoon. That's how I magically shifted seats just now. But we do thank Jenna for taking time to visit with us. She had a super busy day and afternoon. She said she was doing media nonstop. While that interview was playing and you were watching it, we had somebody pop into the studio here and give us some interesting news out of Minnesota, George.
Yeah, it's just anecdotal. We can't take it to the bank, but it is very interesting that turnout in Minnesota appears to be just through the roof. And the way it was described to us is, and I'm going to quote here, I won't tell you who I'm quoting, but I am going to quote, "They're coming out of the mountains." The word is that a very traditionally Democratic
Very
base
Very
of
blue.
coal workers in Minnesota are coming out in droves to vote. And if that does in fact turn out to be true, we'll find out at 9 p.m. Eastern, perhaps maybe by 9 p.m. Eastern, when the polls close in Minnesota. It looks as though Joe Biden's anti-fracking comments may be costing him even more than we thought. We knew that he really hurt himself in Ohio, although I don't think he ever had much of a chance in Ohio, frankly. Certainly in Pennsylvania, where he was very much holding out hope there. I think I think we mentioned earlier there's even a possibility that he's put New Mexico into play with those comments. That's oil country for sure. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see in just about 2 hours when those polls close in Minnesota. We'll see what we see.
Florida closes here in, right about now, actually.
No, Florida's in an hour. But
an
Georgia,
hour off.
Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, parts of Indiana, Vermont, they're getting ready to close right now.
I just keep wanting to talk about Florida because I just got another turnout update, and it's again, these are not certified numbers, folks, but this is what it's looking like. Looking like Republicans are up about 205,000 turnouts in Florida, which is enormous. I mean, you're looking at a bigger Trump victory in Florida this time than last time.
Which would be huge. And if that, as I said, Florida, I think of Florida very much as a bellwether state. If Trump overperforms there in a state where it really was looking like as close to a dead heat as it possibly could be, if he's up by even 2 or 3 points there, that could mean that there are lots of states in play that we really didn't think were.
There are a whole lot of people looking at Pennsylvania, of course. That's Pennsylvania and Minnesota have probably been the ones that have been the talk of the town for the most part. Michigan as well, but Pennsylvania, I really do think they've misidentified, because similar to the comment about they're coming out of the mountains.
Yeah.
It turns out they're coming out of the mines and out of the fracking fields
that's right.
in Pennsylvania.
That's where the mines are. They're in the mountains.
And the Washington Examiner had a piece today where you had elected officials in Pennsylvania saying, hey, look, we have got friends who are Democrats, elected Democrats, Democrat officials who are going and they're pulling the lever for Trump.
Wow.
Because they know a vote for Biden is a vote for the death of their state, or at least a significant portion of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no, you and I have joked in the newsroom for a long time. I argue that AOC is one of the best things to ever happen to conservatives.
I don't disagree with
out there. Yeah. And, her accidentally, foolishly, stupidly, her office leaking the Green New Deal documentation a couple of years ago, that was so damning.
Really
because it showed
the right.
Yeah, it did. And it showed what we've been saying that they're going to try to do. Oh, man, they've even got it down in black and white now. And people in Pennsylvania remember that.
Well, you know what I really find, we'll see if this plays out, but what I find delicious about Pennsylvania, the irony here that
Hershey?
They've worked.
Is it Hershey, Pennsylvania?
No. Well, yes, but no. They've worked so hard to push early voting, and particularly in that state. They've worked so hard, and they may have made themselves all but irrelevant. It may be that we know a winner tonight, 3 days or a week or a month before we know Pennsylvania results. And so when we finally get Pennsylvania results, we're all yawning over them because it just doesn't matter anymore.
There was always another side to the early vote push as well. They did it for a couple of reasons. One, they think that they tend to do better as far as early voting goes. It was going to enable ballot harvesting, and they were hoping, I think, to create a sense of chaos in the aftermath of the election, hoping to seize power. As Joe Biden and as the campaign came out and said, here are our plans to consolidate power.
Right.
So again, everything we've said about them has been true. But I'm not positive that they didn't also spook a bunch of conservatives, a bunch of Republicans who decided we're going to go out and vote early too. My wife and I voted ahead of time. We know other people who have voted ahead of time.
A lot of people in the office have said that they voted early.
A whole lot of people have.
Many more than I'm used to hearing.
Yeah, and so it's the sword cuts both ways, right? The media can't sit there and act like everyone who supports Donald Trump is a racist and a bigot and a homophobe, and then be surprised when those people show up the first chance they get and vote trying to stop
the media
left.
is used to talking to themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
So what does the left do when there's a crisis? They turn to the government for help. Okay. So that's what they think is going to happen. They say COVID, everyone's dying from COVID, and they expect Americans to turn to the government for help. Conservatives don't turn to the government for help. We look to ourselves. We look to each other, our fellow citizens. And that's what happens. So when they yell COVID, everyone's dying, it actually gets the folks on the right. It does get us fired up, but not the way they want us fired up, not in a way to go after, not in a way that supports the things that they support. It gets us fired up against the things that they support, and they make that miscalculation every time because I think they just expect everybody. Chamber. Yeah, I think they just expect that everybody thinks the way they do. It's and most people do. Most of us, just kind of assume that the guy sitting next to me is going to respond to whatever in the same way I would, and that's a bad
Yeah,
assumption
the
to
only
make.
people sitting next to them are West Coast liberals or New England liberals.
Right.
That's it.
So we have some results coming in, it looks like. No surprise here. Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes has gone to Trump. No big surprise there. I don't think anybody was... sorry, I just noticed the image of Joe Biden on that graphic.
It
we
is
just
a
put
little
up.
different, isn't
That's-
it? I was looking at it earlier today.
I adore it. I don't know how I have missed that up until this moment. But these are results from the Associated Press. It shows Donald Trump with about almost exactly, actually, 10 points over Joe Biden in Kentucky. Again, no surprise there. And I don't think anybody had held out any hope for Joe Biden in the state of Kentucky. So that's our first call of the night, and 8 electoral votes in the column for President Trump. We should be getting additional results in here shortly. Polls have closed or are closing in Georgia, Virginia, South Carolina, Vermont, and parts of Indiana. So why don't we take a break for just a few minutes? Let some of those numbers gel a little bit. See if we've got more to report right after this.
Good job.
Josh, did you hear? They're putting the Libertarian. Calendar?
No.
You should talk to Kayla about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Who's on the show Tuesday?
You and Joe.
Yeah. Like he's back.
Yeah, no, you and Joe. You
The
should
Libertarian?
Yeah, Libertarian Joe.
He's not back.
You should just go in the studio and check it out.
You're messing with me.
Okay.
Okay. Nice joke, Kayla. Come here to go to the studio.
Oh.
No! No! Oh my gosh! No! No!
Here's the story of a scheming lady who wanted to be ruler of the world with a man named Bill Clinton. He's her husband, but slept with other girls.
It's the story of a man named Bernie who promised socialism to the whole town. He hates the rich but uses his own jet to get himself around.
But then they lost the general election, and they knew alone they couldn't take down Trump. So to have a chance they all formed an alliance. That's the way they all became the Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. That's the way they became the Shady Bunch.
and we're back. We're back. Welcome to WJ Live's coverage of election 2020. I'm Josh Manning from the Western Journal, joined by George Upper. Our election coverage tonight on WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal.
And simulcast on USA Radio Network. Glad you could all join us here tonight. We've had one call so far we've made. No surprise, state of Kentucky for President Donald Trump. With about 13% of the vote in, he's got a good solid 10-point lead in that state. And so the Associated Press has called that state for the president, and we don't have any argument with that. I don't think anybody was expecting Kentucky to do anything but vote for the president this year. So,
George, I've got Trafalgar, Robert Cahaly. I'm not sure how to. That's one of the dangers of reading names instead of hearing them. Is You never know how to pronounce them for sure. He's the chief pollster over at Trafalgar. He has posted their what he's saying is their final projection map for 2020. And it's showing a Trump 303, Biden 235 electoral college vote. Clearly more than enough for Trump to take office, the 270 that he needs, and just shy of what he pulled in. I think it was 306, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2016. That is a huge thing. We've been tracking Trafalgar for a while, watching their polling, and for them to come out 8 minutes ago and say, look, this is what it's looking like to us. They're saying it looks like a Trump victory. That's early in the night.
It's early in the night. Plenty can still happen, of course. As you said at the very top of the broadcast, the only thing that'll be surprising tonight will be if we aren't surprised by anything. I was, in looking at the electoral map myself earlier today, I like to, try to get out in front of this and guess what's going to happen. And there is no way to know for sure. But what I expect is something along those lines. As I looked at, essentially what I did was I looked at the electoral map as it's currently slated. I looked at the Real Clear Politics average of polls. And then I made some adjustments based in part on the errors in polling from 2016, and in part, honestly, from simply common sense. So, for instance, if you do that first part without making any adjustments, you wind up with Texas going to Joe Biden, which seems highly unlikely to me. You also wind up, as I mentioned earlier, with basically a 50-50 tie between Biden and Trump in Florida, which obviously that can't happen. Somebody's going to get one more vote than somebody else. So that can't stand. But making just a few adjustments like that that really seemed common sense to me, and then I guess out of loyalty to my adopted home state of Arizona, moving that one to into the red as well, and looking at that and assuming which is all I'm doing is assuming Trump is going to overperform by a couple of points in most states, which I don't think is a crazy assumption. Trump had, I believe, 315 electoral college votes once I'd done that math. So, as you say, more than enough, well more than the 270 that he needs to remain the 45th president of the United States.
Yeah, and so talking about how you were making those minor adjustments, think about the size of the adjustment now that's needed to compensate for Florida. I mean, they had Florida, what, didn't you say, at a toss-up?
Exactly.
At 50-50? Yeah. This is not looking like anything near a toss-up. Exactly. This is looking like disaster. And if that's the case, you wonder in how many of these other states is that going to echo? And in fact, now we've got some Florida results coming in.
That doesn't seem right.
Let's see here. 17% reporting. Do we think that's right?
Well, my understanding is that Florida doesn't close for another 45 minutes. But let's check it out and see what we got. If that's accurate, with 37% reporting, we see Joe Biden in
outside of the Panhandle.
Not exactly a commanding lead there, but certainly in the lead.
Well, that also depends on where those votes are being counted, where they're coming from as well.
Absolutely.
And is not necessarily reflective. And look, folks, anything could happen here. Don't get the idea that we're trying to call this for Trump early. What we're interested in is bringing to you the information we have. But based on voter turnout, and it seems very unlikely that there's going to be an enormous number of conservatives, number of Republicans who cross over and vote for Joe Biden. Surely there are some.
It won't be zero.
It won't be zero, but when you think about, but will also be a number of Democrats who cross as well. And that's something, George, you and I've talked about this a little bit too. That's something that the media has really not taken into account. And I think it's been a sort of willful blindness there to what's happened with minorities as far as Trump goes. You know, he is polling extraordinarily well among black voters and among Hispanic voters now. In fact, you were telling me that before we came on the air, you were talking about a new projection for the percentage of black votes he may pull.
Oh yeah, it was actually a statement made by the Trump campaign. The numbers they've been working with, they told Fox News today, really were reflected the numbers from 2016, which was about 8% of the black vote going to Donald Trump. But what they were seeing in actuality this year was more like 14%, so nearly doubled the black vote, and Hispanic vote going from I want to say 28% in 2016 to closer to 40% in 2020. Those were their internal numbers. So if that happens, certainly any state with a large minority population, and what state doesn't have a large minority population at this point, but certainly Florida, Georgia, North Carolina definitely would put them much more solidly in play for Donald Trump. Arizona as well, with of course a huge Hispanic population here. So.
Yeah, and these are people who you might anticipate voting for Democrats locally. Democrats tend to do an extraordinarily good job getting out the vote with those groups of people. But these are also people who they want the opportunities that America affords.
Right.
And I think Trump's rhetoric about America being accessible to everyone and to everyday Americans really having been forgotten by America's ruling class and the elite.
Right.
I think that resonates, whether you're in the mountains in Minnesota and you're coming out of the mountains to vote for Trump, or whether you're a janitor, or whether you're in the middle class, just looking for a way up.
Right.
On the rung of success. I think the America that Trump articulates is one that is interesting and that is compelling to people, as opposed to what you see from the left, which they describe an America that is unspeakably evil. It's really remarkable because the left likes to, people on the left like to think of themselves sort of as international citizens and citizens of the world and well-traveled and these things. But it becomes very clear when you talk with them that they have not spent any time in other countries that really are in desperate need of help. There is no social justice, whatever social justice means.
Right.
There is nothing like that there. There's no law and order there. And that we are still the last best hope for the world.
We are.
But that is not the articulation of America that you see from the left, even at the Democrats' convention, which was remarkably patriotic, which was deceptively patriotic. Right. You still saw this sort of apologetic, we're sorry, we're America.
Right. Well, Barack Obama was famous for his World Apology Tour. I think that really stamped an identity on the left and on the Democratic Party that they seem oddly to embrace.
Yep.
I think they should be a little embarrassed by it, but they don't seem to agree with me there. And back to Florida though for a minute, because I realized why I was confused there, and it's totally my fault. So the polls in Florida closes at 2 different hours. So Florida is completely closed. The Panhandle closes in another 40 minutes. 20 minutes.
Peninsula shut down.
Exactly. 20 minutes ago, the polls closed in the eastern part of Florida, and currently we do have results from the AP with about 48% reporting that's got Joe Biden up by about 3 points. There's plenty of time left for those votes to come in and be counted, and certainly the Panhandle is going to make up some of that difference for Donald Trump without question. How tight it's going to be at the end and who's going to be on top, it's just too early to say. But that's where we are right now, with almost half of the vote in from Florida. We've got Joe Biden ahead by about almost 3.5 points for Florida's very important 29 electoral votes.
And we're about 10 minutes away from North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia closing.
We are. And if Donald Trump loses Florida, I think it becomes a lot more problematic for him.
Sure.
It's not death knell to really to either campaign. Either candidate can lose Florida and still have a number paths to victory tonight. But Florida is an important bellwether, and we'll see how that goes as the evening progresses and those votes continue to come in and be counted. We do have some more information now from Georgia, which closed about 21 minutes ago. The state of Georgia with 16 electoral votes and just very preliminary results in. With 3% reporting, we have Joe Biden up by about 12 points. That is, again, very, very early. And generally what happens, this happened in North Carolina where I lived for 30 years, year after year, election after election after election, is the urban centers.
The metro areas.
They get counted first.
Yep.
They're better staffed. There's more people there. Those votes get counted first, and so they always seem to skew to the left. Always skew Democratic to begin, and then tend to, as the more rural counties come in, they tend to move to the right. If you look at North Carolina's results early on, and we'll have that here shortly. Or some preliminary numbers anyway from North Carolina, I practically guarantee you that we'll see Joe Biden in the lead because Mecklenburg County, Wake County, Guilford County, where I'm from, almost always come in first, and those areas tend to skew heavily Democratic.
It looks like I saw Indiana there for a moment. We had some results in from there, and we can show those to the audience. With 19% reporting and 11 electoral votes on the line, Trump is handily ahead in Indiana, about 55 to 43 right now, 55 to 43. So we've got we do have returns finally coming in now. You know, it's you feel like it's kind of an eternal wait. When this starts, you go on the air and you talk for a little bit about what could happen.
Well, and 2020 has just been eternal anyway. You know, everything about this year has just dragged on. So what's one more night, right?
It's exactly right. I think I will always go back to 2000 though, with the late great Tim Russert and his whiteboard. Calculating and recalculating and recalculating
over and over.
Yeah. And then finally coming down to Florida, which couldn't be decided because of incredible Democrat incompetence. When it came to vote counting. So coming up on the bottom of the hour before too long, we're going to be looking at North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia all closing.
Yep, that's just right about 6 minutes away. We'll see some of those results come in. Still looking forward very much to Virginia to see, as I said earlier in the show, we had some preliminary, very anecdotal information on the ground that said that Virginia might be closer than most polls were showing. So most polls had Biden in a pretty decisive two-digit lead in Virginia, and I really wouldn't expect Donald Trump to win Virginia. It's particularly the northeastern part of the state surrounding D.C. is very, very, very blue country. So it would be very surprising to me to see Donald Trump turn that around. But first of all, if he did, that would be a very good night for him. But even if he doesn't, but he just cuts into Biden's lead there, and we're just seeing single digit win for Biden in Virginia, that again would be, I think, very interesting and might bode well for the president for tonight. I am seeing online, I'm watching some Florida results continue to come in. What I'm seeing now, I don't know if we have an update from the AP yet. Let's put that one up. With about 54%, we see Donald Trump, 54% reporting we see Donald Trump catching up a little bit.
Yep,
we had him almost 3.5% down, I think, earlier, and now we're 2.6% down. So we see Donald Trump coming into a little bit closer. And I'm seeing some stuff online right now that has him up by about a 0.5 percentage point in Florida. It's, different sources get this information at different rates, and so we'll see how those things come together. But again, all of these Florida votes are from the eastern part of the state. They're from the peninsula. And
the more liberal side.
Definitely the more liberal side. And the Donald Trump campaign was very optimistic about their prospects in Florida because the numbers from particularly Miami-Dade County, which has a very strong Cuban population. These are extremely anti-communist, anti-socialist folks. They lived in Cuba or know people that lived in Cuba or know people who live there still in some cases, of course. They know what socialism really looks like, what communism really looks like, and they vote against it pretty regularly. They're also very, as you know, the Hispanic community in general tends to be very conservative socially, and on social issues they tend to want to vote on the right as well, vote for Republicans. So we'll see with these results, with Donald Trump closing to within a couple of points of Biden in Florida results so far, and as I said, there are a couple of sources online right now that are showing him actually in the lead there, and this part of Florida is where Biden should outperform Donald Trump. So if Donald Trump does catch up, as some sources are showing right now, in the peninsula of Florida, then the Panhandle counties, which haven't even closed yet, are only going to do him better.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And you've got interesting stuff coming out. I apologize to the audience for looking at my monitor here instead of the camera. But I'm going through trying to look at data looking at data as I tune George out. And this is an interesting tweet from Matthew Isbell over at MCI Maps. He's a data analyst and a leftist. His pronouns are he and him, by the way.
Oh, that's very good to know.
Because he's the sort of person who lists that on his Twitter profile. Anyway,
those are my favorites.
Anyway, he's reporting that early and absentee ballots in Miami-Dade are absolutely atrocious for Biden. Now follow me here. They're showing Biden about 54-45. Now that doesn't sound too bad. That sounds pretty good for Biden. It's not so hot when you consider that Hillary Clinton won it by 30 points.
Yeah.
So you've got 30 points dropping down to a 9-point differential, and that is in a liberal stronghold in Florida. Stronghold. So that would again suggest either that you're seeing significant crossover vote, that you've got some Democrats who are actually voting for Trump, or that you just have enormous turnout from Republicans.
Which, again, anecdotally seems to be the case, not only in Florida, but in lots of states that we're hearing from. We mentioned Minnesota earlier. I know when I went to go vote today, it was a very nice line. They did a great job, but there were I went around lunchtime, I guess, which I guess would be a busier time, but still there were 50 or 60 people ahead of me in line probably. They did actually a very nice job in the polling place, getting us through that line quickly. It was only about a half-hour process, but the enthusiasm was good. There were a couple of folks in, I'm not going to pretend to know who they voted for, but they were wearing MAGA hats, handing out cold water to people waiting in line, and which is kind of a necessity in Arizona. So we should have some more results coming up here very shortly as North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia close. As we wait for those results to come in, to have some numbers to give you, Why don't we take a short break here, and then we will come back with those 3 states, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, and hopefully more information as we get it from Georgia, Virginia, and Florida. So we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm the community manager for the Western Journal. We've really enjoyed recording WJ Live these last few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more listeners with the truth and fight against big tech,
We need to get more subscribers and reviews.
So please, go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and leave a 5-star review. Oh, and tell them you want to see more of me on the podcast.
Thank you for helping us out, and don't forget that you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
All right, my little deplorables, it's story time, and I've got a real special one for you tonight. Yay! 'Twas the night before elections, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. We once thought the vote would send us straight to the plumbing, but then Trump assured us, a red wave is coming. Let's think back to the 80s when this all began. We had a new president, a man named Reagan. With his vice president, a new path we would forge. This Bush came from Texas, one H.W. George, who'd go on to live for a very long time and left a legacy quite sublime. But when Bush and his friend, this guy named Dan Quayle, sought re-election, unfortunately, they'd fail. To 8 years of Bill Clinton is what we were sentenced until something was found on the interns' dresses. Despite his behavior, his wife never left him. She needed his power for the office she'd try to get in. But then in 2000, a new Bush arose. More Bush is better is what the voters chose. But now just George Bush, no HW this time. He'd stay in office until 2009. That's when everyone, from your dad to your mama, watched the swearing in of Barack Hussein Obama. Then in 2012, we had a chance to go back, to once again put America on the Republican track. But America, well, they showed Mitt Romney no love. They didn't want their president named after ball gloves. Fast forward now to 2016, when Hillary Clinton tried to become our first queen. But America didn't want her, that Benedict Arnold. Instead, we decided we'd go with the Donald. We're making America great again. Taxes are down, employment is up, there's nary a frown. Now real change is here, and liberals better start running, because as Trump has declared, the red wave is coming. The end. Yay!
carried by USA Radio Network stations everywhere. We're joined tonight now by Jason Yates with My Faith Votes. I think everyone's aware of the importance that evangelical voters play in Donald Trump's election in 2016. And tell us what you're seeing this year, Jason, from those voters as far as 2020 goes.
Really defended religious freedom and just done a number of things. It's not just that he's saying things to get evangelical voters to support him, but he's doing what he says he will do. And so I think there's great enthusiasm in general. But, I think we would be remiss to say, hey, there's certainly some concern areas. It broadly with women in particular.
Sure.
But, overall, I think in general, there's great enthusiasm from the evangelical community.
You know what I hear regularly from fellow evangelicals is, of course, and I'm sure you hear it all the time, is Trump's tweets, his demeanor, his choice of language. Wayne Grudem, I thought, made a really good point last week. You may have seen this, where John Piper had made an argument sort of against Donald Trump and the character argument. Wayne Grudem came out with a response and basically said that Trump's behavior, his tweets, etc., actually aren't emulated by Americans. They're not emulated people on the right. They actually sort of highlight behavior that evangelicals should be talking about and saying, we shouldn't be boastful, we shouldn't be prideful, we shouldn't be egotistical, we shouldn't be thin-skinned. And Trump was actually sort of backhandedly doing a service to evangelicals in sort of opening those topics up for conversation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In fact, I think it is really incredible that it places Donald Trump in a position that evangelicals are able to say, I support him and what he does, but I'm not going to idolize this person. I'm not going to set him up because I recognize he is flawed. And we all are, but we can clearly see it's on full display where he is flawed, and but we can support his policies. And I think, that's what Wayne Grudem was saying. And I think all of us are saying real clearly, no, we don't emulate him in the approach that he takes, but we do like the policies that he puts forth.
Yeah, Michael's too young to remember this, I think, but you may remember, I don't want to date you here, Jason, but you may remember a series of commercials from Frank Perdue, who used to say, it takes a tough man to make a tender chicken. And, he had a whole series of commercials that did that. And Dick Morris, political commentator, often cites that line with respect to Trump, that you have to have backbone. You have to be willing to kind of stand there and take it and then dish it back out to get things done in the swamp today. And frankly, you can cuss at me all day long if you're then going to stand by my side and fight for the unborn and for the right to worship freely. And, I'll listen to whatever. I'd rather not. I'd rather have a different conversation with you. But if that's who you are, but you're going to stand with me and fight those fights, say what you want to say. I don't care how rough your language is at that point.
Well, I think what's really important is what he is putting down in writing, in word. You even look at the party platforms and, the direction that the Republicans in particular are taking and how that aligns more with a faith-based belief system and value system. And, I think in representing the evangelical community, I would say that I think that God honors a written word. He put
Right.
his own words in written form, whether it was the Ten Commandments or the Word of God. And so the written word means something. And so I would say we can talk all we want, and there's personality discussions as well. But what you put down on paper and whether or not you adhere to what you say and what's written down, it's powerful, and that's where we are.
Such a good point.
But but sadly, I think we still have about 25 million Christians who may not vote in this election. That's been the trend the last two presidential elections, and so really trying to help people understand that your faith is essential. It has something essential to contribute, and we must get to the polls. I know there's a lot of people out on Twitter right now saying, if you're in line, don't abandon that assignment. Stay in line, keep going, and go all the way to the polls and make that and cast that vote.
What do you think are the primary reasons why so many Christians are not getting out to vote for Trump?
Well, Trump in general, I'll give you a few reasons here. First of all, I think there are a number of people who are just plain discouraged. As we look at the tactics of what's happening, especially on one side of the aisle, I often say that the tactics are using intimidation, shame, and fear. And so, they're telling us we should not support the president. We should not, and I'm speaking personally in my support of the president and such, and not on behalf of my organization. But, there's intimidation, shame, and fear. And so people are succumbing to that and not really sure, not confident. The Bible says that we should not fear. And so I think people need to take that to heart. I think there's also a level of people just plain old being deceived. There's also a belief, there's this deceit out there around what is true. And there's a deceit also around this thing called separation of church and state. And so people are believing that their faith shouldn't be a part of their decision-making process. And so if they're believing that, then they're confused when they think about how should I vote, because I'm not sure what my beliefs around support for Israel, what my beliefs for life and such, how does that play when I actually cast my vote, and what importance should it play for me? And then I think there's, the excuse, the reason of, I call it self-righteousness. It's a little bit harsh, but it is self-righteousness. It's this idea, and we've heard it before, which is I can't vote for either one of these people. They're both too bad. They don't align with me and my values, and therefore either I'm just not going to vote or I'm going to cast my vote in a different direction. And I think we need to understand, again, going back to what we talked about before about the policies and really understanding this is more than just a person we're electing. We actually are electing an entire team and vision for the country that we support, and we know is going to have all kinds of people supporting it, policies supporting it, etc. And we have to be wise enough to think that way.
Yeah, you make an excellent point there, Jason. I think there's also this, to my mind, my theology, this sort of a false dichotomy between the material world and the things of the spirit. As if they were, and that's been going on, for thousands of years. That's nothing new. But there's this idea, I think, in some Christian circles, and I think just in our thinking in general, that what matters is what's eternal, and that the temporal, things that I'm sort of above this fray. That what matters is all this is going to burn, and what matters is how much time I spent in prayer this morning. And yes, that matters. It totally matters. It's just not the only thing that matters. Jesus himself was very involved in people's physical needs and, speaking truth to power and all of those kinds of things. So, and Paul even more so.
And Jesus taught us to pray, and he said, "Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven." And so I think he cares about what happens here and our ability, our willingness to be salt and light in the communities that we're in.
What a great point.
So, something you said a minute ago really interested me is Christians and how they understand the separation of church and state. I think what a lot of Christians don't understand is that secular does not mean neutral. And there are a lot of secular beliefs and secular values being taught in schools and in government right now. And that's a belief system. That's a religious system that's being taught to people. And, if you want your Christian values to win out, you're going to want to push, no matter who you vote for, you're going to want to advocate against having some of those values being taught.
Yeah, Michael, it's a great point, because this idea of separation of church and state, they say, okay, you're not allowed to bring your religious beliefs into the public square where we govern. But at the same time, we can bring secular beliefs, all these other secular beliefs that are, at odds with our faith and our values. And if we fail to recognize that in and of itself is a belief system, is, if you will, a religion, then we have to be engaged. If we withdraw, then we leave a void that's just going to create some chaos.
That's great. That's absolutely right, Jason. We definitely want to be respectful of your time tonight. I know it's a busy night for a lot of people, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you before we let you go here. What do you think it looks like tonight? Well, how do you think tonight's going to wind up? Yeah, I know. Everybody shakes their head when I ask them that question.
Well, here's what I say, right? I mean, we know what's going to happen in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, right?
Sure.
And so I think, this idea of a landslide across the country and so forth in either direction, well, you could say it might go in one direction, but it's certainly not going to go in Donald Trump's corner. However, in the swing states, could he see a landslide? Well, we've seen it before, right?
Sure have.
2016. I think it really matters whether or not, especially people of faith, whether they go to the polls and cast their vote, and whether they do it from a biblical worldview. That's what's going to matter, and that's what's going to make the difference, I believe, in 2020.
All right, we're gonna leave it there with the final word. Thank you so much, Jason, for joining us. It is such a pleasure. We this is going to sound horrible. We pride ourselves at being a solidly Christian conservative outlet. We probably, because of that, shouldn't pride ourselves in it, but that's what we do. Yeah. It is wonderful to have you on and really be able to discuss these things from a viewpoint of faith. I hope you'll join us again sometime.
I hope so too. Thanks for everything you guys are doing and really bringing truth to this world. We need it. We need trustworthy media. So thanks for all that.
Well, if we don't do that, it's not for lack of trying. So thank you, sir. Have a great night.
All right.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks.
All right. That was Jason Yates with My Faith Votes, with just great perspective on the importance of Christians exercising their faith in the ballot box at the polling place. And it is, we know from experience, we know that evangelicals in 2016 had a huge role to play in the election of Donald Trump the first time, and there's certainly no reason to believe that's going to be any different this year. Let's go back to seeing some election results. Michael, I see you looking at something over there. What's got your interest?
It looks like the New York Times gives Trump a 95% likelihood of winning Florida right now. So.
That is very much in line with what we're seeing.
I know some people were seeing, let's see, Biden up 0.6% right
Yeah,
now.
well,
And maybe
can you put
wondering
that
what's
up,
going
Cobb?
to happen. But, New York Times has 95% chance of Trump winning. So,
yeah. So and so let's explain that just a little bit. We've covered this a little, but Florida's just so key. We keep coming back to it. What we're seeing right now, about 80% of the vote in counted. We see Biden up by 0.6 points. That is not enough to give him the cushion that he needs when the panhandle votes start coming in start getting counted in about 10 minutes. Is it possible? Sure, anything's possible. It's 2020. Murder hornets could fly off with all of the ballots in the rest of Florida, and we don't have any results to count. I'm not putting anything off the table in 2020. In fact, I've heard more than one person predict that we're going to have an electoral college tie, 269 to 269, and the only reasoning they give for that is because it's 2020, and that's that's all the reasoning they need. But so we see a 0.6 lead there, and I'm looking at some other sources that have Donald Trump within 0.1% of Joe Biden, and there's just no way that Biden's going to be able to hold on to that lead when the panhandle comes in. We have also gotten word. Excuse me. We've also gotten word that some outlets have been calling Virginia for Joe Biden. We have not made that call yet, but what has been interesting in Virginia, I've been waiting to see the results tonight to see how that turns out, because we've had some information on the ground that showed, and here we see Trump well ahead of Joe Biden in Virginia with 13% reporting. I don't think that is going to hold for very long.
Yeah.
We'll have to look into what counties are reporting there, but that's a little lopsided for Donald Trump. I wish that were going to be the final result, but that looks a little lopsided for him. But we have heard some very interesting anecdotal information over the past couple of days coming from the ground of Virginia, showing that Donald Trump may, in fact, have a much stronger showing in Virginia than was expected. In part because of that, we are withholding a call on Virginia for now, and we'll keep a close eye on it. Other polls that have closed so far this evening have been in Georgia, parts of Indiana, Kentucky, which we've already called for Donald Trump. No surprise there. And then North Carolina and Ohio as well. So we're waiting to get some of those numbers tabulated, and enough of the vote in for you to show you something that has some meaning to it. So Michael, I asked Josh this a little earlier. We have a couple of minutes here, and then we'll go to a break. But what surprises do you think we have in store for us tonight? Is there anything you're looking for that you think might be a little unexpected?
I mean, I don't know if you'd say unexpected, but I think Trump's going to scoop up most of these battleground states. It seems like there's a lot.
What's most in play for you? What states do you think he might have the most challenge winning?
I think there's a chance he could scoop up Michigan. I see that happening. I think Wisconsin might be in play. We'll have to see about that. I think those would be surprises to a lot of people. Those are leaning Biden coming into the night. Other than that, I think he pretty much cleans up Ohio, Iowa, Florida, Georgia. So I think a lot of people were seeing maybe, Trump gets half of all of those states and then ends up losing by a good margin. But it seems to be the case that a lot of voters that were being polled may have had a case of shyness, of Trump shyness. So
we've got up a graphic now that shows results as they are coming in. You can see Joe Biden's very slight lead is represented in Florida there. The lightness of the blue shows that to be leaning Democrat based on current results. We see the same thing in Ohio and New Hampshire. I'm pretty confident Ohio is going to go for Donald Trump.
I think that's how it's looking.
I've been very comfortable that Georgia and North Carolina were going to go for Donald Trump as well, as although those have been considered possible swing states in this election. Certainly. Now, what's interesting to me in North Carolina is that my experience, I mentioned this earlier, I lived in North Carolina for 30 years. My experience watching elections in North Carolina was always that the early results were urban. They were Mecklenburg County, they were Guilford County, Wake County, and those urban centers, of course, tend to vote Democrat, vote pretty heavily Democrat. Seeing early North Carolina results already favoring Donald Trump is very surprising to me, actually. And so we'll see how that plays out as the evening goes on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, places like Georgia, some of these, or not Georgia, like Wisconsin, some of these states where riots have really hit them hard, to see if that has any effect on results. One thing I've been following leading up to the election for the last few months is the net support for Black Lives Matter. And back in like June, July, you had a net support of about 25%. Today, that dropped to about up to today, that dropped to about 10%. So, before all the shootings we had this year, support for Black Lives Matter was at 10%. Then after all these shootings, it was 25%. Now it's all the way back to 10. So shows me that these riots are really affecting people's view of Black Lives Matter, of the Democrats, and that might have an effect tonight. So.
In North Carolina, just digging a little deeper there, so very, very little of the vote is actually in at this point. That there's less than 1% of the vote that's been counted. What has been counted looks very favorable for Republicans. Dan Forrest, the Republican challenger to incumbent Democrat Roy Cooper for governor there, is currently showing up about 60%. There is no way that holds, but I'm sure that's an encouraging moment for him right now. And of course, we have the sort of one of the craziest Senate races this year in North Carolina between incumbent Republican Thom Tillis and Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham. Cunningham, of course, was caught up in a sex scandal here fairly recently. He is under investigation by the U.S. Army. He's a reservist, and the military justice, speaking as an Army veteran, I can tell you military justice looks very unfavorably upon adultery. It's it's not really that's not even a word we use in criminal circles anymore in America, but it is not looked at favorably at all in the military. So we'll see how that works out for Cal Cunningham. But unless something has changed very recently, the U.S. Senate race in North Carolina was also one of the most expensive, I believe the most expensive races this year, because it was seen by the Democratic Party as one of the potential wins for them to turn over a seat and take control of the Senate. If Tillis is able to hold on there, and again, I don't think the current numbers, which have him at 65% over 35 for Cunningham, I don't think that's going to be anywhere close to a final number. But if Tillis is able to hold on there, that bodes very well for the Republicans holding on to the Senate. We have some more states that are going to be reporting here in just about 30 seconds. Let's take a brief break here. We'll take a look at some of those numbers and come back and see what we can share with you there. But among other things, Florida Panhandle, as we keep saying, the more conservative part of the state, should be closing just about now, actually, and we should start getting some of those numbers out. We'll also see Pennsylvania closing, although we don't expect to have full results there anytime soon. And New Hampshire, which is considered at least technically to be a swing state. If Donald Trump's having a better night than normal, could go for him for sure, or better night than expected, I should say. New Hampshire could go for him. So those are three we'll be watching closely as those polls close very soon here, or actually, I take that back, about 30 seconds ago. So we should start having some of those numbers soon. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Logan Harris, and I am co-director of WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. We have enjoyed recording WJ Live these past few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more readers with the truth and continue our fight against big tech, we're going to need more subscribers and reviews.
Go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts, hit the subscribe button, and leave us a 5-star review.
Thank you for helping us out, and don't forget you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
The Western Journal has rolled out a brand new subscription model designed specifically for readers like you, who want the unvarnished truth that the establishment media won't tell you. Our multi-tiered plans give you exactly what you want, and help us fight fake news during this, the most important election of our lives. Become a subscriber to the Western Journal today and unlock exclusive features you won't find anywhere else. It's easy. Just follow the prompts in this video to join us in equipping readers with the truth.
Scaraboo, da da ba da da dee da do da ba da dee da da ba da ba da do 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 ba do da ba da do ba da do ba da ba da ba ba da ba da do da da do ba da 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 ba da ba dee 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 da 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 ba 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 ba.
Just creepy and spooky, mysterious and spooky. He's altogether kooky, Democrat nominee. Just promises mean nothing, he's got no plan, he's bluffing. 'Cause all we hear is stuffing, Democrat nominee. He's sniffing girls' hair and grabbing everywhere, but lips don't seem to care, Democrat nominee.
Hey guys, huge story. We need a fresh card. Let's red label it. Roll as fast as we can.
All right, on it. Sounds good. All right, guys, we got a red label breaking story. Can we get a picture for that? And can we try to get that out in the next 20 minutes? I want eyes on it as soon as possible.
On it, Joe. 2 more minutes and we'll be live.
Sam, we're going to need a slot for that story, so figure out what you want to bump. Ashley, we're going to want to translate it into Spanish yesterday.
Si, senor. We can slide it in at 2:30. It should be going out here in about 10 minutes.
Be advised, we have a visual on enemy paratroopers at grid product uniform 259er, 119er, 11. Don't know we're on break. Echo 5, Foxtrot, 119er.
so hard, it makes me say, oh my lord, pay attention to what you read. The MSM sure loves to deceive. For example, take Trump. If he speaks in the media pumps with lies and such.
All right.
That's fine. Yep.
All righty.
Yeah, let's start getting some of these 6 p.m. states up. Florida, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. We're ready. And welcome back to election night coverage from WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal and broadcast as well on USA Radio Network. We're glad to have you with us here tonight as we continue to report on what results we are seeing so far. We've got polls recently closed in the Panhandle of Florida, in New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, a host of other states, including Massachusetts, Maryland, Mississippi, some states that aren't really in question tonight. What we're seeing so far, early indications seem to be a pretty good night for President Donald Trump. We continue to come back to the Florida results. We've got about 86% of the vote in now, and the president is again in the lead with about 0.7 by about 0.7 of the votes. What I'm seeing here, anyway. Different sources are going to count those things differently. They get different results and tally them a little at different speeds. So. But that's a good sign because we are seeing him in the lead, and a good sign for him. As we see him in the lead, and we do see some of these Panhandle results start to come in. Florida was looking to be the closest of the close states this time around, so that'll give Donald Trump a lot of breathing room when it comes to the Electoral College tonight. Looking at some other state results, New Hampshire is just starting to report in. Joe Biden at the moment has got a comfortable lead there, but with only a small amount of the vote there for New Hampshire's 4 electoral votes. I don't think that was ever much of a swing state, but there were some folks. And it is still possible. As I said, there's a small amount of vote in, but there are plenty of folks who looked at New Hampshire as a possible steal for Donald Trump if he has a particularly good night. So, and coming up now, we have a very special guest, one of my favorite people, actually. She's a frequent contributor to the Western Journal, our op-ed page. She is one of the smartest people I've ever spoken with, and that's not something I say very often about anybody but me. And you know she's smart because when you ask her a question, you get about 40 words a second, because there's just so much information in her head that she's just, working hard to get it out. It's always a delight to speak with her. KrisAnne Hall, constitutional attorney, former prosecutor from, do I get this right, KrisAnne, St. Louis? Is that right? Former prosecutor in St. Louis?
No, I prosecuted in Florida. I was born and raised in St. Louis.
Okay. Yeah, I knew something didn't sound right to me when I let those words come out of my mouth. So yeah, former prosecutor in Florida, but from St. Louis, and then she traded up to the state of Florida, I think, which is the state we're all watching very closely tonight. KrisAnne, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much. Try not to have a big head the way you introduced me.
No, we're always pleased to have you on the site, and it's great to have you on the show for the very first time. Hopefully, the first time of many appearances.
Oh no, I love it. Be great.
That's great. So, tell me what you're watching tonight. As a person with a background in constitutional law, there are so many constitutional questions around early voting and how long you can count the votes. And of course, the Supreme Court has weighed in with a number of decisions along those lines. Tell us what you're seeing tonight and how you think these things may have an impact on the 2020 election.
Well, there's just a multitude of dynamics all coming together at the same place in the same time. A lot of misinformation out there, and a lot of Americans not understanding how the process really works. Then you got to compound that with the fact that the Supreme Court has just lost their ever-loving mind when it comes to these votes that are cast by mail-in, and can you count them later and can you not count them later? And what we forget is that when the Supreme Court sees these issues, it's not simply about the counting of the votes. It's about what does the state legislature say? And so in one case, the Supreme Court said, no, the legislator said this, and it's not up to the courts to second guess the legislature, so you can't extend your votes by this. And then in the very next case, they say, the unelected bureaucrats of the state can supersede what the legislators have given in a deadline to count the votes, and we're going to go with an even longer count. So the Supreme Court has done their duty in adding chaos to the soup of election night. And unfortunately, all of that is just going to create greater distrust in the whole process by the American people. And if I was going to sum up everything, that's going to be the greatest casualty of election 2020, is that the American people, regardless of what political side you're on, you have no confidence in the election process anymore.
That's such a good point, and it's an argument that's been made by both major political parties in this country, the calling into question the results, the legitimacy of the results. Of course, we've been watching that for 4 years with the Democrats and Donald Trump calling him an illegitimate an illegitimate president for 4 years. But in the run up to this election, we've seen attacks on mail-in voting and early voting from the right. We've heard claims from the left that even if Donald Trump loses, he's not going to vacate the White House, that the military might have to be called in to evict him or whatever. None of that serves to bolster confidence in the American people that peaceful transfer of power is going to take place, that we are a nation of laws, and all of the things that make America really a unique country in the history of man.
George, we could really do a great service to the American people in restoring at least a modicum of confidence if we actually taught the civics of presidential elections properly.
You're speaking my language.
I mean, there's so many things wrong about how we operate presidential elections these days. So many unconstitutional things and so much misinformation. From the get-go, from a very simple perspective, the American people should understand that a president of the United States has never been elected in November, not since the beginning of our presidential elections under this Constitution. Presidents are selected by the popular vote. They are actually elected by the Electoral College on a count that takes place on January 6th. And so a lot of the drama, a lot of the turmoil could be avoided if the American people realized that, hey, you're not actually electing a president today. What you're doing is casting a vote that is to guide the elector of your state on who to choose in December to represent the state in the office of the president. I mean, one of the biggest misconceptions that we have that drives every presidential election is this idea that the president represents the people to begin with. The office of the president was not designed to represent people. The office of the president is designed to represent states. The purpose of the executive branch is to execute the laws and to represent the states in foreign affairs. The president's authority under Article 2 has nothing to do with the individual. And every authority that the president exercises that touches an individual life or an individual business is something that's been fabricated over the last 150 years outside the Constitution. So if the American people were actually taught that the president is a representative of the states, not of the people, that the people don't elect a president in this general election, they merely issue a guidance to the Electoral College, and that the Electoral College count is set by law on January 6th, you then eliminate the drama of, will we have a delay? You eliminate the drama of, this vote and counting that vote and the other vote, and you get a renewed perspective on the purpose of the office.
That's a really, really good point. So many tweets I've seen today from people on the left and the right. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I can't eat. The level of social anxiety really on both sides, of folks who have just are so tied into the events of this day, these 24 hours. And you're right. I think anything that can help take the focus off of that is a good thing.
I've actually published a couple articles that would help people understand these things from a constitutional perspective. What about the electoral? What if there's a delay? I mean, the big false narrative is if there's a delay, then Nancy Pelosi gets to be acting president. That's complete false news. Then you have the idea of what happens if there's a tie. There's a whole bunch of false narrative around that as well. And my goal is to help people understand that the Constitution is not as complicated as we are told. You don't have to be a scholar. It's not that difficult to understand how this works. So when Western Journal, you guys are so gracious to me to print the articles that I write. It helps the people understand that, hey, the Constitution was written so everybody could understand it.
That's right. And graciousness has nothing to do with that, KrisAnne. Our purpose in existing is to help equip readers with truth, and there's very little that we print that contains more truth and more unusual truth, unheard of truth than what you write. You really bring a light on constitutional issues that so many people just don't talk about. And what are we doing today? What is this process about? What are elections about if not the Constitution of the United States and defending what our founders put together and told us that we have a republic if we can keep it? Well, elections are about keeping it, right? I mean, they're about putting people in office who are going to help us keep the republic, and that just becomes more and more questionable of an endeavor, I think, at the further away we get from those root documents.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You're good.
We put people in office that are going to take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I mean, if the whole process is unconstitutional, how do we even have a hope that we're going to actually have people in office that are going to hold it based on their promise to the people? And the fact that there's so much misinformation going out there, I shouldn't be delivering stuff that people don't know. There's such large platforms out there that people should be speaking and knowing this truth all the time.
It's true.
Yeah. So Michael Austin here. I don't think I was introduced when you joined us, but I'm a reporter here. But it seems like there's a chance that Democrats could get presidency, House, Senate. I mean, hopefully not. Trump seems to be doing well right now, so that doesn't seem like the most likely of all outcomes, but there's a chance. We're going to have to let you go in a second here, but I just want to get you to comment or what your thoughts on this. There seems to be a lot of contempt for the Constitution and constitutional rights growing within the Democratic Party. Do you think that our constitutional rights could be at risk if they take all these different facets of government?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially since they've already promised to stack the Supreme Court. Now, the president can't unilaterally stack the court. That has to come through Congress. And if there is a Democrat majority in the House and the Senate with a Democrat president, you can guarantee that's going to happen. I mean, it almost happened under FDR. So when the Democrats wanted to do it back then. And so what we have to understand is that the great attack on our rights will be complete with a stacked Supreme Court.
Yeah.
That's very true. So, KrisAnne, I know you're very busy. It's a crazy night for everybody. So grateful to you for carving out some time for us today. And always a pleasure to speak with you. Hope we'll have you back on WJ Live very soon.
Well, absolutely. I'd love to. And thank you so much for having me on. This has been a lot of fun.
No, it's our
pleasure. It's
pleasure.
going to be a crazy
Thank
night,
you,
but remember, it's not the end.
That's right. That's exactly right. And whatever happens tonight, as we've said multiple times today here at WJ Live already, whatever happens tonight, Jesus is still on the throne. So we have that to rely on. Thank you again, KrisAnne. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah. God bless.
All right, that was KrisAnne Hall, constitutional lawyer and an expert, and somebody with unfortunately, a rather dark vision for what was going to happen if liberals take control of the House, the Senate. She mentioned packing the Supreme Court. And I'd even be talking about packing the Senate at this point. I mean, if we have Republican control of all three branches, you could see Puerto Rico entered as a state, D.C. statehood, DC, American Samoa, who knows? And they'll be trying to pack the Senate. So we are starting to see some good results out of Florida now. If we can bring that map up. We're starting, well, okay, maybe we can't bring that map up. All right, we'll see. But Florida is looking better and better for Donald Trump as the night goes on. We're waiting to get that graphic up for you. As we're waiting for that, actually, why don't we take a brief break and... or maybe not take a brief break. We should have that graphic coming up here shortly. And as we wait on that, we're going to say goodbye to... Oh, there we go. There's Florida. We see Donald Trump now 2 points up from the AP with about 88% of precincts reporting, which is pretty much what we thought we were going to see as the night went on. The results going from the blue to the red as those western counties get counted. And we are going to take this moment to sadly say goodbye to our reporter, Michael Austin, who has reporting duties to do tonight, as you might imagine. But it's not all bad news because, as we said earlier, in the evening we will be rotating out hosts. We have a number of great guests tonight. And so even though Michael can't be with us, I am going to be joined here by Western Journal's own founder, Floyd Brown, a man with years and years of experience.
And I've got some great news for you, George.
Okay, good.
We are going to call Florida right now for Donald J. Trump.
All right.
That's right, Florida for Trump. And the Western Journal is calling it at at 6:26, which 6:27 Mountain Time, which is exciting.
Yeah.
I remember, I was sitting in this chair 4 years ago, and I can tell you that we were one of the first to call Florida like we are right now, and it was the beginning of a great, great night. People really need to know that the pathway to victory for Donald Trump is wide open.
Right. Once Florida's down.
Donald Trump is really in the driver's seat at this point, and we've got to feel really good about it. Now, the map that we have, is, if you look carefully at it, sometimes you'll see states like right now, Texas is a light blue.
Right.
Don't let that concern you at all,
Right.
because that light blue is just some early returns. When a state goes dark, like Florida just went dark, and you see that nice, beautiful, dark red, okay, that means we've called the state. Any of the states that are light red are states that are currently trending towards Donald Trump, and you can see Michigan's one of them right now. Now, both Pennsylvania and Ohio are shown as slightly trending. Texas has showed slightly trending for Biden, but those are very early results, and none of those states have been called. But we can call the state of Florida, which is absolutely earth-shaking to call it this early in the evening.
It's very hard to see a path to victory for Joe Biden that doesn't go through Florida.
It is, because there's many pathways to victory that are there and open to Donald Trump, because he doesn't have to win Pennsylvania.
Right.
He doesn't have to win Michigan, even though now he's trending up in Michigan, and that's really exciting news. And part of this has to do with the fact that, Donald Trump has worked really hard to bring great paying blue collar jobs back to
to
America.
the US,
and
right.
that's that and that's a message
He
that
waved his magic wand.
It resonates in Pennsylvania, it resonates in Ohio, it resonates in Indiana, it resonates in Michigan.
Yeah.
And so those are really good returns. And the fact that North Carolina early on is trending for Trump is
very surprising to me.
Huge news.
Yeah.
Because what you have to understand that when you're watching these returns, and I've been watching them now for close to 40 years, maybe 50, and
Since you're about 9,
And what you learn, George, is the fact that the cities come in early.
Absolutely, all the urban centers.
Because all of the urban centers they report right on time.
Right.
And
they are heavily Democratic.
They are heavily Democratic. And so this is really big news, folks. Really big news. We're calling Florida. And we've got a special guest that's standing by, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, who I'm sure is headed for re-election tonight.
No question.
And it's always exciting to see Debbie. Debbie, welcome to WJ Live.
Thanks for having me, Floyd. I really appreciate it.
I don't know if you know this, but we just called Florida for Donald Trump. We're ahead of...
I heard that. Awesome news. Awesome.
Yeah, we feel very confident about this, and he has unbelievably done much, much better in Florida than people expected. And what's happened is he got his usual vote. He got the vote in the rural counties. He got the vote out in the Panhandle. But what happened was there was a huge depression in the vote in Democratic areas, and that's a good sign for our president going forward. So, you want to make a prediction about Arizona, Congresswoman?
Oh, I definitely think it's going to go for Trump. I mean, the energy here everywhere in Arizona is just Trump, Trump, Trump. I went to 4 different polling locations in my congressional district this morning, and by far, Trump, 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 Republican, Republican. I mean, you've seen it. We've had boat parades. We've had car parades for miles and miles on I-17, a major freeway here in the Phoenix metropolitan area. And just anecdotally, I have a guy who delivers my firewood who drives all over the Phoenix metropolitan area. He said by far many more Trump signs than Biden signs. And you see it on the street corners. I mean, over in my neck of the woods, there's huge Trump signs. Like somebody put them up on maybe 20-foot tall poles. And yesterday I drove by, and here on one corner is a huge Trump sign. And there was a guy putting in a little yard sign for Biden on the street corner. It was really pathetic, to tell you the truth. And so I would just be shocked if Trump didn't win Arizona.
Well, one of the things I found out about Biden supporters is not many of them actually supported Biden. They really were more interested in, defeating Trump than they were in electing Joe Biden. I've found nobody, even people with Biden signs, that are excited about Joe Biden. And that's that's tough for a candidate, because you want people to be excited. And the Trump supporters, they have all the energy, hands down.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, how can you be excited about Biden? Quite frankly, I mean, he kind of shuffles to the podium. He's always wearing these masks. He has a group of people that they have circles. They paint circles on the ground, and one person sits there, versus Trump rallies. There's 10,000 people in Goodyear just last week. And I mean, it's a clear contrast and difference. And besides, Biden and Kamala Harris, I mean, Kamala Harris was ranked the most liberal senator in the U.S. Senate. I mean, and you see Biden, he's just not at the top of his health. He makes lots of gaffes. So, I mean, I would guess if he got elected, he wouldn't last that long. And then you have Kamala Harris, who's not a very friendly person. She comes across as very rude, very radical. And so, geez, I hope the country sees what I see.
So any idea what's going to happen in Congress? Are we going to have any more Republicans elected, do you think, this year than currently serve in Congress? Is there a chance we could get the majority back?
I don't know for sure. But I do think here we're going to pick up a seat in Congressional District 1. Tom O'Hallen is the Democrat, but Tiffany Shedd, I've been hearing that she has pulled ahead in the polls. And now the Democrats are spending big time money against her on TV commercials, attacking her. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, that's the story across the entire nation, is Democrats are pouring in tons of money on TV commercials. The thing that the Biden people are really lacking is the ground game. Here in Arizona, I mean, we've been out for months now, I think since June, hitting the pavement, talking to voters, and the Biden people weren't out knocking doors at all. And until recently, they just started doing literature drops. So I've never seen a campaign that you didn't even go out and talk to people. It's just kind of insane, if you ask me.
Well, I know for a fact that you've been out knocking on doors, because my daughter, Olivia Brown, told me she went door knocking with you. So she said you were great.
Olivia is awesome. She is just an Energizer bunny. She goes door knocking every single day. She has different volunteers with her, and she's such a nice, intelligent young woman. You did good, Floyd.
Well, she was excited to go door knocking with you, so she was very excited about that. So, well, thank you for stopping by and joining us. I'm going to stay up late if I have to. I took a little bit of nap after I went to the polls today, and I'm excited for a good win tonight. Well, I can tell you why we've been talking. We've just decided to call another state, and that's Arkansas. So in addition to Florida, we're calling Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. All of those are solidly in the camp of Donald Trump, and his pathway to victory is wide open.
Gosh, that is sure good news. That's good news.
Good news for America.
It is.
So thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you and all your listeners. I think it's going to be a good night.
I do too. Thank you. Yes, George, we've got some really good news to add to what we already have.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to Florida for
Sure.
a few minutes because this is so important. You have to realize Joe Biden really contested Florida, and he
Right.
spent literally millions upon millions upon millions of dollars going after the older vote, the senior vote. And a lot of the commercials were just unbelievably disingenuous, but they had a couple of overall themes. One was, Donald Trump's going to cut your Social Security, which everybody knows that's not true. Donald
Right.
Trump's probably more likely to protect Social Security.
They ran that in
than-
Arizona too.
Than Biden is. But then on
Mhm.
top of that, in addition to that, he went to the senior vote and he talked about the COVID and how Donald Trump was responsible for killing everyone with COVID. And I think it was just a bridge too far. People, COVID is a pandemic. No one politician is responsible for a pandemic.
Well, the idea that 230,000 people I think have died now, and that's a tragedy, of course. Nobody would deny that. But the idea that if someone else had been in office, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, anyone, that nobody would have died is just it's ridiculous on the face of it. It doesn't, and people know that. It doesn't, you don't have to stop and reason that out,
Well,
you hear that claim and go, come on.
Anybody that watched television knew that President Trump was very active,
Right.
meeting, literally daily with the COVID task force
Right.
that was headed by the vice president.
He did press conferences daily there for a while, for sometimes over an hour. He was very, very much involved, and that was plain to see. Even CNN was running those press conferences.
Yeah.
So,
Well, watching this live feed, I wish we could see some of the numbers behind the live feed. Do we have the latest numbers from North Carolina? Because I'd like to look at those in a little bit more detail if we can.
I'm sure we have those.
Yeah. But right now it's showing that it's trending for Biden, but what I'm assuming there, and what I think is happening, is that you're getting the urban vote,
Right.
and you've got 68% reporting. So I would say that there's still a long way to go in that race, and most of Donald Trump's support in North Carolina is going to come from out there along the Tennessee border and out
Absolutely.
there in
And on the Outer Banks.
on the western and far eastern parts
Right.
of the state. And I know that this is far from over. So, but North Carolina is an important one. If for some reason Biden was able to win in North Carolina, then it becomes a much more difficult pathway to winning the presidency. But the truth is that even with a loss in North Carolina, Donald Trump can win re-election.
There are plenty of other paths available to him, no question. But another race in North Carolina that's very important is the Senate race there between Tom Tillis and Hal Cunningham, which Democrats have long seen as one of their best opportunities to pick off a GOP seat in the Senate.
And do we have any numbers on that Senate race that we can?
We certainly should.
Let's see if we can look at those numbers. But, Georgia strongly trending towards President Trump. That was an important one.
Yep.
The Democrats put a lot of resources and time and energy into Georgia. And Ohio, now early vote in Ohio, I think it's probably similar to what's happened in North Carolina, where we're getting, the vote in from the big cities, from Cincinnati, from Cleveland, and Columbus. And it'll take a while for some of those more rural cities and other areas to begin to report. So
there are the Georgia numbers there, with about a quarter of the precincts reporting in. Trump has a sizable lead there, and again,
it's still very early with only 24% of the vote. Now in Ohio, 53% of the vote is in, And that is a little bit more, but still not significant because of the fact that probably what you're looking at is the cities coming in early.
Yeah, the early results almost everywhere tend to skew Democratic because, as we've said, you get those those city results in. They're almost always Democrat-controlled areas.
One of the biggest problems Donald Trump has been he's been fighting the Republican Party too, along with the Democrat Party. And Governor Kasich from Ohio has been one of the most ardent of the never Trumpers.
Absolutely.
He ran for president against Donald Trump and was embarrassed, getting just like an asterisk % of the vote.
Right.
And because of that embarrassment, everything in John Kasich's life is about John Kasich. And so,
so that must have hurt.
It hurt. His ego's still bruised. And, he just can't get over that. And so he became a ardent never Trumper. And there's sadly a lot of Republicans who have been swilling this anti-Trump constant diatribe. So one state that's really interesting to me is Maine. Maine is trending to Donald Trump right now, which is surprising. It would be interesting to see what percentage of that vote is in Maine, because that is a state that, if it was a surprise pickup, would really kind of shake this race up.
Yeah, I don't think it's a lot of electoral votes, but you're right. Anything I think that shows Donald Trump overperforming the polls, which I think is generally the expectation that the polls underserve Donald Trump and Donald Trump supporters. We'll see.
Well,
so
it's only 2% reporting, so this is very, very early
very
numbers.
Preliminary.
There's only 1,900 votes in, so there's no significant numbers yet in Maine. So we can keep watching there.
We absolutely will keep watching.
We will keep watching, and another thing that people need to understand is a number of states count those mail-in ballots early.
Right.
And so as a result of that, those mail-in ballots get counted almost immediately.
Right.
And the Democrats really focused on the mail-in vote, and President Trump, he encouraged his people to go to the voting booth. And so a lot of his vote is going to be counted today, and that's also going to have a significant impact. By the way, let's go to the Kentucky Senate race. I know there were some people that have been watching that.
Oh, sure.
That's where the Senate Republican leader,
they were really hopeful.
Mitch McConnell was running against kind of a darling of the hard left, Amy McGrath, and that's shaping up to just be an absolute blowout. George.
Yeah, those numbers don't even look close. And there's still 39% of the vote to come in, but McGrath at this point would have to win so much of that 39%. Yeah. There's just no way. I believe the Associated Press has already called this one for Mitch McConnell. And
what's great about that is the Democrats wasted a whole lot of money there.
Yeah.
They
were really you can kind of see the temptation there. If they could pick off the Senate Majority Leader, that would be a big notch in their belt.
Right.
But judging by these numbers, you used exactly the right word. They wasted their money on this one. That was a bad.
I always
investment.
love it when they waste their money.
Yeah.
But, so Mitch McConnell.
At least they're wasting their money and not ours.
The turtle is going to be in his hard shell fighting the Democrats for a while
and
longer.
Hopefully still the Senate Majority Leader as well.
But let's go back to that map. One of the interesting things right now is that Michigan is trending for Donald Trump in the early vote. And so it would be interesting. We'll have to delve into how much of that Detroit vote is in.
Right.
Because the way Michigan plays out usually is Detroit votes and then the rest of the state votes Republican. And there's only a couple of places outside of Detroit that are even Democrat. Flint is one of them. But places like Grand Rapids and much of the peninsula are Republican territory.
Yeah, it looks like we've still got less than 10% of the Michigan vote in so far. That number is based on. So
what
Donald
we're
Trump has
seeing-
a commanding lead in what votes are in, but yeah. So here we go.
Yeah, just about
we'll bring this
almost
graphic up.
10% reporting. But,
yeah, and Trump is well ahead, but that is a very preliminary number.
That means 90% of the vote isn't in.
Now, that's, is that how that works?
91%.
Is that how that works? Okay,
91%.
good.
No,
Thank you.
90%.
Thank you
Now
for
at 10.
Thank you for clearing up that math for
but,
me. There's also a very interesting Senate race in Michigan. That's where John James, a black Republican.
Yeah, I love John James, by the way.
He's taken on the incumbent Gary Peters there, Senator Gary Peters.
John James, a veteran, really great candidate. My good friend Herman Cain.
Yes.
God bless Herman Cain.
We miss him here.
We miss him. And actually, he did our election coverage 2 years ago.
That's right, for the midterms.
Yeah,
he did
with
indeed.
us. And he was super, super supportive of John James, did a lot to
Right.
help John James. And, it's still early, 10% in, but boy, James is ahead of Peters.
Yeah,
That's
but
exciting
by
news.
by roughly the same lead that the president is showing over former Vice President Biden, there, about 20 points, roughly 20 points. And you're right; it's still very early, as you pointed out so correctly. About 91% still has not come in. But yeah, John James is a guy who, to me, could really represent the future of the Republican Party. The Republicans under Donald Trump have done a very, very good job of making their case to the African American population, to the Hispanic population, and those voters are listening. Those voters are listening, and they're starting to come out of that sort of plantation mentality that often gets cited by the Democrats who really just promise, we'll take care, just listen to us and vote for us and we'll take care of you. And the more and more you're seeing folks understanding that for the lie it is.
Yeah. Let's look at the results in that South Carolina Senate race, if we can bring those up. This was one where Lindsey Graham, who had been critical of President Trump early on, he interestingly enough, became really one of the great defenders of President Trump.
He really has.
And right now, he has a pretty commanding lead. Really, only 15% of the precincts are reporting, but that state has already been called for Donald Trump.
No shock
and if
there.
Donald Trump wins that state, Lindsey Graham, I think, is going to be reelected to the U.S. Senate. And there's another one where they wasted a lot of money. Jamie Harrison, who was his opponent in that race, was kind of a darling of the left, too.
Right. Like McGrath.
Received a lot of that Act Blue money that was just pouring into these Senate races. And it looks as if Lindsey Graham is going to go back to the U.S. Senate. And frankly, he did such a great job in these recent hearings for Amy Coney Barrett that you've got to just really admire the job that he has done. Now, there's a man who also ran for president against Donald Trump.
That's right.
But unlike John Kasich from Ohio, took the exact opposite tack.
Right. Although he had about as much success as John Kasich did running against Donald Trump.
He did, but he understood early on that the truth was that he wasn't going to be president, so he might as well support the man who's going to be president.
Well, let's get something done.
I happen to be a Mike Huckabee supporter early on in that race, and I know Mike called me right after Iowa and said, "You better get on the Trump train because there's no stopping this guy, Donald Trump." And
Mike Huckabee was, to his credit, a very early supporter, among the other candidates.
Yes, he was
of,
a very,
Donald
very,
Trump.
very, very early supporter. So We're now seeing a number of other polls close, and we've closed, and we're starting to get votes in. Really, it's so interesting. You watch this across the nation, and as we travel across the nation, and now we're getting results from that central time zone.
Right.
And, it looks, boy, you got to say it looks very good for President Trump right now.
Yeah, so far so good. I imagine that some people in the Trump campaign are watching North Carolina very closely to see that as more of the rural results come in, to see that hopefully turn red in their favor. I suspect Georgia will come in more solidly even than it has so far. But now we're seeing Nebraska. We're seeing Texas.
We are going to call
in.
another state for Joe Biden, and that state would be the state of Illinois. We're going to call for Biden. That's no surprise.
Barack Obama's home state. There's a shock that the home of Chicago itself,
the home of Chicago dirty politics.
Yeah, when people name if you name 2 liberal cities in the U.S., it's New York and L.A. If you name 3, it's New York, L.A., and Chicago.
Yeah, or San Francisco too is.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But
I don't even think of San Francisco as being part of the U.S. anymore. But yeah, with only 10% of Illinois is in now, but still, we don't expect to see that.
Think about how powerful San Francisco is, though, because not only do you have Nancy Pelosi, but you have Nancy Pelosi's good friend, Kamala Harris, who's also from the Bay Area. And, San Francisco, also the governor of California, Newsom, is from the Bay Area. So that Bay Area, boy, it has an outstretched control.
Well, and it is a city that has been known for decades as, we didn't always call it a liberal stronghold, but it has been known for sort of crazy political thought and cultural thought for decades. I mean, long before it was cool to be out as gay, it was cool to be out in San Francisco. They were on the cutting edge of that.
Well, let's hope that
shift.
Now they're on the cutting edge of defecation on the sidewalks. So let's hope that trend doesn't happen around the country.
Right.
Dirty needles. The last time I went to San Francisco, I took my wife, and she was so afraid. She said, "Let's not spend the night," and we drove on to Monterey.
Yeah. I haven't been there in years.
It used to be one of the most beautiful cities in America, and now it's just a dump.
Right.
Just an absolute dump.
Well, that's what liberal leadership does.
Yeah. And we've got another state we're going to call for Donald Trump, Indiana. We're calling
no big
Indiana.
Surprise there either.
The Western Journal is calling Indiana for Donald Trump. So, wow, he rolled up 60% of the vote.
Wow,
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think Indiana was widely expected to go Republican this year, but that, of course, we still have about half the vote to be counted. So,
and
expect some of these numbers to
Pence.
Change. It is the home of Mike Pence. That's an excellent point. But still,
you know,
that's
Mike
I don't
Pence,
think anybody was expecting
Mike
a
Pence,
margin like that.
Mike Pence was actually put on the ticket because they needed strength in the industrial Midwest.
Yeah,
and they knew he was a popular governor, and so, but that's unbelievable strength. 60% of the vote. That's a blowout.
Yeah, if that holds, that's quite amazing.
Yeah,
I would expect that to close up some, but Indianapolis has already reported. That's probably the bluest of the blue in Indiana.
Gary is one area that's also Democrat, but you get downstate Indiana, that's as red as it gets.
Yeah.
That's Trump territory.
So we'll see that if that number holds, that's a big win for Donald Trump.
That is a huge win. So we're calling Indiana for President Trump and his pathway to victory. continues to grow. His pathway to victory is getting firmer and firmer and firmer. So, what I was hoping for tonight, George, and this is something that I have really thought a lot about, I was hoping that we would be able to win this election, that Donald Trump would be able to win this election without Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania may not report its vote for a week.
Right.
And, the Democrats that control all of the state offices, they control just about all of the wheels of power, the mechanisms of power, including the state Supreme Court. And you have to realize, that Supreme Court's elected.
Right.
And they're partisan, which is, I think, just a terrible
It's a terrible
system.
way to do a Supreme Court.
It is a terrible way to do a Supreme Court. But they rewrote the election laws during COVID. They were rewriting the election laws, I think, last week. So we knew that they weren't going to report for a long time and that there was a huge potential of fraud. So my prayer this week has been that we would see a pathway to victory that did not include Pennsylvania, so that when Pennsylvania finally shows its vote and Donald Trump wins it at the end of the week,
it's just some icing on the cake.
It's icing on the cake.
Yeah.
And that still can hold. It still can hold.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Right now Joe Biden has a pretty solid lead, but there's very little vote counted so far.
Yeah.
And to your point, it's going to be at least days.
We're going to take just a quick break, and we'll be right back, folks. When we get back, we're going to call a number of additional states, so you want to make sure you stay here. And you've been listening to WJ Live, and want to encourage you all to subscribe to the podcast, because we do WJ Live now every day.
We're going to be doing it every day, starting tomorrow. Yeah,
I have an early morning call time. I'm going to be here tomorrow morning early. Right. I noticed you weren't on the list, George, but I was.
I guess they expect me to sleep in after tonight. We'll see. But yeah, head over to YouTube, find WJ Live there, and click that subscribe button and click on the bell so you'll be notified when a new podcast goes live. You don't want to miss any of those, and we will be right back.
Josh, did you hear? They're putting the Libertarian back on the podcast.
No.
Oh? You didn't see the calendar?
No.
You should talk to Kayla about that.
Yeah. Okay. So, who's on the show Tuesday?
You and Joe.
Yeah. Like he's back.
Yeah, no. You and Joe.
The Libertarian?
Yeah, Libertarian Joe.
He's not back.
You should just go in the studio and check it out.
You're messing with me.
Okay.
Okay. Nice joke, Kayla. Come here to go to the studio. No! No! Oh my gosh! No! No!
Here's the story of a scheming lady who wanted to be ruler of the world with a man named Bill Clinton. He's her husband, but slept with other girls.
It's the story of a man named Bernie who promised socialism to the whole town. He hates the rich, but uses his own jet to get himself around.
But then they lost the general election. And they knew alone they couldn't take down Trump. So to have a chance, they all formed an alliance. That's the way they all became the Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. That's the way they became the Shady Bunch.
Hi, my name is Samantha.
And we are back here with the election night coverage with WJ Live, powered by Western Journal and covered, or carried, I should say, by USA Radio Networks nationally. We're glad to have you with us. We are watching election results come in closely. We've been really sort of harping on Florida this evening. Just very surprised, not super surprised that Donald Trump won it. Florida was really kind of the closest of the close states. It was the swingiest of the swing states. So no big surprise. Wouldn't have been a huge surprise either way, really. But not surprised to see Donald Trump win it. We are surprised with 92% of the vote in, roughly, that he's winning it by 3 points. That is 51-48 is a much
Big.
wider margin than I expected to see in Florida tonight.
His strength in Florida really is exciting because this is early in the night to call Florida.
Sure.
We're probably calling it an hour and a half to 2 hours earlier than we did 4 years ago, which tells you what strength he has in the state.
Right.
And it's very good for his pathway to victory. And the fact that right now he's trending the right way in Michigan. He's trending the right way in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina is an area of concern, but he doesn't have to have North Carolina to win this race.
That's right.
There are other pathways to victory. And so...
and there's plenty of votes still to be counted in North Carolina. We should note that as well.
We should. And so it really looks good for President Trump right now. It looks really good.
Yeah.
It's exciting that he is... and Virginia is the one that has me... I'm really watching, and I can't figure out why it's blue on our map when it shows with 39% reporting that Trump has 58% of the vote and Biden has 39%.
Right.
And
I think it's blue because the AP has already called Virginia.
What did they call it based on polls?
Yeah, based on 39% of reporting, I guess. I think that's really premature. That's a 20 percentage point lead almost that Donald Trump has, of the 60%, 61% that still need to report. That's got to swing heavy for Joe Biden for him to make up all of that.
There's something happening in Virginia that it should not be called yet. So
Yeah.
we haven't called it here at the Western Journal.
Nope.
The Associated Press has called it, and I think they were premature in doing that.
I think so too. We're 300,000. Trump is 300,000 votes up in Virginia right now,
with almost 40% reporting.
That's right. So I mean, Biden just has to win such a huge amount of that other 60% that hasn't reported in yet to make up that deficit. And anything's possible. It's 2020, Floyd. So for all we know, murder hornets are voting in Virginia. And making
so
up those
we are
numbers.
going to call three more states. We're going to call North Dakota for President Trump. We're going to call South Dakota for President Trump. And we're going to call Wyoming for President Trump. None of these are...
No surprises there.
No surprises.
Yep.
But what it tells us is that the pathway to victory looks good for President Trump.
Sure does. Yes.
Looks really good. And he's getting the states that he's supposed to get. And he's competitive in some states like Virginia where he for all intents and purposes, should not be competitive.
No, I think the GOP largely wrote Virginia off months ago. There's such a population of deep state bureaucrats in those Northern Virginia counties around D.C. that it's hard for in a statewide race for Republicans to win. Now, there's plenty of red territory in Virginia out in the mountains.
You got to love that vote in South Dakota, though. I mean, look at that, South Dakota, 70% for Trump. Now, that's my kind of state. And the governor up there she's fabulous.
She's amazing. And South Dakota is very reliably red state. We only have 3% of the vote in, but we'll have no trouble calling this one.
That will probably hold.
Yeah. That one. He's going to win that one handily.
I thought that was the site of Donald Trump's best speech of this election cycle
at Rushmore.
That Mount Rushmore speech that he gave on the 4th of July was
it was inspiring.
It was tingly.
Yeah, it was inspiring. It was.
I remember when somebody said that Barack Obama gave him
Chris Matthews.
Gave him a tingle down the leg. I had it. It was when I watched Donald Trump's speech there at Mount Rushmore. I had that tingle down the leg. So now I know what Chris Matthews means.
And all the left could talk about was whether people were masked or not and how close they were standing together at that speech. And I think they really, because of that obsession with coronavirus, they missed the fact that Donald Trump really connected with people in that speech.
So I want to go to our main map right now. Because look at that main map. That main map should really, really make you feel good. Look at that. Virginia. Look at Virginia.
They finally switched that.
They finally switched it. Look at that. That vote from Virginia was coming in. Wow.
Yeah, that's
the Biden campaign headquarters right now. Must be going stark raving mad.
Yeah.
They must be going crazy. They must be just losing it to see Virginia trending towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, they've got to be. They know that Texas isn't going to hold blue. They don't. I don't think they believe that North Carolina is going to hold blue. They don't think. Judging from remarks the Biden campaign made this morning, it didn't sound like they had any confidence that they were going to be able to win Florida or Pennsylvania.
Well, they got blown out in Florida. I mean, I've never called Florida this early during a presidential race.
They did. To win Florida by the percentage, it looks like a 3-point or more victory for Donald Trump in Florida. That is 3 points ahead of really what they expected. That one was right down the middle if you go by the polling.
Yeah, and look at Michigan is still trending towards Trump, and everybody was counting Michigan as Biden territory. Let's go look at those numbers from Michigan. It's Michigan. It's 16% reporting, and interestingly enough, Donald Trump is taking an early commanding lead.
It's a very solid lead. It is early, but that's
it's very early, but it's quite interesting that he is that strong this early, and it looks good for Donald Trump at this point.
It does, and Michigan isn't a must-need win state for him either. But you do have, he does have to get a certain percentage of those
Michigan and he wins North Carolina.
It's hard to see.
I think he can win without Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I mean, the pathway to victory does run through Arizona.
Yes.
But I've being here on the ground and having my daughter work for the Trump campaign in Arizona and having attended a Trump rally here, and gotten caught up in that Trump parade, as Debbie Lesko said.
Yes.
Arizona, I think, anecdotally, because we don't have any results in yet, but it feels quite good.
Certainly here on the ground, and you can't drive. I literally have not been able to drive from the office to my home, or vice versa, which is about 3 miles. I don't live far from here, without encountering some Trump folks waving flags on the roadside. And these are all spontaneous events. These are not organized by the campaign. These are just people who support the president, want to see him reelected, and they just get together and decide to do this. And I've never seen that level of enthusiasm for any president or presidential candidate. We certainly have not seen it for Joe Biden.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, I was speaking to a good friend of mine this week that works in the Trump administration, and he said that it's great in Washington, D.C. He said when he goes into the office, the only people in the building are political appointees. All of the career people are staying home, not working, just collecting their paychecks. You know, they get big fat paychecks there in D.C.
Sure.
And
Whether
they're
they
still
work or not.
they're still collecting all of those. You know, he said it's wonderful. He said, thank goodness we don't get all the government we pay for, and all of these people are off. He said
we're better off with them not working.
We're better off with them not
Certainly.
working.
No question.
And one of the things I have to question, you know, Joe Biden talks about the dark winter. How is he going to get people assembled to actually take over government if none of their people will come out of their basements?
No, that's a
They're
great question.
they just cower in fear.
That's a great question. But it's starting to look like maybe it's going to be a dark winter for Joe Biden based on numbers that we're seeing here from Florida and some of these other key states.
Yeah. Well, as those of you who are just joining us, just to let you know, you're listening to WJ Live, and we're also on the USA Radio Network. And WJ Live, you can watch every single day of the week. And all you have to do is like us on YouTube or just go to our Facebook watch page. Or you can even find us on Spotify and on the Apple Store, in the podcast, the Apple Podcasts, WJ Live. We're just about everywhere. And it's information every day powered by the newsroom of the Western Journal. My name's Floyd Brown, and I'm the publisher, and George Upper is our editor-in-chief. And tonight we're bringing you some really great news, and that is we're watching the map turn red for Donald Trump. And we've already called Florida much earlier than we did 4 years ago.
Much earlier than I thought we were going to be able to do.
And amazingly, Virginia, Maine, and Michigan are all trending towards Donald Trump. And those are some unbelievable early numbers. Those of you that are just joining us and you want to know how our map works, our map is really based on a live feed, and it goes dark when it is called for a particular candidate. So any of those that you see that are light blue or are kind of pink or light red, those are states that haven't been called, and the dark states are the states that have been called. And we are going to call right now New York for Joe Biden.
There's a shocker.
We're calling New York, and we add that to Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Vermont, but and New Jersey and Maryland that we're calling for Joe Biden. But you know, the pathway to victory, wow, it looks amazing. It's still really early in New York, but I think everybody expects New York to go to Joe Biden.
Yeah, I think we could have called that one yesterday. Probably. I don't even think we needed.
Well, I
to wait
think
for
in
the
New
polls to
York
close.
they're so corrupt anyway. No matter how the votes came in, it would be
would
for
have
Joe
turned
Biden.
out this way. Yeah, the Trump campaign did make some noise a couple of weeks ago about maybe trying to compete in New York. Certainly, the president has plenty of support anywhere outside of the city and maybe Albany.
And the city is kind of vacant.
Well, yeah,
but they have a lot of dead people that vote there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If the city weren't so populous, New York, I'm sure you've been there. Upstate New York is absolutely beautiful. It's
It is.
very red country.
It's a beautiful.
I spent a
it's
lot
Trump
of time
country.
there as a kid, up in the Binghamton area, Green Triangle, up in there.
Up in the lakes region,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
beautiful.
there's
I mean, there's the Catskills, the
it's
mountains.
just absolutely beautiful, beautiful area. And the beautiful areas tend to be red country.
Well, and interestingly enough, New York is kind of anti-fracking, or they would have a great oil industry there. And maybe one of the reasons they don't allow it in is because they don't want Donald Trump voters, because it seems like it's those fracking oil workers that are going to be the key to victory in states like Pennsylvania and in Ohio. and probably in Texas also.
Yep. Even New Mexico, possibly.
So we're going to call another state for Donald Trump. We are calling Louisiana for Donald Trump. If we can bring the Louisiana numbers up, we are actually going to call that state for Donald Trump. So it's, we called Florida early, called South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee early, Indiana early, Mississippi, Alabama we called early, Arkansas, and we're going to add Louisiana to that. And Louisiana, wow, look at those numbers. Only 8% reporting, but Donald Trump
that's huge, yeah.
The Cajuns like him.
Apparently they do. Yeah, I didn't realize he was so popular among the French-speaking American population, but apparently he's got a commanding lead there. Every time that graphic comes up, I just have to smile at the image that we chose for Joe Biden there. He does look a little flustered at the low percentage of votes that he's getting in Louisiana. But I don't think he would be surprised by it. I don't think Louisiana was a state that the Democrats expected to be very competitive in.
So the truth is that right now the big map, if we can go back to the big map looks really good for the president of the United States right now. It looks really good. Florida, a state that was really a must-have state. We've called Florida for Donald Trump, and we look at that. Wow, the lead in Florida over 50%, and Joe Biden down there.
What's that? 3.2?
Yeah. No, it's
3.3.
It's almost 300,000 votes.
Yeah, that is not what we were expecting to see tonight.
And I think this is a result of something I've been saying for a while, and that is the door-to-door campaign.
Right.
The Trump campaign got really serious about registering voters in
That's right.
Florida. They got really serious about going door to door and knocking on doors. And the Democrats, they've been cowering in their basements.
That's right.
They're so afraid of COVID. They're so fearful. They're so overcome with fear.
It's hard to get people to come out and vote when they think they're going to die if they touch a voting machine that somebody else touched recently.
So the Trump voters are coming out, and we've closed also in most of the Midwest now. All of the polling is closed, and we've got some early votes out of Minnesota, which now remember that the earlier discussion you had just at the very beginning of the program with Josh, and that was about how we had anecdotal evidence of unbelievably high turnout in northern Minnesota, which is Trump territory. Traditionally Democrat territory, though.
Very union.
Very union, very traditionally pro-Democrat.
But also very pro-fracking.
And coal and mining and, big industry.
This is a fossil fuel region of the country. And, Joe Biden he just really hurt himself in that last debate because he did not have a better answer than the truth, which is that he is really interested in banning fracking, in ending fossil fuel use really across the board. I mean, I don't know what he thinks we're going to make stuff out of.
Which doesn't even make
other
sense.
than plastic, but that's what that's his plan.
Interestingly enough, and I think it's worthy of pointing out, right now Donald Trump is ahead in the popular vote. Now, we haven't gotten to California, and that usually rolls up the big numbers for the Democrats. But right now, Donald Trump is not only ahead in the race for the electoral vote, but he is also ahead in the overall.
There's our updated map.
In the overall, he's up in the popular vote.
Yeah, which is again surprising. We've mentioned it several times tonight, but generally speaking, the earlier returns tend to slant Democrat because they tend to come from urban centers first. Those are the precincts that tend to report earlier. And it's not universal, of course, but it's a general tendency. It really has been for as long as I've been watching poll results. or election results, I should say. And so to see, we're still relatively early in the evening. We got a lot of evening ahead of us tonight, and to see him ahead in the popular vote this early on is
astounding. It's just absolutely
I don't think
astounding.
there's anybody who would have predicted this.
No, it's absolutely astounding. The president is doing much better tonight than would have been expected, and I think the early victory in Florida could be kind of a precursor of what's going to happen. This is going to be a very good night for Donald Trump, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd like to see North Carolina results. See what that finally comes in on. I'm sure that's a race that a state that the campaign's looking at very closely. But he doesn't have to win North Carolina.
No, and interestingly enough, a lot of the times when a state has a Democrat governor like North Carolina, they can slow walk the results.
Yes.
And that's when you control the mechanism of power, you can slow walk things out. So let's go to the North Carolina results if we can. Interestingly enough, North Carolina 81% reporting, and Biden is he's up over 100,000 votes. Well, not quite 100,000 votes.
Yeah, almost 2%.
Yeah, and it is a very, we expected a very close race. We expected a close race in North Carolina because, well, frankly, the Democrats control all of the mechanisms of power in North Carolina. And where you control the mechanisms of power, it is possible to put your finger on the scales.
Right.
And we always knew it was going to be extremely close. I mean, it was trouble even holding a rally there in North Carolina because the governor didn't want the president to hold rallies. You remember early on
they moved the
convention,
the RNC, right?
The convention was supposed to be there, and he wouldn't let them meet. And it's been one of the worst states for lockdowns. They've just really ratcheted down and locked down on people in North Carolina. But at this point, Biden has the lead, and we'll have to see. That's got to concern the Trump people.
We'll see if that holds. 1.9%, as you say, less than 100,000 votes. There's still about a fifth of the vote to come in.
And you have to expect that the vote that hasn't come in is from the rural areas.
Right.
And when those rural areas come in, they tend to report later. And when they do, they, even though that's happening less and less because of the internet now, because everybody has the internet.
And I think mail-in voting even has tempered that to some degree. A certain percent in North Carolina is one of those states where mail-in votes are counted early, and so some of the people who might have gone out today and vote probably did it a week ago, and so that. The timing of the results that we get, and who's involved in those results.
If all the mail-in votes have been counted, though,
one would think those would slant
Biden. They would slant Biden, and the people that voted today are likely going to slant towards Trump.
One would expect that, exactly.
We'll have to see. It's still very close. We have not called North Carolina. The AP hasn't called North Carolina.
Nope.
Nobody's called North Carolina. But we did step out and we called Florida early.
We did,
and everything's holding in Florida. Georgia. Why don't we take a look at the counting in Georgia right now and see how that is? They've been counting for a while in Georgia. It's trending towards Trump, but we're not.
I don't know what I'm looking to see what percentage of that vote we have in. Still only about 40%.
About half of the vote in Georgia.
Yeah, a little less than half of the vote in Georgia, but Donald Trump still with a solid lead there from the number that I'm seeing. Here we go.
Yeah.
14% of the up, almost 300,000, 250,000 votes there.
That's a big lead.
Yeah, that would be a tough lead for Joe Biden to overcome at this point of the night.
Yeah, 42. Once that Kep's 50, and if he still has a lead like that, then we're going to call Georgia.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that would be the right thing to do. There's
very close to calling Georgia.
Yeah, 14 to make up 14 points in half of the vote. It literally the rest of the vote would have to look
statistically.
The rest of the vote would have to look literally the opposite of what we've seen so far, and that's. Is it possible? Sure. Is it going to happen? No, probably not. Very unlikely.
So, going back to the big map, it does look very good then. Georgia, the only state that Donald Trump isn't trending in is amazingly North Carolina, but he's currently ahead in Virginia.
Yeah, North Carolina
wouldn't
has got to be causing
wouldn't
some
that be
concern. Amazing
if he won Virginia
and lost North Carolina? That would be bizarre.
But it would be one of the things that we now know is that the black vote did not come out for Joe Biden the way they needed to.
Certainly not. Yeah.
And so Kamala Harris, I think at this point, we can say she was a complete dud. She was put on the ticket to bring out the black vote. She didn't. And so she's I guess
which is, it's always kind of a mystery to me that she got out of the race. She got out first because nobody liked her. Right. She had no prayer. She knew very early on she had no prayer. And so what Joe Biden thought he was bringing to the ticket by adding Kamala Harris to it is kind of a mystery to me.
Well, I think really the truth behind that, the politics behind that was Kamala Harris is very close to Nancy Pelosi.
Sure.
She's from, she's
same
another
part of the
San
state.
Francisco Democrat. And so but these North Carolina. Okay. So George, we have Abby Johnson joining us. That's exciting.
Yeah, no, we're big fans of Abby on the Western Journal. She has just done amazing work in pro-life and raising awareness of those issues, and of course, when you talk about issues that drive voters to the polls, that's certainly one of the big ones. There are plenty of pro-life voters out there, evangelicals out there, and so we're
and if
very
Donald
happy
Trump
to
did
have Abby with
anything
us
in the
tonight.
last 4 years, he proved himself to pro-lifers.
He did in fact.
Yeah.
So Abby, we're very, very happy to have you join us here on WJ Live tonight. Well, how do you think the night is going from your perspective?
I think it's looking good. I'm checking off states here with you guys, taking notes, and things are looking good on my end. And I'm getting all of the messages from people. What about Texas? What's going on here with Texas? And
Right.
people, they need not worry about Texas right now. All of the liberal counties are those are the primary ones reporting right now. So if you and I'm speaking as a Texan, so if you look at the counties that are reporting, those are liberal counties in Texas. If you are the Trump campaign right now, looking at Texas, you're sitting back and breathing a sigh of relief. Texas is definitely going to go red, so not to worry about that.
It would be astounding for Texas not to go for Donald Trump when Florida did.
Yep.
Yes,
We called Florida
absolutely,
early,
absolutely.
the earliest I've ever called it.
Yeah. Florida, definitely. I haven't seen anything, as of right now. North Carolina is a toss up, I guess, right now. But I'm not seeing anything right now that's looking like a huge upset at this point.
Maybe Virginia. Virginia's trending for Trump and pretty strongly.
Yeah, I mean, that is a surprise. Hey, that would be a surprise. If Virginia went for Trump, that would certainly be a surprise.
It would be
Virginia
a shocker.
for Trump and North Carolina for Biden. I mean, who knows?
Maybe both for Trump.
Maybe it's,
Maybe
it's early
so.
to tell.
And Michigan's trending towards Trump too. So,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. And Michigan went for Trump in 2016. So, I'm expecting that these states that went for Trump in 2016 will once again go for Trump in 2020. So, that's what I'm hoping will happen again.
When people look at our map, and we've had the map up most of the night, the way our map works is when a state is a light color, it means it hasn't been called. It's just preliminary results, and it's early yet. And so a number of states that you might think are going to go for Donald Trump that are light blue right now,
like Texas,
are just trending from these cities. Right. So tell me, how do you think the pro-life vote is working into tonight's equation?
Well, I think it's pretty strong. It was interesting. The DNC mentioned they did not have one utterance of abortion at their convention. Whereas the RNC came out, full force talking about abortion. I mean, I was one of the speakers at the RNC. You've got Sister Deirdre out there talking about abortion. Mm-hmm. You've got Nick Sandman, the kid from Covington Catholic, talking about abortion at the March for Life. They came out strong on abortion. And that was really telling, right? The DNC trying to sort of slither away from the topic of abortion, Republicans coming out hard hitting on the topic of abortion, because I think that they understand that abortion is not settled in the United States. And certainly with the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, I mean, this is a winning issue for Republicans. The pro-life vote, this is something that matters to Republicans, and it's even amped up 1,000,000 times more than previously because of the confirmation of ACB.
Yeah, that's very true. She just brilliantly handled her confirmation hearings around that issue and several others. Of all of the things that Donald Trump has done in the past 4 years for the pro-life movement and in support of the unborn, that nomination is if it's not the top of the list, it's got to be pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I'll be the first one to tell you when 2016 rolled around and I thought, really, guys? I mean, this is our guy, Donald Trump. This is what we're doing. I mean, okay. I mean, I worked Hillary's campaign when I worked at Planned Parenthood. So I knew I didn't want Hillary Clinton presidency. So I thought, okay, I'll cast my vote for Donald Trump. But I did it. I held my nose and did it. But he has come through on every promise. He really is a pro-life president. And no one can say that he hasn't done the things that he said he was going to do. No one can say that he has not stood up for the unborn at every turn.
No, that's absolutely right. It's interesting. We have kind of the opposite dynamic this year compared to 2016. 2016, so many Trump voters were, like you describe yourself, they were not so much Trump voters as they were not Hillary voters. And this year we see kind of the opposite. There's nobody excited about Joe Biden. I have yet. I don't know that Jill Biden is excited about Joe Biden, but there are so many people who are on the left very excited to vote against Trump because he has so solidly stood against the pillars of American leftism, including abortion.
Yeah, 100%. And, he is a people's president. And that's why I think the left fears him so much. He's not a typical politician. He's not a politician at all. And he is getting things done. He's putting more money into people's pockets, which you think that people would want. You think that people would like that. But, he's a common sense president. He's the people's president. And I think that people are very fearful of him. And on the issues of abortion, I mean, my inbox yesterday, today, the past 3 weeks, my inbox has been flooded with emails from Planned Parenthood and NARAL and the National Organization for Women. They fear this man. And they know that Roe and Doe hang in the balance if he gets another 4 years. And they are terrified. And that alone is a reason to motivate Republicans and conservatives to get out and vote and to support Donald Trump.
Which they seem to be doing. We are seeing results tonight that look like the GOP has just done a fantastic job on the ground getting people out and voting for pro-life candidates. So, Abby, I want to kind of give you the last word here. The last, I know I want to be respectful of your time, and it's a crazy night for everybody. But as far as life goes, as far as pro-life goes, what's your message for Americans tonight? Those who have voted, those who have yet to vote, maybe out on the West Coast. What would you say directly to them?
Look, what I want to say is two things. I mean, one, like we always say, elections have consequences, and this election certainly will have a major consequence. Under a Biden-Harris ticket, we will see the unraveling of state legislative victories that have been made throughout our country for the past several years. I'm talking about ultrasound legislation that protects the unborn so that women are able to see their babies and make an informed decision. I'm talking about state dollars for abortion so that state taxpayers don't have to fund abortion. I'm talking about waiting periods before abortions, late-term abortions. So many state legislative victories, those will all be shattered under a Biden-Harris presidency. Elections have consequences. And so if you haven't voted yet, you need to be aware that these issues really do matter. It's not just about Roe v. Wade. It's not just about Doe v. Bolton. These are about state issues that affect you and the people that you love every single day. I'm talking about parental consent for abortion.
Right.
There are states, especially in the West, where a 13-year-old girl can go and get an abortion without her parents knowing that she went to have an abortion, but she cannot get a Tylenol from the school nurse without her parents knowing. I mean, these elections have consequences, so we need to vote accordingly.
Those are wise words from Abby Johnson. Thank you so much for joining us here on WJ Live tonight. You are a powerful voice in just one of the most important battles for the soul of this nation, in my opinion. And we're so grateful for all that you do, and very grateful that you could carve out some time for us tonight. We hope this won't be the last time we talk to you.
Of course. I would love to do it again. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great
Thanks
night,
for
Abby.
joining
Thank you.
us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to welcome in studio Andy Olson. Andy is the former Republican leader of the State House in Oregon. He's also a retired Oregon State Police officer and leader. And it's great to have you.
Thanks, Floyd.
Welcome.
So watching these results and watching Florida come in early for Donald Trump, we called it probably, I don't know, at least 2 hours earlier than we did 4 years ago. Currently, Virginia is trending towards Trump, believe it or not. Trump is up in Michigan. and also in Maine. Looks like it could be a very good night for Donald Trump. And I wanted to ask you, do you think any of these victories by Trump are going to translate down to lower offices? Is it going to translate down to state legislatures, Congress? Do you have any idea what's going to happen lower down the ticket?
So you're asking the question: are there going to be coattails to be hanging on to?
Yes. Yes.
Throughout the states and everything. I do think that exists. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with the race in Congressional District 4 up there in Oregon, which is the Alec Skarlatos against Peter DeFazio. Peter's been there for well over 30 years. I mean, that's one I'm really interested in seeing, and I think that might be a coattail one right there. I do think that there's a number of other races, especially in California. I think we need to be paying attention to those. They still have another hour or so before they're called out there.
Right.
Yeah. Well, as we look at the big map, as we call it, Andy, you can see it there. The pathway to victory for Donald Trump still remains wide open. The way our map works is those light blue states are states that have preliminary results, so though they haven't been called. The dark red states have all been called for Donald Trump. The light red states are states that are trending for Donald Trump right now. So
we see Texas has finally turned pink, as we've expected to see happen for some time now.
It's way too early to call Texas, but just as it's way too early to call Ohio, way too early to call Pennsylvania, way too early to call New Hampshire, states which are showing slight Biden leads, but that's to be expected because many of the mail-in votes have been counted. Mm-hmm. And the Democrats really focused on the mail-in ballots. They focused on getting those early votes, and the Trump voters were actually demonstrating the courage of going to the polls.
Right.
So as I look at that map, and Andy, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. You gotta feel really good about it.
Yeah, let's start with Texas first, because you brought up the issue with Texas. The three main areas, Austin, Dallas, obviously Houston, those are really heavily Democratic voter registration areas. They're close to about 80 to 85% already tallied for those. We haven't even started yet, really, the tallying of what's happening in the rural communities.
Right.
And that in itself will overtake and end up being a big red for the state of Texas. Same thing as what you're seeing with Georgia right now. Of course, Atlanta was a big one for being blue. But again, that's the same thing. West Virginia is the same thing, or Virginia. So, those are kind of things that I think that you get the urban side out of it knocked out first.
Sure.
Then all of a sudden you see the rural show up. It's the same thing that happens on the West Coast. However, there's a tad bit more blue there.
Yeah. Well, from your garb tonight, you must be a Donald Trump supporter.
I am. Yes, I am.
And does that have anything to do with the fact that you're career law enforcement?
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate you asking and kind of bringing that up, throwing that out there. I've never seen. I spent 29 years with the Oregon State Police, but I'd never seen up to this point right now as much support and endorsement from the law enforcement community throughout the country for a president candidate as what they have, that President Trump has received. It is phenomenal. And then besides that, there's some brotherhood going on too. You got to remember, between law enforcement, the police, and fire. To see the Philadelphia Police Department last week alone endorse, the president was huge. That catches fire to other police departments across the nation. It really does. So, You know, somebody knows a police officer in their neighborhood, and somebody knows a fireman in their neighborhood. And they appreciate them.
Yeah, well, we all do, and I think that that's going to be one of the issues that's really trending for Donald Trump tonight. And we haven't had any reports. We are closely monitoring whether there's violence in the country. As the map gets redder and redder and the pathway to victory for Donald Trump gets clearer and clearer, I think that the truth is that some of those bricks may start getting offloaded off of George Soros's truck and into the city where they'll be thrown.
Yeah,
you know. I noticed in Washington, D.C., where they were boarding up all the buildings, they were actually spray painting on some of the plywood, you know, "We support Black Lives Matter." You know, in the hopes that their plywood wouldn't be ripped off and their windows all smashed and their store looted. They did that preemptively. But what I've found so interesting about these demonstrations is it's not really blacks. It's rich white kids.
That's right.
Rich
That's very
white
true.
kids that, you know, really, I guess, weren't raised well by their parents or something, because they're a bunch of juvenile delinquents out there smashing and grabbing what they can. And they go by a slightly different name. It's called Antifa.
Yeah. That's just an idea, Floyd.
Yeah, just an idea. Well, I think the law enforcement, you know, is an important constituency, and it was really good to see Donald Trump be so clear in his support of law enforcement and so clear in his support to get these cities back to what they need to be, which is peaceful.
And he made an excellent point of that, I think, in the last debate too, and when he asked Joe Biden to name all of the endorsements he'd gotten from law enforcement agencies or groups, and of course Biden was silent on that issue, as he had to be.
I mean, if you think about it, and I appreciate, again, you know, talking about this whole issue with law enforcement and everything, you know, a police officer, a cop understands what service is to the public, to protect and to serve. That's what they believe in. But when you have a leader, excuse me, of a Democratic city, or worse, the governor that's of a Democratic state, step in and prevent you as a police officer from performing the duties that you swore yourself to do, it creates a real rub.
Right.
Let me tell you, there's a conflict there. Police officers don't understand that. And I tell you, you know, from my home state, Oregon, it was brilliant with the U.S. Attorney General up there, Billy Williams, as well as with Russ Berger, who is the U.S. Marshal for the Oregon District, to deputize, you know, about 80 members from both Portland Police Bureau, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and the Oregon State Police, that if they get involved in any type of, you know, crime with somebody hurting them, they're prosecuted federally. That's a beautiful thing.
It's a smart move.
You know, there's an interesting phenomenon looking back at our map that I think is important to point out, and that is the states we expected to go for Donald Trump are going for Donald Trump, but a lot of the states that we expected to go for Joe Biden are still
up in the air.
They're still light blue. And so it is interesting that the Trump campaign's got to feel very good at this point in the night about how this is trending. And if these trends continue, Donald J. Trump is going to be reelected president of the United States and have 4 more years. You know, Biden has locked down, you know, New York. Everybody expected that because of the city of New York, and people expected Illinois to go for Biden because of the, you know, basically mafia politics of Chicago inner city and the way that they, you know, control the vote there through the wards. And I mean, that's been a notorious kind of hotbed for illegal voting for a long time. But I mean, it goes back to the Nixon-Kennedy race, where Mayor Richard Daley, the first one, was credited with getting John Kennedy elected based on the dead people that voted in Chicago. That goes all the way back to before I was born. So you're really going back there with this gray hair.
I can't even get my head around that idea.
That's going way back. But the Trump campaign has got to feel very good about tonight. As a Trump supporter, Andy, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm grateful where we're at right now, and for the voting, anyways. I'm really I'm expecting a win, and I'm hoping that it's decisive and that we learn tonight.
Yeah.
Who the final is.
One of the things that I think has been very evident through this campaign has been a spiritual dimension.
Yes.
And I know you're a Christian, Andy, and I know you've been praying a lot about this race, but I saw also trending on Twitter was the witches that were trying to hex Donald Trump to try and stop him from winning. And I just find it very interesting that there was a real spiritual dimension to this race, and there has been a spiritual dimension to this race. Talk about as a Christian, what's that meant to you?
Well, clearly, I mean, you're realizing that it all boils down to what freedom and liberty is all about. You have one side of the platform that clearly believes in liberty, clearly believes in freedom. You have the other one that says that's the case, but that's not really true. When you start comparing apples to oranges on this whole thing, and we can go all the way down. What do you do with funding or defunding law enforcement? What do we do for pro-life? Do we support it, or do we go ahead and continue killing and tearing apart babies? We're 63 million plus now in our nation since 1973. What do we do with the Second Amendment? What do we do with the First Amendment for freedom of speech, freedom of religion? We have one president right now one platform that is extremely supportive of this. The other one, kind of a little quiet, but says that, well, yeah, I'm Catholic, but these are all the kind of things that I play in and think about, Floyd, and from a spiritual sense, hey, the enemy really wants to tear this apart.
Sure.
He hates freedom, and he hates, as far as I'm concerned, he hates liberty. Why? Because it all started at the cross.
Wow. Let's report the Ohio numbers. Let's go to the Ohio numbers because I think it's very significant that Donald Trump, with 74% of the vote in, has pulled to quite a substantial lead in Ohio. And that's got to make those officials in the Trump campaign and the president himself, he's got to feel pretty good. I know he worked that state hard.
Yeah.
And
well, that's another state where his fracking comments, Joe Biden's fracking comments, didn't help him any. This is one where I think Trump was largely expected to pull ahead eventually, and but that's, I mean, to the point that you just keep making, Floyd, and you're right about it, is it just makes Donald Trump's path to victory just that much wider, that much easier. It would be, he could win without Ohio, but it would be a tougher challenge without Ohio. That's 18 votes. That's a lot of electoral votes.
And I think that for tonight to be really a night that brings resolution to America, because Pennsylvania has basically said they're not going to report their results tonight.
Right.
The truth is that it would be nice to see Donald Trump win without Pennsylvania, because when the Pennsylvania vote comes in and he carries Pennsylvania, then the truth is at that point it's gravy. So let's go back to the big map.
That's really big right there with Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, no,
I didn't see that before.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham, a commanding commanding lead in that South Carolina Senate race. They
outspent.
brought everything, including the kitchen sink, to try and beat that man.
Indeed.
And that Jamie Harrison, I think someone said he raised more money than any other Senate candidate in history.
Wow.
And misspent it, obviously, because Lindsey Graham has 55% of the vote.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I don't know how they ever thought they were going to win in South Carolina.
I don't know if that 12-point lead there is going to hold. We've got plenty of votes left to count in South Carolina, but that looks pretty commanding. It would be. He may not win by 12 points. Graham may not win re-election by 12 points, but hard to say he's not going to win that race at this point.
Yeah. So going back to our map, though, there's just a lot of red on that map right now. And if you're just joining us, you're listening to WJ Live, and you're also listening on the USA Radio Network. If you want to look at our map, you can look at it on YouTube or on Facebook at WJ Live. But those of you that are looking at it, I just want to explain how it works. Only dark colors are called states. So all of those dark red states, we've called those for Donald Trump. There are a few dark Biden states: New York, Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey.
The usual suspects.
The usual suspects, but there's a number of states that should definitely be solidly for Biden that are either pink or light blue at this point, and we haven't called those. And it's going to be a long night. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back with our continuing coverage of this very exciting night as Donald Trump is reelected president of the United States.
Looking increasingly like that.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm the community manager for the Western Journal. We've really enjoyed recording WJ Live these last few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more listeners with the truth and fight against big tech,
We need to get more subscribers and reviews.
So please, go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and leave a 5-star review. Oh, and tell them you want to see more of me on the podcast.
Thank you for helping us out. And don't forget that you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
All right, my little deplorables, it's story time, and I've got a real special one for you tonight. Yay! 'Twas the night before elections, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. We once thought the vote would send us straight to the plumbing, but then Trump assured us, a red wave is coming. Let's think back to the 80s when this all began. We had a new president, a man named Reagan. With his vice president, a new path we would forge. This Bush came from Texas, one H.W. George, who'd go on to live for a very long time and left a legacy quite sublime. But when Bush and his friend, this guy named Dan Quayle, sought re-election, unfortunately, they'd fail. To 8 years of Bill Clinton is what we were sentenced until something was found on the interns' dresses. Despite his behavior, his wife never left him. She needed his power for the office she'd try to get in. But then in 2000, a new Bush arose. More Bush is better is what the voters chose. But now just George Bush, no HW this time. He'd stay in office until 2009. That's when everyone, from your dad to your mama, watched the swearing in of Barack Hussein Obama. Then in 2012, we had a chance to go back to once again put America on the Republican track. But America, well, they showed Mitt Romney no love. They didn't want their president named after ball gloves. Fast forward now to 2016, when Hillary Clinton tried to become our first queen. But America didn't want her, that Benedict Arnold. Instead, we decided we'd go with the Donald. We're making America great again. Taxes are down, employment is up, there's nary a frown. Now real change is here, and liberals better start running, because as Trump has declared, the red wave is coming. The end. Yay!
Hi, my name is Logan Harris, and I am co-director of WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal.
Am I on?
All right, welcome back to live election night coverage from WJ Live and the Western Journal, and also being carried on USA Radio Network across the country. We're glad you've joined us for what is becoming an increasingly exciting night of election returns that are, it's been full of surprises so far. We're not expecting that to stop. We're going to go right now to look at North Carolina results. North Carolina has been trending blue all night, pretty much. And we now see we're pretty much in a dead heat. We're separated by about 3,000 votes. Biden has a very slight advantage with 87% of the vote in. But as we've said many times tonight, we see the urban centers tend to report early and they slant blue. We see the more rural areas come in later, they slant red. And so I would very much expect these last 13% to come in pro-Trump.
If I was working for the Trump campaign and I saw these numbers with 87% reporting, I would say to myself, wow, those are good numbers. I feel good about this. The pathway to victory is wide open to Donald Trump. They haven't blocked him yet. The first place they had a chance to block him, George, was in Florida.
Right.
They
Did not
totally
happen.
failed.
Yeah, totally failed Florida.
In fact, the margin in Florida was much better and much bigger than it was 4 years ago. And then in North Carolina, we're looking at those results right now. It's virtually a dead heat. It's, right at the margin of error. Trump is actually behind by less than 3,000 votes.
Right. It's right there.
And if I saw those numbers, knowing that the cities have reported,
and the rural areas haven't yet.
Places like Raleigh have reported,
Charlotte,
places
Greensboro.
like Charlotte have reported, places like the Research Triangle have reported, then I'm feeling pretty good because I know that when the mountains report and the Beach reports.
You're dead on.
You're
right.
You're going to.
I lived in North.
Donald Trump is going to win this race.
That's right. I lived there for 30 years. It never failed. And I watched elections back to Jesse Helms and Harvey Gantt.
Yeah.
What was that, 92, I think?
But the results I want to look at, I want to go on to Virginia.
Yes.
Because
this is fascinating.
This is absolutely fascinating what's happening in Virginia right now. And if we can go to those Virginia results, I think everybody needs to see these, because now it's just just a little over half reporting.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump is blowing Joe Biden away. I mean, it's not even close in Virginia. And so something's happened there. And this is I'm gonna make some assumptions. For Democrats to do well in Virginia, they have to turn out the black vote.
Right.
Not only do they have to turn out the black vote, it has to come out in big numbers. That's how Democrats win in Virginia.
Absolutely.
And I would say, looking at 54% of the vote reporting in Virginia, what's happened is that blacks didn't turn out for Joe Biden in Virginia. And some blacks that did turn out, they supported Donald Trump. Now, we'll get that later, but at first blush, that's what's got to have happened, and why Donald Trump is the surprise leader. With over half of the votes in Virginia, he's the surprise leader. Now, what I want to go to next is actually the breakdown of the popular vote and the Electoral College vote at this point. And if you remember with Hillary, all night she led with the popular vote and she led in the electoral vote. All night. Right now, Donald Trump is leading in both the popular vote and the Electoral College vote based on what's been called. So the states that were supposed to be his, Donald Trump won those states.
Right.
The states that Biden was supposed to win, they have either not been called or they're too close to call. And in a case of a state like Virginia, which was supposed to be an easy Biden victory, it's trending to Trump. And right now, Donald Trump is ahead in both the Electoral College vote and he's ahead in the popular vote by over 2 million votes, which is if these kind of trends continue, there's a chance he could win the popular vote, which everybody said, no, there's no way Donald Trump could win the popular vote. I'm telling you, if these trends continue, George, Donald Trump could win the popular vote.
He could indeed.
Because he might be down 2 million votes, maybe 3 million votes when he hits, from California.
Yeah, from the West Coast.
From the West Coast, but this is a really good night for Donald Trump, and he's really in the driver's seat to win this race right now.
Well, and I know there were a lot of people hoping that Donald Trump would win not only the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well, because it does away with, well, it won't completely do away with it because everybody's crazy, but it takes away one of the arguments about the illegitimacy of the Trump presidency. The left has made that argument really since Bush in 2000, right? When he lost the popular vote, won the Electoral College, and so, well, he's not really the legitimate president. But they've amped that up crazily for Donald Trump.
But the fact that at 10 o'clock Eastern time, that when some of these states haven't even closed on the West Coast, that you would see Donald Trump in this kind of commanding position.
Right.
That's shocking.
That's
absolutely shocking.
No, it is absolutely right. I would let's look at the Pennsylvania numbers that are starting to come in now. Pennsylvania is a state that they themselves said they're not going to call it today. They've said it may be 3 days, it might be a week. Who knows?
Well, they're the ones that wanted to keep voting after the election.
Until
we're not going to call it until Biden wins.
Exactly.
But
And that's actually kind of what the Attorney General of Pennsylvania said.
Right.
Was,
he guaranteed the win.
Yeah, exactly.
Just yesterday.
Right now, Donald Trump is up by about 75,000 votes. And we've only got about a quarter reporting, so this could still move in either direction. But again, if
it's a third of the vote.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I'm in Trump campaign headquarters, I'm very happy with these
very
numbers right
happy
now. And
with
if
these
I'm Joe
Pennsylvania
Biden,
numbers.
I probably have that look on my face, the look that we have on that graphic right now. He's probably having trouble believing that he's 4.2 percentage points behind Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which was supposed to be a sure thing for Joe Biden.
This is a state that was razor thin.
Right.
A razor thin margin 4 years ago. I think it was 44,000 votes.
That's exactly right, yes.
And so it was extremely close. But you know, as the last week, as I watched the campaign, and one of the things I did was I went to a Trump rally. When you go to these Trump rallies, they are a combination of a rock concert and a revival meeting. Okay, you put those two together, and that
There's
is
a lot
Trump
of emotion
rally.
in that setting.
They first of all, they were unbelievably fun, fun, and more people showed up than you ever believed showed up. And it was you know, the president, you know, flew in on his chopper, Marine One, and he circled to see the entire crowd, and it was quite an event. But when you saw the rallies he had in Pennsylvania, he had one in a city that was a postage stamp, and there were more people for that rally than I think had ever been in that county.
Well, I think one of my very favorite moments in these last few days of the campaign was when I first heard the news that Donald Trump's, one of his last campaign rallies was going to be in Scranton the day before the election. And I thought, I can't think of anything more Donald Trump than campaigning in what Joe Biden claims to be his hometown. I think he lived there till he was 9 or something. Yeah. You know, the day before, on election eve, I'm going to go on, you know, to his doorstep, and I'm going to take the fight to him. That is such a Donald Trump move.
And we've got to go look at the North Carolina results, because 90% of North Carolina is now in, and Donald Trump.
Now we see him trending.
Donald Trump is trending to victory.
Yep.
And it's still a very close race in North Carolina. But as we told you, you know, Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham, these cities that trend more to the left probably were in early, and now we are getting the outer skirts vote in, and North Carolina with 90% voting.
When we had 81% reporting, I think this is right, don't hold me to this, Floyd, but I'm pretty sure I recall when we had 81% reporting, Donald Trump was down 1.4, I believe, 1.5 roughly. And now with just 9 percentage points reporting more, 9%, that's a terrible sentence, 9% of the, more of the vote counted, he's he's up by 2 points. He's changed that by 2 points. So to your point, these last 10% that are coming in are almost certainly going to trend his way. That's still, you know, there's still a fair amount of voting. There's about 500,000 votes out there left to count, I think. Again, if I'm Donald Trump, I'm pretty happy with these numbers, and if I'm Joe Biden, I'm really starting to sweat right now.
I'm pretty close to calling this state. We also have to look at that North Carolina Senate race, because it was probably the most interesting of the Senate races that were out there. Tom Tillis, never a guy that was super well liked in his home state.
No, so when he was elected, I was living in North Carolina, and you know, pretty close with conservative politics in the state, and with some folks, particularly in Guilford County, which is where I lived. And there were a lot of people, I can tell you, who held their nose and voted for Tom Tillis. And he hadn't been a bad senator. I think he's actually turned out to be a better senator than most folks expected him to be. But you're right. He was never Mr. Popular in North Carolina.
He's just not
with
Jesse.
The left
he's just
or the
not
right.
Jesse Helms.
There was only one Jesse Helms, brother.
So, but Cal Cunningham, who a lot of people thought was going to coast to victory in this race, and then got caught in that huge scandal of infidelity, and he compounded it because of his He's a military officer.
So he's under investigation.
He's under investigation and has most likely violated the military
Code of Justice.
Code of Justice, which is quite interesting. So let's go back to our big map though, and let's look at our big map. And right now,
it's more and more red on that map, Floyd.
Yeah,
that map's getting redder and redder.
Is pink. Georgia's pink. North Carolina's pink. Virginia is still pink with more votes coming in. Pennsylvania's turned pink. Ohio's turned pink. Michigan's still pink. Maine is still pink. Maine is still
amazing.
pink. That is, Donald Trump campaigned there.
Yeah.
He went up there. And they don't ever see anybody in Maine. But there's a lot of what shall we say? There's a lot of good old boys up there in Maine.
That's a good way to put it. I will say that Maine reports slowly. Maine is very rural, and so getting all of those results in, will take time tonight. But
Donald J. Trump is loved outside the city limits.
Oh, yes, he is. Absolutely.
If there's one big thing that we can say is that you circle those really big major cities, Chicago, L.A., San Francisco, New York, Philadelphia. That's not where you find Donald Trump supporters.
Right.
But once you get outside those city limits, that's where Donald Trump thrives, in the backbone of America, in the manufacturing, the people that are, drilling for oil, and the people that are building things and making things.
Well, and another part of the interesting dynamic here, Floyd, and we've talked about this tonight, is even within those cities, you don't find a lot of enthusiasm for Donald Trump. You don't find a lot of enthusiasm for Joe Biden either. There's nobody enthusiastic about Joe Biden. They are more enthusiastic about not Donald Trump than they are about Joe Biden. Right. And it's really hard to motivate people to come out and vote for a guy, no matter how much they don't like the other guy, to vote for a guy that they're not excited about. It's just tough to drive turnout in those circumstances.
So let's go to Arizona's closed. Let's go to the Arizona results, because right now with 71% reporting, it shows that Joe Biden's getting 53% of the vote. Now, why I don't want people to be immediately worried about that is because the mail-in ballots are the first thing that are counted here in Arizona. And
they were counted early.
They were counted early, and they immediately reported. So while it looks scary, as the rest of the state reports,
there's
that
still
last
plenty of
30% could be heavily Trump. But we always knew it was going to be extremely close here. Don't get nervous about those early votes. And frankly, at this point, the map looks so strong for Donald Trump, he could lose Arizona and still win this race. He's got a very strong path to victory. And as we've said throughout the night, a lot of these states trended early for Biden. North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Ohio. Even Texas early on, we were seeing them trending for Biden. We said, just wait.
Yep.
Just keep watching.
That's right.
Just keep looking.
This will change.
Because this will change. And so I don't think you need to worry. But looking overall at the race right now, the president is in a pretty commanding position. He's got 123 electoral college votes pretty well locked down.
In the called states, right?
In the called states. And Joe Biden only has 104. But if you look, there's a number of those states that are pink right now. Those are states that are trending to Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They include Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Missouri, and Kansas. All of those, or most of those, we intend to go for Donald Trump. If they're trending that way at this time. I mean, and you can see the way these maps work. I mean, right now they show Utah trending for Biden, and that often happens early.
Unlikely.
Well, they probably have just reported Salt Lake City.
Right.
And so, you know, you get that early reporting from Salt Lake City, and all of a sudden, you know, Utah's going for Biden. Don't believe it for a minute.
Right.
Donald Trump is gonna win big in Utah. And
we just updated the map with Wisconsin. That is trending for Donald Trump as well tonight. Again, very preliminary results in. I think we're looking at about a third of the vote being counted so far. So there's plenty left to do in Wisconsin tonight. But
yeah, let's go to those Wisconsin numbers, because this is Wisconsin
41%. Okay.
Wisconsin, like most of the states, early on they're going to report the cities.
Right.
And then the rural areas are going to report later. And Donald Trump has a pretty commanding lead with 41% of the vote.
That's 5 points. He's up about 63,000 votes there, it looks like.
And Wisconsin, we were talking earlier with Andy Olson about the law enforcement issue. I think what happened in Kenosha,
sure, that's a big
shocked the entire state.
Yes.
The amount of violence and just the way that city was shaken to its core.
Right.
It had a big impact on everybody in the state, and I think that is something that we have to take into account, and it's probably the reason that he is trending so strongly. Now, if you look at our map, you'll see that Iowa and Minnesota are both slightly for Biden, but those are states that are still early in reporting.
Mm-hmm.
The Des Moines Register poll had Donald Trump up in Iowa. I would be really surprised if he doesn't carry Iowa.
I would be too.
But I mean, if you look at the strength of that map, he didn't have to carry Iowa. He didn't really. I mean, he's closing in on victory, and it's early.
Yeah, he's got a lot of paths to victory yet remaining with uncalled states, and Joe Biden's path is getting narrower and narrower. He could still pull it out. It's not outside of the question by any stretch. But yeah, if I'm Joe Biden right now, I'm chewing my fingernails.
Yeah, well, I'm not just chewing my fingernails, because like let's look at the Kansas numbers. Kansas, we haven't officially called Kansas yet, but when you look at those numbers, we might as well call it.
hard to see how that gets reversed.
It was 74% of the vote reporting. Donald Trump has 53.3%, and Joe Biden at 44.5%.
Hard to imagine how Biden brings up 9 points.
Another 6 electoral votes. George, if it's okay with you, let's go ahead and call Kansas for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah,
I feel very comfortable with that.
I don't see. I don't think that state was ever a much of a hope for Biden anyway. But yeah, I think that's very fair.
So
I don't see how
let's
that
move
changes.
that from the
That's not pink. That's
the
red
light
anymore.
pink. That's
red
dark
now.
red.
That's right.
Let's get that dark red on the map. Well, it's not time to pull out the champagne, but it's getting closer, George.
I think
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
I've got a smile on my face.
I think the Trump campaign is probably pretty optimistic
I just like
right
looking
now
at that
it's
map.
going to be a champagne night.
I just like looking at that map. That map just makes me feel good. Look at that.
There
Look
it
at all
is.
that red.
There it is.
There it is. Look at all that red. I see nothing but red. I got red flashing in my face.
It looks good. When does New Mexico close?
Well, New Mexico's closed. It closed along with Arizona, but we don't have any real. Results yet.
Data in, yep.
But that was a state that, because of the whole fracking question, New Mexico has a lot of really important high-paying jobs in that oil industry, and so that is a very good chance.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Let's just kind of go through the states again if
Sure.
we can, especially for those that are listening on USA Radio networks. They can't see our map.
That's true.
If you're driving out there and you get home and you want to look at our map, because Frankly, we're in love with our map right now. All we want to look at is that map because of all the red on it. But we're going to walk through the states. So early on, almost at the beginning of the night, we called Florida for Donald J. Trump.
Right.
Very strong outing in Florida. It really was never in question. Right on the heels of calling Florida, we called South Carolina, West Virginia, and then right down the center of the country, we called Indiana, we called Kentucky, we called Tennessee, and right below that, we called both Alabama and Mississippi. Soon after that, we called Arkansas, and then right after Arkansas, we called Louisiana. These are all for Donald J. Trump, and these are places where he has a commanding lead. Then we also called for Donald J. Trump, North Dakota, South Dakota, and then Nebraska. We called for Donald J. Trump, and then Kansas we just called, and earlier we had called Wyoming, and then trending towards Trump are all of the key states that have been we've talked about a lot: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Missouri, all trending towards Trump, Texas, and Utah. But there's a couple of states that I think call out special, that we really need to call out special, and the big one is Virginia.
Right.
Virginia is a state that's trending to Donald Trump, and we haven't called it yet. And it looks like Donald Trump could win Virginia, and something big happened there. Maine, we're not ready yet to call Virginia. We're not ready yet to call Maine either. But both of those states are trending towards Trump, which are shocking at this point. And what I find even stranger is Maryland has not been called yet for Biden. Look at Maryland is still light blue.
Yeah, how is that possible?
And Maryland is one of the most reliably left-wing states in the country. And yet, and it's right there next to Delaware. You know,
yeah,
tiny little Delaware.
Joe
We did call Delaware for Biden.
There's a big shock. Yeah.
But it's unbelievable. Hey, we're going to take just a quick break. We'll be back in just, maybe a minute or two, and we're going to continue as Donald Trump is pushing towards victory in 2020. What a great night, George.
It's looking like a very good night for Donald Trump.
Great to be with you on WJ Live and the USA Radio Network.
WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. We have enjoyed recording WJ Live these past few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more readers with the truth and continue our fight against big tech, we're going to need more subscribers and reviews.
Go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts, hit the subscribe button, and leave us a 5-star review.
Thank you for helping us out, and don't forget you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
The Western Journal has rolled out a brand new subscription model designed specifically for readers like you, who want the unvarnished truth that the establishment media won't tell you. Our multi-tiered plans give you exactly what you want, and help us fight fake news during this, the most important election of our lives. Become a subscriber to the Western Journal today and unlock exclusive features you won't find anywhere else. It's easy. Just follow the prompts in this video to join us in equipping readers with the truth.
Scatterboo, da da ba da da dee da do da ba da dee da da do ba da ba da do 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 da do do ba do da ba da do do ba da do ba da ba da ba ba da ba da do do da do do ba da 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 ba da ba dee dee baby da 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 ba 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 ba. And welcome back to WJ Live. My name's Floyd Brown.
And I'm Joe Sutton.
And Joe, it's great to have you in with me tonight. We have been following these results all night, and I know you have been following some, in particular, important issues. You've got some results on the Senate and the House, and I really wanted to delve into that a little bit. If you can kind of tell us what's happening in both the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Yeah, well, I'll take the Senate first. From the start, before tonight, we were kind of told that the Democrats had a very good chance of flipping the Senate, and it does not look like that's going to happen. The big Senate seat that people were waiting to see was Thom Tillis versus Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. Cal Cunningham obviously had the big scandal with he had an affair that came to light just a couple of weeks ago. And it's a very close race right now with about 90% of the vote in. Tillis is actually winning by a small margin, but he is winning nonetheless. And it's just not – it's not looking like the Democrats really needed that seat if they wanted to take the Senate.
Let's go to those actual
like
vote numbers there on Thom Tillis. Neither of them have 50%, but with 91% reporting, he's got a pretty commanding lead.
Yeah, and it looks like that scandal ended up hurting Cunningham more than, there's a lot of talk. Do scandals like this even matter now in the politics of today? And I think these results tell you, yes, they do. People still care, a bit about candidates' personal lives. So that was the big Senate seat, the big Senate race that we wanted to keep an eye on. There's obviously Susan Collins in Maine, which is far too close to call. Only about 14% of the vote is in there. And then there's Mark Kelly versus Martha McSally. Floyd, what do you think is going to happen there?
Well, I think that all depends on Donald Trump. If Donald Trump wins Arizona by 4 points, Martha McSally wins.
Yeah.
If it's a 1 point or a 2 point race in the presidential, Martha McSally probably loses.
Yeah, because I don't think she's as strong of a candidate as Trump. She's at least nobody has Donald Trump's personality. But I agree with you. Now, it does look like Kelly has a big lead right now. There's still a lot of votes.
Yeah, but the way Arizona counts, it's really important to understand the way it counts. Mm-hmm. It counted all of those mail-in ballots ahead of time.
Right.
So
he ran up the lead big.
He ran up a big lead early as a result of that. And as the votes come in, Martha's going to get closer and closer and closer. Granted, she has a lot of votes she's got to catch up. I mean, it's 300,000 votes she's behind. That's
It's a big margin.
That's a big margin, especially with 72% of the precincts reporting. So, and the truth is, it's she was never a strong candidate. She lost the last Senate race, but she was well liked by the governor because the governor is a McCain lackey, and Martha McSally was close to McCain. So you had. This is the last vestiges. When the governor goes away and when Martha McSally, who I really like actually, goes away, then the McCain machine in Arizona is dead and buried.
Yeah, well, Martha McSally was never seen as a particularly conservative candidate. She was always the establishment candidate. When she ran against Kelly Ward in 2018, Kelly Ward was the upstart, backed by Rand Paul, backed by a lot of Tea Party Republicans, and Martha McSally was sort of the establishment, seen as the safe pick, and she ended up losing in 2018. She's, I think she has a pretty conservative record in the Senate,
and
but
she's a really nice lady.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I really like her, so I mean, I'm sorry to see that she's behind, but we'll see. We'll see. That there's still a lot of time in that race, but we are going to call an additional state for Donald Trump.
Yes,
We're going
we
to
are.
call Missouri for Donald Trump, and he's got a pretty commanding lead there, 57 to 40%, and only 44% of the count reporting. But we're going to change that from pink. We want to change that from pink to a dark red. A
Because
dark
Missouri
red
is a deep red
Hasn't-
state.
Yeah, well, it hasn't changed on our map yet. I just want to see it change on our map. And I've been watching that big map. Okay, it's all changed. We got to show that map then. Let's show that map, and let's show that dark red Missouri. Man, that map looks good for Donald Trump.
It's looking like the polls were wrong in many, many ways once again this year.
That's really an understatement. So just to kind of review the night, we called Florida early because Donald Trump almost blew Biden out of Florida, which is shocking.
I think he won Florida by 112,000 votes or something close to that in 2016. He's on track to win it by 300,000 this time. I mean, his margins in Florida are very big.
Yes. And so we've called South. For those that are listening on the USA Radio Network, I'm going to just walk through these verbally. I know those of you that are watching and can see our map at WJ Live on YouTube or WJ Live on Facebook, powered by the Western Journal. Then you can actually go and see our map. But that map looks pretty good. I love that map. That's a beautiful map. That's a wonderful map. And let's just walk through the states. Florida, South Carolina, West Virginia, all called for Donald Trump. Then right down the center of the country, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and now Missouri, all for Donald Trump. And then moving westward, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and Wyoming, all called for Donald Trump. And we have states trending towards Trump. Some surprises. Maine and Virginia are the surprises, also trending for Trump. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, which everybody thought was going to be for Biden, but it's trending to Trump, and Wisconsin. So the pathway to victory is getting wider and wider for Donald
opening
Trump.
up a good bit. Now, even if it's very early, I think still in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania even, but Donald Trump hasn't lost any of the states that he won yet in 2016. So Trump is on track to win, like you said, Florida. He's on track to win Georgia, even though we probably won't know the final results there for a couple of days because of some issues they're having counting the ballots. He's going to win Texas. I mean, they were trying to tell the left and the media were trying to tell us for weeks that Texas wasn't play, and it looks like he's probably going to win Texas, pretty handily. It was looking like it was close for a while, but Trump's starting to pull away. Same deal with Ohio, where Trump was even down in the polls going into Election Day, and he's winning there now. Now, the thing is, even if Trump loses Wisconsin, even if he loses Michigan, it's still a very good-looking map for him because he's winning Florida. It looks like he has a very solid chance of winning North Carolina. And Pennsylvania, still too early to tell, but he's winning there so far. So he can afford to lose a couple of these states, I think.
Yeah, no, he can, but he's not. They're all trending
He's
in
not
his
yet.
in his direction.
Yeah.
The only state that really might be an anomaly right now is Iowa. And I don't know how much of, if we can get the Iowa numbers up.
Only 25% of the vote in Iowa is in, yeah.
Yeah, only 25%. And probably most of that vote is urban vote.
Mhm.
And Iowa, as we know, is a very rural state, and Donald Trump does well outside the city limits. So, yeah, let's go look at those numbers. It's 40, so half of the vote hasn't reported, but Biden has a 120,000 vote lead, which is surprising. But we'll see.
I think Iowa, the Trump campaign had seen Iowa as sort of one of their safest states one of the safest swing states, one of the ones that they were most likely to keep. And what's funny is it looks like they're going to take some of the other swing states, and we aren't really sure what's going to happen in Iowa, even though there's still a lot of votes.
There's still a lot of votes to be counted there, and a lot of time.
Yes.
And we're going to call one more state. We're going to call Utah for Trump. Let's go to the Utah numbers. We've got 64% of the vote. And I remember when this state first went on the map, it was light blue too. But we said, well, we knew it was going to turn around, and 55% for Trump, 40% for Biden, and that's with 64% of the vote being tallied so far. So we're going to call another state for Trump, and that's Utah.
Yes, we are. Now, I want to talk very quickly about some House races, Floyd. It looks like Democrats are going to keep the House. They may even gain a few seats, although it's sort of hard to tell exactly what's going to happen because there are so many contests. But there are a couple of races in the House where Democrats won seats in 2018 that it looks like they're going to lose. There are a couple in South Florida. There's one in New York, in Staten Island, where Max Rose, who beat Dan Donovan in 2018, Max Rose is a Democrat. Looks like he's losing pretty handily to Nicole Malliotakis. In Virginia, where Dave Bratt, the Tea Party favorite, he lost in 2018 to Abigail Spanberger, a Democrat. Looks like Spanberger's being defeated pretty handily by Nick Freitas, who is a very conservative, very small government type guy. So even if these races don't mean a whole lot for who has control of the House, I think it's still worth noting that some of these so-called moderate Democrats who flipped GOP districts in 2018 are now losing their seats.
Yeah, so that will make the majority that Nancy Pelosi has even smaller.
Yeah, I mean it.
Yeah, so, well, why don't we go back to the presidential map? I just like looking at that map because it's got so much red on it.
It's fun to flip the little buttons, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it's fun to call those states, but it would be really nice to call North Carolina and Georgia or Ohio, but we still can't do it quite yet.
Yeah. Floyd, if I can ask you, what do you think, because I do think this is still going to be a close race. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. Do you think that Trump is going to pull away, or do you think it's going to come down to the wire?
Well, I think these races are always going to be down to the wire. I think it will be interesting to see if Donald Trump wins the popular vote.
Yes.
So, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote only because she really rolled up the votes in Oregon, Washington, and California at the end of the night.
Right.
And, right now, Donald Trump's ahead in the popular vote. I don't remember any time that he was ahead in the popular vote 4 years ago. He was behind in the popular vote most of the night.
Maybe very early in the night, but yeah, for most of the night afterward, he was behind.
And so, most of the night he was behind in both the popular vote, and it really was late in the night when we finally were able to call it for him. And he's in a better position now than he was 4 years ago. And I think the fact that Republicans are likely going to retain the Senate, even if it is with a smaller majority, These are big, big victories for Donald Trump. I mean, let's face it, this is a guy that literally never got a day of peace in 4 years. He never had a normal transition.
Not really.
They were spying on him during his transition. They were sending the FBI in to interview Flynn like the second day he was there. And I mean, so you had just, he's never had a moment's peace. Maybe now if he wins this race and wins it in a pretty commanding way, he might finally be able to govern the country with some peace.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and it could be. It depends. It remains to be seen whether or not he's going to win the popular vote. Right? We still have Washington, Oregon, California, all very, very blue states, and none of the votes have been counted from there yet. That being said, if he wins the popular vote or ends up losing it by a smaller margin than he did in 2016, I think that does say a lot. You're right. That says he has a sort of a mandate. The American people kind of had their choice, and they picked resoundingly him, even though, again, we don't know what's going to happen yet. But I do think that says a lot. I do think the Democrats are, they're not going to just let it go. They're not going to let him govern in peace, because I don't think they want to particularly much. I think they'll still try to railroad his presidency, just like they have for the past 4 years. But it does say a lot about, where the country is and how the country feels.
Well, he's up 3 million right now in the popular vote. And 3 million is quite a bit, even going into California, because Donald Trump's going to get his share of votes even in California.
Sure. Only 42% of the vote is in New York. So again, it is, 80 million votes have been counted, 83 million, which is only about half. I think they were expecting something like 150 million, maybe less than that. But
I think that remains to be seen, because I think there was so much fear that has been stirred up around COVID that a lot of people might not have gone out to vote today that might have voted in the past.
No, that's a good point. I don't know.
What I'm really interested in learning is why people voted the way they voted. I think there's when I see Virginia trending Republican, that says to me the black vote, something happened to the black vote in Virginia, because that's how Virginia stays reliably Democrat is with, a high turnout of the black vote and a concentration of the black vote where maybe only 10 or 15% ever go for the Republicans. So if Donald Trump was able to get, but if Donald Trump was able to get 20% of the black vote,
it's a huge difference.
It's huge.
It will be interesting to see how those exit polls look, especially compared to 2016.
And then also young people. I was talking to a friend of mine about this. Young people are tired of being locked down. And I think Joe Biden, who may have been doing better with young people until he took this really super hardcore position, like a really hardcore position of wanting to, lock down the country again. And, young people who don't have near the risk of COVID the way old people like Joe Biden have, they aren't happy being locked down.
No, and Joe Biden can't have it both ways. He's been trying to say, I will defeat the virus, but also try to blame Trump for the state of the economy. And he's trying to blame Trump for the economy, which is because of shutdowns, which, Trump has said, open up the country. Let's get back to normal. Let's, get the economy back rolling. But Joe Biden also is blaming Trump for the deaths from the coronavirus. So he's trying to, he's just kind of firing and hoping something sticks.
Yeah. We are going to call another state for Biden, and that is the dope smoking state of Colorado. So the state of Colorado, we're going to call for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's particularly surprised about this.
How many of the voters were stoned when they went to the polls? That's a good question. How many were stoned? You think any were stoned? I know Jack Dorsey was stoned when he was talking to Congress.
I think Jack Dorsey's always stoned.
But yeah, that bluest of blue Colorado, and I have a feeling that if Donald Trump is losing that badly, that Cory Gardner probably went down. I don't know. Do we have
Cory Gardner did lose? Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but Cory Gardner's loss has been it's sort of been canceled out so far by Tommy Tuberville winning in Alabama, beating Doug Jones, the incumbent there. So right now there's no change in the Senate makeup.
Yeah. So the Western Journal is calling Colorado for Joe Biden. Another state blue.
Yeah.
In a sea of red, though. It's surrounded by red.
Especially in the middle of the country there. Yeah.
Now, Colorado, it's interesting. When Colorado legalized marijuana, they had a huge in-migration of stoners that moved to the state. In fact, the real estate prices went way up because, people were streaming in from all over because they could smoke dope legally there.
Yeah, I think, I'd have to check the stats on that. I haven't actually heard that one before. I'll take your word for it, though.
Yeah, they're stoned in Colorado.
Yeah, it does look like marijuana is a big issue on a lot of the ballots this year, or at least it passed in New Jersey.
It passed in New Jersey.
Yeah, it did pass in New Jersey. It is up in Arizona. Many people expect it to pass, though we'll have to see what happens. So it is, it is one of those issues. It is one of the less talked about issues, I think, because everyone wants to know about the presidency and the Senate. But that is one of the big things on the ballot for a lot of voters.
Yeah. So let's just review. If you're listening on the USA Radio Network, we want to review some of the states so that you know what's going on. We called early in the night Florida for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is won Florida. He's won South Carolina. He's won West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, and Utah. We've called all those states for Donald Trump. The states we've called for Joe Biden: Vermont, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Little Delaware, Illinois, and now Colorado. States that are trending to Donald Trump, but we haven't yet called, but we're getting closer as each hour passes, is Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, which is surprisingly trending towards Donald Trump, Maine, another state that's trending towards Donald Trump, surprising, Pennsylvania trending towards Trump, Ohio trending towards Trump, Michigan and Wisconsin all trending towards Trump. And the states that are trending towards Biden, but we haven't called yet, include Maryland, which is a real outlier. The fact that we haven't called Maryland yet.
Wow.
And Minnesota, Iowa, New Mexico, and Arizona are trending towards Biden, but we haven't called those yet. But if you go back to the electoral map and look at the Electoral College, which is really how this race will be finally decided, it is clear that that Donald Trump has a strong path to victory, and that he continues to lead both in the popular vote and in the Electoral College vote as we go into this next hour. And all those states out there on the far west coast are going to be closed.
The far left coast?
The far left coast. Far west coast, far left coast, whatever you want to call it. And why don't we put up that presidential electoral count so far? And right now the count is 145 to 113. It's looking good for Donald Trump as we head into this next hour. It's, and you're surprised by that, Joe?
I am a little bit surprised. So call me a sucker, but I thought perhaps some of the pollsters had learned their lessons. we saw 2016, they got it very, very, very wrong. And it looked in 2020 like Joe Biden had expanded some of those polling leads that Hillary Clinton had. It looked like, Donald Trump is not a particularly popular president, I don't think. He has sometimes his favorability ratings go up and down, but I think he's someone that a lot of people really, really don't like. A lot of people really, really like him as well, but he is sort of a
you either love
controversial,
him,
very
you
controversial.
either love him or you hate him.
Exactly. I do think that Joe Biden's a stronger candidate than Hillary Clinton, just insofar as, there's a lot of questions over Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and all of those things, but Hillary Clinton has been disliked for many, many years.
She was never liked when she was first lady.
Exactly. So, people have not liked her since she tried to implement universal health care and did not get it done. But I thought Joe Biden, at least he had sort of the elder statesman thing going on for him for a lot of independent voters. I thought, a lot of people in the middle would say, look, we don't particularly like Trump. Biden's boring. He's not going to add anything, but, normalcy. We can go back to normalcy. Obviously, it doesn't look like that's happening so far. But that was kind of my thinking going in. But it looks like, so far, again, too early to make any big calls, but it looks like the polls, even if Trump loses, it looks like the polls misfired again.
Yeah, well, it does. The pollsters should get another business.
Yeah.
if they obviously have blown this one too. But, still a number of these states we haven't called. They're too close to call. We're going to continue to follow the numbers. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here till late in the evening. We hope you'll stay with us. And we hope that those of you listening on the USA Radio Network will stay with us on radio or join us online at WJ Live on YouTube or WJ Live on Facebook. I'm Floyd Brown. We'll be back in just a second.
Just creepy and spooky, mysterious and spooky. He's altogether kooky, Democrat nominee. Just promises mean nothing, he's got no plan, he's bluffing. 'Cause all we hear is stuffing, Democrat nominee. He's sniffing girls' hair and grabbing everywhere, but lips don't seem to care, Democrat nominee.
Hey guys, huge story. We need a fresh card. Let's red label it. Roll as fast as we can.
All right, on it. Sounds good. All right, guys, we got a red label breaking story. Can we get a picture for that? And can we try to get that out in the next 20 minutes? I want eyes on it as soon as possible.
On it, Joe. 2 more minutes and we'll be live.
Sam, we're going to need a slot for that story, so figure out what you want to bump. Ashley, we're going to want to translate it into Spanish yesterday.
Sí, señor. We can slide it in at 2:30. It should be going out here in about 10 minutes.
Be advised, we have a visual on enemy paratroopers at grid combat uniform 259er, 119er. We're on to the break. Echo 5,
hits me so hard, it makes me say, oh my lord, pay attention to what you read. The MSM sure loves to deceive. For example, take Trump. If he speaks and the media pumps with lies and such, and this is the man that you can't touch. Fresh new lies in the news. Don't disguise your cruel abuse. Just know Trump's coming. 2020's here, and you bet he's running for you and me. Make the country great, just wait and see. Let him know that Trump's too much, and this is the man that you can't touch. Go with the flow, it is said, unless those liberals want you dead. So move to Republican side. The truth is here, and we don't spread lies. Got questions? Make a list. Start it off with, why does CNN exist? We don't know, but Trump's the best. He's got us feeling #blessed. When you see him, he's so hyped. He loves his country and his hair's so bright. So why would he stop doing this? The next 4 years will be our bliss as we grow our economy. The media hates because they're all wannabes. Donald, the man is clutch, and he is the man that you can't touch.
And welcome back. We've just been joined by Josh Manning. And Josh, great to have you here.
Thank you, Floyd.
As we have continuing coverage from WJ Live and USA Radio Networks, powered by the Western Journal. And for those of you that don't know Josh is a regular on our podcast, but he also is the managing editor of Western Journal and I guess it says deputy.
Deputy.
I always thought you were the managing
My
editor.
title gets longer the longer I'm here. More and more words.
And those of you
to describe the same thing, just being a flunky, you know.
And for those of you who don't know, my name's Floyd Brown, and I'm the publisher of the Western Journal, and this is WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal, and it's our election coverage 2020. And man, it's been a great night.
That's been a fantastic night. The panic in the air with the media is palpable at this point.
Having doing our own coverage, I don't get to watch all of the liberals panic out there, but I much prefer to be hanging with our peeps. And we've got a lot of them on right now. Thousands of people are watching our live stream, and I enjoy hanging with our peeps because, you know what? It's a safe space. You know?
Well, it is, and you know one thing: you don't have to worry about our people shattering your windows or burning down your neighborhood. That's one of the things I look for when I'm thinking about people to hang out with.
I was actually listening to NPR recently. And,
I'm sorry?
Every once in a while I like to tune in to see what the government-funded radio is doing. And they were talking about Trump supporters with guns. And they were all worried about the Trump supporters with guns.
The single, I think I'm right about this, the single largest increasing demographic for handgun ownership in the country is black women right now. And that's also the best predictor for voting Republican, they say.
We are actually going to call another state. Josh.
All right, let's do it.
We're going to call the state of New Hampshire for Joe Biden. Now, this was never a state that we thought Donald Trump was going to win, but we thought that, he had some kind of a shot there because all the college students aren't there because of COVID. And so, with the dorms at Dartmouth empty.
Yeah, the brainwashing stopped.
And
paused.
And we thought there might be a chance. New Hampshire used to be a reliably Republican state, but then all the people from Massachusetts started moving there so they could get lower taxes. The same reason that all these Californians are moving to Arizona and changing Arizona. These people don't understand that when they move, they need to change the way they vote.
Well, they've never understood the Shakespearean "the fault is in ourselves, not in our stars" thing. So they think, well, gosh, I'll go to greener pastures and it'll be better there. The sad thing is, there were never greener pastures than California. I mean, that was one of the most beautiful places on earth that God managed to make, and it took them When did they completely ideologically, the takeover began, I guess, in the 60s with Hyde-Ashbury and all of that silliness?
No, but for years they had Republican governors up until the 90s. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think.
There wasn't poop on the streets when he was in office.
There wasn't. But let's go to the presidential race, though, because right now President Trump is in a pretty strong position to win this race. Right now, he's ahead in the popular vote with 46 million to Joe Biden's 44 million, and he has a pretty commanding lead in the Electoral College vote with 145 and Joe Biden with 117. And we've put New Hampshire into that number, so it still looks like this is Donald Trump's race to lose.
Yep.
He's in a good spot. I mean, he's really won big in Florida, and he has taken most of the states that he needed to take, but he's trending and ahead in some states that are really kind of surprising. He's ahead in currently in Virginia. He's ahead in Maine, and believe it, Maryland is too close to call, even though it's trending for Joe Biden. Let's go look at those Virginia numbers, because these Virginia numbers are really interesting to me, because this was a state that Biden was supposed to just take a walk in.
Yep.
And it wasn't until this week that we even thought that there was a chance that this state might end up in play. And right now, with 58% of reporting, Donald Trump's up almost 2 million votes, 52 to 46. And that's 13 electoral college votes that weren't expected to go to Donald Trump. Those are kind of like a surprise win. Now, it's still too close to call, but it's getting closer. We're going to call this soon.
Yeah, it is a surprise, especially if it sticks with Trump. And CNN about an hour ago, they were sort of trying to walk back their
hyperventilating.
They were starting to, and they had not called it for Biden at that point. But they were starting to talk about how this is sort of shaky.
We never did.
Don't be hasty with these things. No, there's no reason to call it for Biden at that point unless you believe the suppression polls that have been out there. All of these polls that were designed to keep Trump supporters home and dispirit and discourage them. If you believed those, then there was no reason to go out and vote. But the thing is, MAGA conservatives, Trump support, they don't believe the polls to begin with. They discount them automatically.
No,
because they don't play that game anymore. They've said you've fooled us so many times. We're not going to do it anymore.
Well, we know something about the media. When their mouth is moving, they're lying to us. So when your mouth is moving and you're in the mainstream media, you're lying to me. And so their suppression polls, we don't remember any of those.
Well, Rush was saying that earlier today. He was on Fox this morning, and he said, I listen to where the conventional wisdom is going, and then I go the opposite direction. And the conventional wisdom was there was going to be a blue wave, right? Right? That's what we were saying. It's going to be a complete repudiation of Trump and his pusillanimous politics and the hatred that goes with Trump. When, in fact, the American people were watching what was happening in the media. They were watching what was happening on the news and with movie stars and with entertainers. And they found out that the hate and the bile and bitterness, it was actually coming from the left, and realized they were going to be hunted.
Let me tell you what this Virginia vote really tells me.
What's that?
It tells me that the Biden campaign was not able to get out the number of blacks and the percentage of blacks that they had hoped. Blacks either stayed home, or if they came out, a greater percentage of them voted for Donald Trump than any of the Republicans in the past, from Mitt Romney to George H.W. Bush to George W. Bush to you name them, John McCain. None of these Republicans have been able to go into the black community, campaign and get the black vote the way that Donald Trump has been able to do it. And I can tell you, looking down from heaven, my friend Herman Cain has got to be really happy tonight. He told me last year, he said, the most important thing I'm going to be working on in the next year is being a black voice for Trump. And
he was committed to it. He loved the president.
He loved the president, and he was working hard on it, and probably caught COVID when he was out working and campaigning for the president. And very, very, very sorry to lose that great man. But the work he did is paying off in states like Virginia, where Donald Trump has a pretty commanding lead at this point for those 13, I'm going to call them surprise electoral votes. And that widens his pathway. You know, all week we've heard the left say, well, he's got a very narrow pathway. He's got to win No, his pathway has widened. Why don't we go back to our big map and take a look at that? We've got some more counting going on. Montana is trending to Trump. There's a Senate race up there. That's an important Senate race. Texas, as time goes on, keeps trending more and more for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, clearly trending for Donald Trump. Kenosha had impact. Michigan, Michigan, a state where they said there was no way Donald Trump could win Michigan, and he's been trending ahead there all night. Another important Senate race there, where wouldn't it be great if we could like have a surprise pickoff in a state like Michigan? And it's still too early to call any of those races, and we're not going to call them here. We're going to work through the night. But let's go to the North Carolina numbers, because they're tight, but with 94% reporting and Donald Trump with over 50% of the vote, you know, I'm tempted to call that one.
Yeah, the New York Times has had that sitting at 80 to 90% for Trump for about 2 hours now. And it's one of the few states that they actually have their needle set up on. And I'm not sure why no one has called it yet. And I don't know the ins and the outs of these things like you do, or like the other professionals do. But I've been surprised that no one has called it yet. I'm not sure where these extra votes are going to come from that would flip it for Biden. No, I just don't know where that's going to come from. And the New York Times this morning.
No, I mean he'd have to come up with over 100,000 vote margin, because at this point he'd have to have margin. He'd have to pick up 100,000 votes in the last
6%.
6%. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And the New York Times this morning said, it's always fun to read the New York Times before something happens and then after it happens. They said this morning, look, if Biden loses Florida, if he loses Georgia, which looks like he's going to lose, if he loses North Carolina, then his odds go down to 50-50. Now, for the New York Times to call it 50-50, I'd say the odds for Trump are a whole lot better than that. Whole lot better than that, because the New York Times never.
You feel brave, Josh?
Sure, I feel brave.
You feel brave.
What are we going to call?
We're going to call North Carolina for Donald.
Oh, let's do it. North Carolina, Donald Trump,
let's
right there.
North Carolina for Donald Trump with 94% of the vote reporting. I want to call that state. I want to put it in dark red.
Let's do it.
We're going to do it ahead. We're going to do it ahead of the mainstream media. We're going to do it ahead of the AP. We're going to do it ahead of Fox News. We're going to call that for Donald J. Trump.
There's just nowhere that they can come from. And it's the same thing. You brought up Florida a minute ago. It's the same thing in Florida. Can you bring the Florida map back up when you have just a sec, the Florida totals? I just don't know.
Look at that red. Look at all that red.
Well, and you want an argument for the Electoral College, right? There you go. That's it. Geography does matter. Different lifestyles matter. I was listening to Douglas Murray on a podcast this morning, and he was talking about how in the UK, you can't, if you don't like the way the taxes are set up, you can't move anywhere else in the UK and get different taxes. You've got 50 different tax plans you can go to in the US. You just have to move there. we like federalism. We like being able to live differently, but united in one country. This is a testament to that. Can you guys put Florida back up there? Do you have that that tile handy?
Yeah, look at that. Florida just ended up a blowout. I mean,
yeah,
look at that.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
we're 400.
blowout.
Yeah, we're almost 400,000 votes out. 2% left unreported. Where are Floyd? Where are 300?
I called Florida almost 2 hours ahead of where I called it 4 years ago.
And you called it early 4 years ago, didn't you?
I called it early. I called it before anybody else. We called the whole election 2 hours before Fox News 4 years ago.
And we're right.
And we were right in every state, actually. We called every one of them correctly. And we're getting very close, folks. We're getting very close to calling this.
Well, when you look at what's happening, I mean, gosh, you look at Michigan. I haven't been in the studio, so I'm not sure what our tiles look like right now. But you look at Michigan, Trump is up, he's up 11 points there, and that is with 43% reporting. Wisconsin,
they're slow walking the reporting this time.
Oh, they definitely are. Wisconsin is up 3 points.
In the states that have Democrat governors where they're really slow walking it.
You want a fun fact, Floyd? You want a fun fact?
Yeah.
Trump is up 3% in Wisconsin. Colin Kaepernick is from Wisconsin, and today is Colin Kaepernick's birthday. Would that not be a fantastic birthday present for America to give Colin Kaepernick?
Well, and do you remember where he played college football?
I do not, because I don't follow sports.
In Reno.
In Reno, really?
Yes, at Reno State. And if Nevada goes for Donald Trump, and there's a very good chance it could. Nevada was in play this week. That would be great. His home state, his adopted state.
World's closing in. Have you guys talked?
No wonder he's moved to California.
We've been pumping out stories back in the newsroom. Have you guys talked about the odds makers and what they've done in the last couple of hours?
No.
They've shifted the odds. Biden started the night with the Vegas odds makers up. They have shifted to, the last stat I heard was he was up 80. Trump was up 85% with Vegas odds makers.
Let's go look at those Virginia results again, because Virginia isn't really that close. I mean, it's kind of interesting. 60% reporting, and he'd have to make up a lot of Biden have to make up a lot of votes to win that. I mean, almost 100,000 votes. He could do it, and he could win Virginia, but. Man, Donald Trump's got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I would think so. And I always think that, you start a lot more blue than you do red because of metro areas. They've got more resources. It's easier to count. It's faster to get results out. But then you have the exurbs and you have rural folks, and their votes roll in. And almost invariably, things begin shifting red. And it's not. I don't think it's votes in Arlington that aren't counted at this point.
No, it's not.
I don't think.
It's votes out there next to Kentucky and Tennessee
exactly
that haven't been voted yet.
Exactly, and we know how those people are going to vote.
So let's go actually to our electoral college numbers and the overall stability of the race, the presidential race. He's at 160. And, he's up almost, 2 million in the popular vote?
Yeah.
Texas is still outstanding, but things were trending very well in Texas. Things were trending extremely well in Georgia. And in fact, there was a voting machine glitch in a Republican area in Georgia that actually has kept that state from finalizing things. He was trending extremely well in Ohio, really well in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. His path to victory is getting very close. In fact, let's go look at Pennsylvania. Let's go look at the Pennsylvania results.
Yeah, he's
almost half of the votes have have been tallied in Pennsylvania, and I mean, look at he's blowing Biden out.
Yeah,
he's blowing him out.
This again, we talk about fracking, we talk about energy. I was talking with George in one of the earlier segments on here. I've often said Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is one of the best things to ever happen to the GOP because she laid bare what the left was actually thinking. When you release documents that say you're trying to get rid of fossil fuels, you're trying to get rid of traditional American energy, if that's your aspiration, okay, but it comes at an enormous cost. And there are a lot of people in Pennsylvania who realize they're going to be in big trouble if that happens.
Yeah, so, I'm going to hold off on that. I know some people have started to call Arizona, and in fact, Fox News has called it, but I'm not going to call it yet.
Well, Fox News called Virginia, too.
Yeah, Fox News called Virginia. Yeah, that's funny. They did. They called Virginia for Biden. And
with 10% of the vote in, if I'm not mistaken.
Fox News is always getting it wrong. There's a lot of truth to what Donald Trump says about Fox News. But I am going to call a couple of additional states, and I think we can pretty easily call California for Biden, and we can call Oregon for Biden. We can call Washington for Biden, but we can call Idaho for Donald Trump.
Well, and given the state of Washington, Oregon, California, and Idaho, I think I would much rather live in Idaho right now than any of those others. Biden can be king of Riotsville if he wants to, and that's more or less what's happening there. These are not models for how we want the republic to run, and we can tell who they're picking.
Part of the reason that it's wrong to call Arizona this quickly is because we count our mail-in votes ahead. And all of those Biden mail-in votes were counted immediately when the minute they closed the polls, they reported all of that Biden vote, and yet the vote that hasn't come in yet is the votes that were the votes of all those people in the Trump parades and in the rallies that voted in person in the polls today, including our editor-in-chief George Upper, who voted in person today.
Yeah, and the people who were working today and waited until they got off of work to go. Those are going to be the last votes counted.
Yeah. So, they've almost got our map updated. They're going to, they need to update Washington State because we're going to call that for Biden also. But,
I mean, Floyd, I look at some of these, I look at these states that are blue, and there's some great places there, some great people in those places. But gosh, when you think about what a lot of these places are known for right now, I mean, these are not models for what the republic aspires to.
Yeah,
I mean,
Washington State's my home state. It's where I was born and raised, and my family were pioneers there. Both my wife and I come from pre-statehood families in Washington.
That would explain your hardiness.
And yes, my family was a family of loggers.
You can't tell this on camera, but he is clearly from logger stock. He is enormous.
But, no. I mean, the city I loved, Seattle, has just become a rat hole. I don't even go there anymore. Portland, another city that I loved, another rat hole.
A war zone. War zone. There's graffiti there calling for the death of journalists.
Right.
And it's not, the graffiti isn't even treated like that, like it's a death threat. They're openly calling for the death of journalists. And these are the places that are going blue, unquestionably.
Yeah.
And I think that says something.
So, because of the size of California and the fact that we just called California, Biden has popped up on the ahead of the president,
the popular vote
well, not just in the popular vote, but in the electoral college vote. But everything Biden has is basically he's got it now. I mean,
yeah, you're right. This is as good as it gets.
This is almost as good as it gets. it really is. This is Donald Trump's race to lose. And by the way, even when we added California, Oregon, and Washington, look at Donald Trump. Even though it's still early in California and we called it early, look at Donald Trump's still up in the popular vote. He's still up in the popular vote.
He is, you're right.
Yeah. Very interesting night. Josh, thank you for stopping by. We are going to take a quick break here in a minute. We want to thank the USA Radio Network, who has been broadcasting this live on over 400 radio stations for us. For those of you that are online on Facebook or on YouTube, where we have been broadcasting, we are going to stick with us till the end, and we see a very strong path to victory for Donald Trump. Things look really good. I mean, Biden has gotten his states, and he's slightly ahead right now, but it's looking very, very good for Donald Trump. I think in the next few minutes, Josh, we're going to call some states like Texas and maybe Ohio, maybe Michigan.
Ohio's big.
Yeah,
Michigan's big.
These are big, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to do that. Stick with us, folks.
Josh, did you hear? They're putting the Libertarian back on the podcast.
No.
Oh? You didn't see the calendar?
No.
You should talk to Kayla about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, who's on the show Tuesday?
You and Joe.
Yeah. Like he's back.
Yeah, no. You and Joe.
The Libertarian?
Yeah, Libertarian Joe.
He's not back.
You should just go in the studio and check it out.
You're messing with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, George can come in now if he wants. I want George to analyze Texas and Ohio, because I want to call those states I want to call them unless George tells me I can't.
Nice joke, Kayla. Come here, go to the studio.
Texas and Ohio.
Kelly, can you hear us?
No! No!
She can't,
Oh
okay.
my gosh! No! No!
Sorry, we've got multiple audio feeds coming in right now. That was a commercial we had running.
Okay, well, let's go live. I thought we were live.
Are we coming back?
Welcome back to WJ Live. I'm Floyd Brown, and I'm here with Josh Manning, and we are also being broadcast on the USA Radio Network. And thank you to all the radio affiliates that are taking our live programming tonight as we're watching Donald Trump being reelected President of the United States. Let's just review the race real quickly, and we'll walk through that, and then we're going to go to a very special guest, Kelly Ward from the Arizona State Republican Party. But we called Florida early. Donald Trump blew Biden out in Florida. Okay, and then he marched right up the coast, and South Carolina, North Carolina, we've called those for Trump. Georgia, because of some voting machine problems, we haven't called quite yet, but we're getting very close. And Virginia trending for Trump. Ohio trending for Trump. Pennsylvania trending for Trump. Michigan trending for Trump. Wisconsin trending for Trump. This is a pathway to victory, folks. And it looks like he's going to be reelected. Hasn't quite gotten it yet. We aren't going to call all of these quite yet, but we're getting very, very close. And that's when the champagne comes out and we start celebrating. But before we get to all that, let's go to Kelly Ward. Kelly, welcome to WJ Live. Can you hear us,
Floyd,
Kelly?
It's great to be with you.
Yes.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
So, give us now. Fox News has called Arizona for Biden. I've refused to do it, and let me tell you my thinking.
I think that's smart. I think it's smart on your part, Floyd.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you my thinking. And by the way, Fox News already has a lot of egg on their face because they called Virginia very early for Biden. And
that's right.
It's like a full omelet on the side of their face. And I think they're going to do the same thing in Arizona because the minute the polls closed, all of that mail-in vote was reported. Is that correct?
That was all early voting. I saw Katie Hobbs on the news this morning. She said there were 2.6 million early votes and that those would be reported relatively quickly. As you know, as soon as they got those tabulated, they had been tabulating for about 2 weeks. And so, you know, I haven't seen much past the early vote that's been reported here in Arizona.
And that means all the people that voted today, they haven't really been reported.
And that's right. And are still voting because I'm sure there are people still in line in some of these places trying to make their voice heard. There were a lot of voting problems. In case you didn't know, I was at a lot of different polling places. They were Republican strongholds. And at every single one that I went, there was something that happened, some kind of technical difficulty where the staff came outside and shooed the people away to some other voting place, some other polling place nearby. And it was kind of interesting because we stuck around and within minutes after they cleared the crowd, then suddenly the voting would be open again. So it was kind of strange in some of those places in the East Valley.
It's the kind of problems you
Maricopa.
have when a felon runs your elections here in Maricopa County. Adrian Fontes is got a long criminal record. He was involved in the Fast and Furious. He, is a Bernie Sanders supporter. I could make a good case that he stole the Senate race 2 years ago. This is a dirty, dirty man. That's one of the reasons why I thought there'd be more of a campaign to get that guy out of office this time.
Right. Well, he definitely is a partisan hack from everything that I've seen. He also seems to be somewhat of a megalomaniac where he doesn't even listen to his own counsel's advice when they tell him he's not allowed to do something. He just barrels right forward. And if we don't put him in his place, whether that's via the legal system or via the electoral system or both, then we can expect more of the same.
Yeah. So you think it's good that we haven't called Arizona?
I do. I think that there are a couple 100,000 votes that are still outstanding here in Arizona. And so let's wait until, the votes have been counted before we follow Fox News's lead. And I think Fox News's coverage tonight has been pretty dismal. I found it pretty much unwatchable, in fact. And so good on you for waiting because you're not going to have egg on your face. And I think you're exactly right when you say President Trump is heading right back to the White House. I'm certainly hopeful that his path is going to come through Arizona as well, and that our electoral votes, our 11 votes, are going to him. But I certainly believe he's going back to the White House.
Yeah, and I'm saying that the GOP thinks about 2/3 of the outstanding votes right now in Arizona will probably break GOP. That's going to be a significant number.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
obvious
Exactly
Fox
right.
didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, well, and I mean, to your point, they haven't known what they're doing a whole lot of the night. I watch Twitter fairly closely during these things, and they're getting raked over the coals every which way. It's not the same place it was when Roger Ailes was there.
Yeah. So
That
anything
is
else about
100%
today,
true.
Kelly, that you want to tell us? What? How are we doing in the state
Well,
legislature? How are we doing in some of these lower races? Do we know any of that yet?
We're keeping an eye on that. I don't think any of them can be effectively called. I mean, a lot of them are very close. We knew this was going to be a battleground. We knew that the Democrats have poured money into our state. We knew that they believe they can buy this state. They believe they can buy buy it for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, whichever one. I mean, I think they're trying to buy it for Kamala myself. They think they can buy it for Mark Kelly, and they think that they can buy some of those legislative seats as well. I can tell you, though, that as Republicans and the Republican Party of Arizona, we have put everything on the field. We have had resources, we have had people, we have had personnel, we have had strategy that that is second to none. And I don't think that there is very much we could have done better in this state. We've made over 7 million voter contacts this cycle. We've knocked on doors. We've made phone calls. We've texted people. And I'm sure people are happy the texting is going to end tomorrow. We've done digital ads. We've done TV. We've done radio. We've done the whole gamut. We've built relationships that are going to be lasting relationships. They're not just campaign relationships, but relationships across the board in multiple communities here in Arizona to strengthen the Republican brand and to strengthen those policies that make people happier, healthier, and more prosperous, as well as safer. And it would be a shame if our great state and being led or being pulled down by Phoenix, Arizona, goes the way of Minneapolis or Chicago or Washington, D.C. or New York City, where we've seen the looting, the burning, the arson, the absolute anarchy that we've seen across the board in those Democrat led, I'm putting led in quotes, those Democrat led cities and states. So, we could be at a turning point here. We've got a lot of change in our demographics. We've got people coming from California and people from other liberal states that are fleeing the tyranny and the oppression of those states. And then when they come to our great free state of Arizona, they want to change it into what they fled from. I've been saying from the beginning, don't California my Arizona, don't Chicago my Arizona. And, I would hate to see that big money and those blue blotches that we have in our state take down, this great state of Arizona as a whole.
Thank you, Kelli Ward. Kelli Ward, the chairman of the Republican Party here in the state of Arizona. Thank you for joining us this evening on WJ Live.
Hey,
Appreciate
thanks, Floyd. Tell people don't lose heart. We're winning this thing tonight.
Well, we're not losing heart, and it's interesting that at this point, Donald Trump looks so good he could lose Arizona and probably still win. So I don't think he will, but he's in the pole position right now to win this race.
100%.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And why don't we go to our map and take a look at that map again, because I think what I'd really like to look at are the Ohio results. What do we have, Josh? Do you have the latest on Ohio? What are the numbers out of Ohio?
What I've got is showing Trump up almost 8 points in Ohio right now. Let's see here. That's going to come out to about 430,000 votes.
And what percent is reporting in Ohio?
46. Oh, nope. I lie. 88%. 88%. We're getting very close. Very close.
So according to the Associated Press, 94% reporting. Donald Trump is at 53%. Let's call Ohio. We're going to call Ohio for Donald J. Trump.
Big call there.
We're going to call Ohio for Donald J. Trump. So those of you who are just joining us, we are watching this very, very closely. If you're listening on USA Radio Networks, thank you. We're going to just walk through the roll of the states. And it's been a great night for Donald Trump. Early on, we called Florida. We're working right up the coast. We called South Carolina, North Carolina, and now we have called Ohio. Add that to West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Utah. It's looking pretty good. Let's look at the Texas numbers. What are we at in terms of the percentage reported in Texas? But let's look at the numbers. And what do you have in the report right now for Texas? What do you see for Texas?
I've got Trump up by about
77% reporting, and Trump is up by 500,000 votes.
Yeah, about 5 points.
Yeah, but about 500,000 votes.
And we're at,
we'll wait on
77%.
calling this, but it's going to be hard for Biden to make up that in Texas. It'll be very difficult for him to make that up.
Yeah, I just keep going back to where do the votes come from? What's the differential there?
So Houston, Dallas, Austin were the first things to report.
Mm-hmm.
Remember all that drive-through voting?
Yeah.
All that's reported now. So it'd be very difficult for him to make this up. But
so there are really 500,000 Biden voters in West Texas. I don't think so.
Yeah. Let's go to the overall electoral college numbers after that last Ohio call and look at the overall vote. Now, Biden has nudged ahead in the overall popular vote, and he's slightly ahead in the electoral college vote because, of California, New York, Illinois, big states that he was able to. But Donald Trump is still putting together a great collection of small states. And it seems to be boiling down to Texas, Pennsylvania, Michigan. What do you have on Michigan? What percent of the vote is?
Michigan's at 46 right now, 46% reporting, and Trump is up by about 11 points right now, or almost 300,000 votes.
Yeah. Michigan looks even stronger for Trump. Put those Michigan numbers up because I think it's important for people to look at those. With over half the vote in, he's up 54 to 43. Now, that could change, but it's Trump's in a good position in Michigan, too. And it's really echoing with 4 years ago.
It is. I think that's what has people absolutely panicked out there. Earlier in the evening when Texas looked like it was trending a little bit blue, you saw Twitter light up with people just adulation. Oh my gosh, Texas is finally blue. And now we see it shifting back to what it ought to look like. And it really is looking a whole lot like 2016. Now, one thing before I came in here, there was a vote for Biden that I was very pleased to see Biden get. And most of the time, I don't want Biden to get votes. This was one I was very pleased to see him get. Richard Spencer, the renowned white supremacist. Oh, Richard Spencer, who is truly a miserable excuse for a human being. Richard tweeted earlier today his paper ballot showing he had voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris proudly. So no news from Biden on whether or not he appreciates the vote or not. He doesn't seem to have commented, but it just kind of puts the lie to this whole idea that people on the conservative side of things are racist, they're bigoted, they're homophobic. We have seen incredible shifts among minorities for Donald J. Trump. One of the things that I was struck by in Florida was the Cuban vote. And
let's go back to our map, folks.
You want to go back to Florida?
No, I want to go back to our map.
Ah,
sorry. Keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt
okay.
you. I just want to go back to our map.
One of the things that I was struck by, though, was almost immediately the commentary coming out from the left was not about Cubans, wasn't about Latinos. It was about white Cubans. White Cubans. They're all white Cubans now. And Nicole, what's her name? Nicole something Jones, the 1619 author from the New York Times. She was talking about how she was going to write a piece about how Cubans
are all white,
aren't really Latinos anymore, or something like that. Yeah. So it's amazing. As soon as you get out of ideological alignment, you're no longer a minority, Yeah, well, you've lost your usefulness to them. They cast you aside, which is what they've done to the black vote for decades.
And it's really ricocheted on them in Virginia, which is still trending towards Trump, which is the surprise of the night. Virginia's the surprise of the night so far. If you look at the rest of the map, maybe you could call Arizona surprise because it's trending for Biden
for now.
But look at Nevada's trending for Trump.
I was going to be stunned if it went blue.
You what?
I was going to be stunned if Nevada went blue. I just had a feeling it was going to be red.
So if the states that are currently trending were to solidify, then this is Donald Trump's race. But why don't we look at Pennsylvania? Those Pennsylvania numbers are very strong for Donald Trump. I don't think we can call it yet, but that looks pretty much like a
500,000 and 15 points.
Yeah, he'd have to really rack up the vote. He'd have to really rack up the vote in order to come back from that kind of a deficit. So if you're listening to us, this is WJ Live on the USA Radio Network. My name's Floyd Brown. I'm here with Josh Manning. We're also broadcasting live on the internet on YouTube at WJ Live, and we're also on Facebook at WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. It's great to have you along with us tonight as we're watching, I think, the re-election of Donald J. Trump. And as this race really starts to solidify, it looks like it's Donald J. Trump's race to lose. It's trending Trump in Wisconsin, trending Trump in Michigan, trending Trump in Pennsylvania, trending Trump in Virginia, trending Trump in Texas. And we've already called a number of the states that others didn't want to call, like Florida and North Carolina, South Carolina. Those are clearly Donald Trump's victory. But let's look at the Virginia numbers. And if we look at those Virginia numbers, it's quite interesting. We've got 64% of the vote reporting in Virginia. Donald Trump has a 2-point lead. He has over 100,000 vote lead. And as each bit of additional vote is reported there, unless there's some major city that hasn't reported, that's really trending hard for Donald Trump. And in Iowa, the same way. Let's go look at the Iowa vote. Iowa was trending early on for Biden because the cities were reporting, but now as we're at 85% of the vote, Donald Trump's taken a pretty good lead.
Yeah, and a 70,000 vote popular vote lead as well, with 85%. I mean, that's significant.
Yeah, with 85% of the vote. We definitely need to change the color of that on our map. Yeah, that's good. So
it just flipped, didn't it?
Yeah. Going back to our, but at 85% of the vote, boy, I'm very tempted to call that. We're going to have to.
I can sense it. He gets excited before he calls one. You just kind of feel it radiating.
I only want to call them when they're legitimate to call. And so when they're kind of on the bubble, I don't call them. But that's very close to. I think Texas is close. I think Georgia's close. I think Michigan's close. And I think Iowa's close.
Floyd, I just can't come up with an argument for where masses of blue votes come from in the central time zone right now.
Yeah, I see much of the East Coast. I see much of the rest of the media hasn't called North Carolina yet. So we've really led on North Carolina and called it. We called it early on.
Yeah, they're at what do we have them at? As far as
well, let's look at our numbers on North Carolina. It is a very close race.
Yeah,
very, very close race.
86%.
That's in Iowa. I want to look at North
That would
Carolina.
help if I read, wouldn't it?
Can you bring those North Carolina numbers up for us?
Isn't live wonderful?
Well, you can't always call those numbers up when you want them.
For those of you listening on radio, those numbers are right in front of us right now.
We have the Iowa numbers, and Trump's ahead in Iowa.
And we had Indiana briefly. That
yeah,
was
and
nice.
Indiana, he just blown out in Indiana. Blew Biden out. Iowa. North Carolina, there we are.
There it is.
Okay, let's look at those North Carolina numbers. With 94% reporting, and we called it. And I feel really, when I look at those numbers again, I feel good that we called it. And the rest of the news media that doesn't have the guts, doesn't have the fortitude to call it, they're slow walking this race.
Yeah, well, if you're not anxious to get to the destination, you don't go there very fast, right?
I
think
can't
that's part
believe
of
that.
this.
There's no way that Joe Biden wins in North Carolina. We're not with 94% reporting.
No, and even the New York Times has been saying that for most of the evening. In fact, I think they've got North Carolina at about 85%.
Yeah, what do they have
Trump.
Texas at the New York Times?
That is a good question. They've got Trump up 6 points, and quick math in my head, about 500,000, a little better than 500,000, almost 600,000.
Let's go back to our map. Yeah.
So, and they're at 87% at this point. So again, where are you coming up with 500,000 or 600,000 votes in Texas that are going to break for Biden?
Yeah, I don't see how they do it.
That's
so. So we called North Carolina early, but we're calling Texas a little late. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to quite call Texas yet, but I think we're getting pretty close to calling Texas. And then once we call Texas, we're going to call Iowa. We may call Wisconsin. We may call Michigan. I'm not going to call. Okay, let's do it. Let's call Texas. We're going to call Texas for Donald J. Trump. And boy, that's 38 electoral votes.
That's a biggie.
That's a biggie. We are officially, Western Journal is officially calling Texas for Donald J. Trump. 38 electoral votes. Boy, that's a big one. That's a really big one, Josh.
It is a huge one, and I'm looking for the.
I want to see what our electoral college numbers are now, because it's we're almost to the magic number.
It's close.
Look at that. For those of you who are listening on radio, we've got Donald Trump at 220 electoral college votes to 191 for Joe Biden. And it looks like Donald Trump is going to be reelected president of the United States. We haven't called the race yet, but we're getting very close. And I think that after the top of the hour, we may you're going to have to stick with us just a little bit longer. But I think we're getting closer and closer to calling this race. And that's when we pop out the champagne, we start celebrating. And, we take pride in the fact that 4 years ago, we called this race over 2.5 hours before Fox News. And nobody else called it. We called it. Yep. We called it right. And I think we might have a chance to do that again tonight.
Well, I was looking at responses from some of you watching, and it was clear you remember that from 4 years ago. I was shocked at the number of people who posted saying, hey, you guys actually got it right 4 years ago when nobody else did. And you did it earlier than anybody else, too.
Yeah, we did. And but we take it seriously, and we're not going to call it ahead of time. But it's getting close. It's getting close.
What's remarkable? Fox, they'll call Arizona for Biden with about 73% of the vote in, but they won't call it for Texas with 77%. Yeah, is that not a remarkable thing?
Yeah. Well, it's called a lack of knowledge. I like looking at those Texas numbers. Those Texas numbers look really good. 52%, 78% reporting. I don't see how you don't call that for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah,
it was Pennsylvania that I called in 4 years ago that really put him over the top. But we're not yet ready to call Pennsylvania, but we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close to the numbers that we need. And when we do, ladies and gentlemen, you want to be here because we're going to be first. We're going to call this race, and we're going to be absolutely accurate. And the extra states that come later, they're just going to be gravy. Donald J. Trump, we believe, at least right now, is in the driver's seat. He's in the pole position. He's powering around towards the finish line. He's not quite there, but I bet he's feeling pretty good tonight.
You know what? Fox called Texas after you did. They took their cue from you, Floyd. They finally called it.
How long could they wait? How long could they wait? Okay, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back. Those of you that are listening on USA Radio Networks, you want to definitely stick with us. You're listening to WJ Live. If you want to watch our live broadcast, it's on Facebook at WJ Live or on YouTube at WJ Live. And you can watch it on any of your connected devices. I'm Floyd Brown with Josh Manning. We'll be back in a moment.
Here's the story of a scheming lady who wanted to be ruler of the world with a man named Bill Clinton. He's her husband, but slept with other girls.
It's the story of a man named Bernie who promised socialism to the whole town. He hates the rich, but uses his own jet to get himself around.
But then they lost the general election, and they knew alone they couldn't take down Trump. So to have a chance, they all formed an alliance. That's the way they all became the Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. That's the way they became the Shady Bunch.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm the community manager for the Western Journal. We've really enjoyed recording WJ Live these last few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more listeners with the truth and fight against big tech,
We need to get more subscribers and reviews.
So please, go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and leave a 5-star review. Oh, and tell them you want to see more of me on the podcast.
Thank you for helping us out. And don't forget that you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
All right, my little deplorables, it's story time, and I've got a real special one for you tonight. Yay! 'Twas the night before elections, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. We once thought the vote would send us straight to the plumbing, but then Trump assured us, a red wave is coming. Let's think back to the 80s when this all began. We had a new president, a man named Reagan. With his vice president, a new path we would forge. This Bush came from Texas, one H.W. George, who'd go on to live for a very long time and left a legacy quite sublime. But when Bush and his friend, this guy named Dan Quayle, sought re-election, unfortunately, they'd fail. To 8 years of Bill Clinton is what we were sentenced until something was found on the interns' dresses. Despite his behavior, his wife never left him. She needed his power for the office she'd try to get in. But then in 2000, a new Bush arose. More Bush is better is what the voters chose. But now just George Bush, no HW this time. He'd stay in office until 2009. That's when everyone, from your dad to your mama, watched the swearing in of Barack Hussein Obama. Then in 2012, we had a chance to go back, to once again put America on the Republican track. But America, well, they showed Mitt Romney no love. They didn't want their president named after ball gloves. Fast forward now to 2016, when Hillary Clinton tried to become our first queen. But America didn't want her, that Benedict Arnold. Instead, we decided we'd go with the Donald. We're making America great again. Taxes are down, employment is up, there's nary a frown. Now real change is here, and liberals better start running, because as Trump has declared, the red wave is coming. The end. Yay!
Welcome back to WJ Live. My name's Floyd Brown. I'm here with George Upper, the editor-in-chief of the Western Journal, and we're live on the USA Radio Networks. Plus, we're live on Facebook and on YouTube at WJ Live, and it's great to have you along with us, folks, as we are dealing with a really interesting race, because what has become clear to me is that a number of states have stopped counting their votes, George. And they're making it impossible for me to call this race.
Yeah.
They've literally stopped counting votes. Let's take a look at our map and kind of review our map. And what is also interesting is the states that have stopped counting the votes are states with Democrat governors. So here we are. Let's look at this map. Let's go through this map. The states we can't call. Georgia, we haven't been able to call because there were voting machine errors. A number of those voting machine errors were in Trump areas. There was a big Republican county, and we had a story this morning about how the machines were all messed up in Georgia.
Yeah,
so we haven't been able to call Georgia.
They said, too, that they expected they had so many mail-in votes, they thought that they may not get all this counted until Wednesday morning.
So we can't call Georgia. And yet in Virginia, where another state, Georgia actually has a Republican governor, but they had technical difficulties. Virginia, a state with a Democrat governor, a surprise Trump push. They literally, it's like they went home and they said, we're not going to count any more votes.
Yeah, they've been sitting at 75% counted for a number of hours now.
They just quit counting.
Yeah,
they just quit counting. Hey, we're going to go home. See you guys later. This is a presidential race. All of America wants to know how Virginia voted. All of Virginia wants to know how they voted. But the Democrat governor, he doesn't want to let you know how they voted. So they quit counting.
Can we get the updated Virginia map?
They just
please
quit counting. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pennsylvania, same thing. They quit counting. Another Democrat governor, Democrat attorney general.
Gonna take forever.
They just quit counting.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's ahead. They quit counting. Wisconsin, the same thing. They've quit counting.
Okay, maybe we can't get the Virginia map up.
They quit counting. So 67% reporting in Virginia. Donald Trump has a 2 percentage point lead. But it's too close to call. Too close to call. I can't call that one. I want to call that one. I want to call this race, but I can't do it.
Well, then I'm just looking at some other sources here. The New York Times, for instance, is saying 75% of the estimated votes have been. It's been sitting there forever, and has Biden up 52 to 46
in Virginia.
So, yeah, I'm just not sure what these are AP numbers that we're looking at right here.
Right.
And of course they are, they're going to.
But they quit voting. They've announced they quit counting. So they just stopped. So we can't call Virginia. They're making it impossible, George, for us to call this race tonight. These SOBs.
Pretty close.
These SOBs don't want America to know that Donald Trump has been reelected president.
Well,
these SOBs who
no
are
question of
protecting Biden, they don't want us to have the joy and the good feelings and the positive endorphins, whatever it is,
Well, it just
that I
come
want to
down-
have tonight by declaring Donald Trump the victor in this race. But we can't do it, folks. We can't do it with these numbers. They just quit counting. These states quit counting. Unbelievable. Unbelievable to see the map like this, and they just stop. It's an outrage. It's beyond an outrage. It is malfeasance. I mean, if I was in Pennsylvania right now, I would want to march on the Capitol. Why can't you count these votes? Count these votes.
Well,
count these votes.
The interesting thing in Virginia is and maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought state law required them to count all the votes by 11 p.m. But maybe I'm just thinking of early votes. And so for them to be, of course, it is 1 in the morning in Virginia at the moment. So it would be hard to find that information. Hard to get in touch with somebody in elections out there to get that information straight from them. But
so we're gonna have to call this tomorrow morning on WJ Live.
Looks like, yeah, if we can call it tomorrow morning, yeah. Ohio definitely looks good for Trump.
Well, we've called Ohio.
Texas does, yep.
We called Texas.
Arizona's
we called
still
Florida.
up in the air.
Yeah, in Arizona, Fox called Arizona.
Yeah, and
for Biden.
I think that was premature.
And I think it was premature. They called Virginia for Biden too.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't premature, but I think they, it's
the Arizona lead. Biden's lead in Arizona has shrunk about 3 points since Fox called it. He's now Biden over Trump about 8.5%.
That's a wider percentage than I thought it would be, but you have to realize all of that Biden votes counted. The
Right.
vote that's coming in now is the Trump vote.
Trump vote. And the question is how many of those votes are there?
And Kelly Ward told us there's still people in line.
Right.
So they'll let you vote until that line ends.
Right. If you're in line when the polls close, you get to vote.
And you voted in person today.
I did.
And did you have any issues at your polling station?
Nope. It was about half an hour in and out. It was a very effectively run station. The volunteers there were all great. They knew what they were doing. I had one small. This happened last time I voted too in the midterms. When I showed my ID, they had to, they scan it in, and it's supposed to be automatic. And last time I had the same issue where I had to get somebody to actually look at it and confirm that, yes, my picture was the one on it for whatever reason. Other than that, and that's a good problem to have, I'd rather they make sure that it's me.
What are the numbers? What numbers do we have on Michigan right now?
So if we can get the Michigan map up, we'll see what AP says.
So Michigan has 53% of the vote reporting. Donald Trump's got a pretty sizable lead in Michigan.
Yep.
I don't see that lead disappearing. The same way I think that there's a good chance in Arizona that Biden has won. But
now Michigan is a state that is required to wait to count votes until today. So all of that early mail-in voting, like in Pennsylvania, not all of that has come in yet, and I think that's probably why that's why I would be uncomfortable, even with more than half the vote in. I'd want to watch Michigan a little bit more and see more of that mail-in vote come in on the assumption that it's going to go Biden's way.
But I mean, it's 54 to 43. That's a pretty. But you're right. We haven't called Michigan. the states we've called, I think, we're good. We're good on the states we've
Yeah,
called.
I feel pretty good about those calls. There's still folks out there not calling Florida, which I think is ridiculous. Fox also called Texas, or roughly the same time we did. So I think those are good. I feel like Georgia is probably pretty solidly Trump, but there's another one where they don't even start scanning the mail-in ballots until election day. So that's one where, Trump is up in Georgia by about 8 points. Actually, 9 points. About 9 points. So here we go. We've got 8.8 points here. No, we don't. We have 6.8 points here. Sorry, it's getting late. With 81% in, that seems like a tough lead for Biden to catch up on, even with mail-in votes. But a good chunk of that 19% that isn't reported probably is mail-in. So it is likely to lean Biden. Is it likely to lean enough Biden to get him over that hump? I doubt it, but I can't quite call it outside the realm of possibility yet. But I think Georgia looks good for Donald Trump. I think Pennsylvania looks good for Donald Trump, but there's a lot of
Michigan
counting to be done there too. Yeah.
Wisconsin, Iowa does. Let's look at the Iowa numbers because I think Iowa is pretty much in. I don't know.
Yeah, so Iowa's one that I would expect most folks to be
92.
slow to call because this is a state where mail-in ballots, as long as they're postmarked yesterday, November 2nd, as long as they arrive, they have until a week to arrive to the 9th. Now, chances of there being a significant number of mail-in ballots postmarked yesterday that show up the next day or two, I would think are pretty slim. And you can see here Donald Trump's got over 100,000 vote lead. There's only 8% of vote they're expecting to see come in. That's another one. I can understand people being fairly slow to want to call Iowa because there's just no way to know how many of those mail-in ballots are on the way that haven't even been received by election officials yet. But the idea that there's enough to get Biden up over 7.3, make up the 7.3 point deficit seems unlikely.
Yeah, and in Wayne County, which is Detroit, Hillary got 69% of the vote, and right now Donald Trump has kept Biden at 55% of the vote.
Yeah.
So that Michigan, I think, looks really good for Donald Trump. So
we have good solid numbers from Pennsylvania. There's still plenty to come in there too, and of course Pennsylvania is the one we're all griping about because they've said that could be Friday before we see the official results for Pennsylvania.
Let's go back to our map, though. It really, that Iowa, boy, I'd like to call that Iowa one, but I can't. So,
so
you want to call Iowa?
Can we bring Iowa back up,
Yeah,
Kobe?
Iowa looks really strong. So
let's look at these numbers.
If we call Iowa,
well, that's Pennsylvania, and Trump's looking great in Pennsylvania, but there's still 40% of the vote to come in. So, but looking at Iowa,
93% reporting,
7% in. We're up by what?
Biden's only at 45.
7.4. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's call Iowa.
Yeah. There's
okay.
That seems
we're going to call Iowa for Donald J. Trump. We're going to call Iowa for Donald J. Trump.
So give
here
those
at Western
6
Journal.
electoral votes to the GOP.
And what is our number?
I think that makes us 226. I think that puts Trump at 226. Yep.
226.
226 to 191. Now, those are based on Western Journal calls. Those are not based on AP calls or anybody else.
They're based
Those
on
are
the calls
states
that are
we've called.
correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. We have a
I
record.
don't want anybody else getting credit for them. So
we have a history of calling races correctly here, and the mainstream media doesn't.
And they're slow.
And they're
slow to
slow.
do it. And in some, particularly this year, with the prevalence of mail-in voting and early voting, I have a little more sympathy for them this year. It is problematic.
What are our AP numbers in Montana? Can you bring those AP Montana numbers up? By the way, Joni Ernst did win the Senate race too.
In Iowa, yeah, it looks that way.
Yeah, she's got over 51% of the vote, and it looks like she's gonna win that race there. So that Iowa Senate race, it looks like pretty sure the Republicans are going to maintain control of the Senate.
Yes,
it looks.
It may. The numbers may actually even out to be exactly the same. There may be no change in the power, the shift of power in.
So, what do you have on Montana? Can you look at those Montana numbers? Because
yeah, can you pull up Montana, Kobe? So, looking just at some unofficial numbers here from the New York Times, they are saying about with about 50% of the vote in. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So AP looks like they're running a little ahead of New York Times in this particular one.
55% of the vote in. It's still a
pretty good race.
Closer
than I would
race.
have expected.
Yeah.
Montana was a race that has been expected to go to Trump, but by a smaller margin. So far, of the real toss-up states, we've called Iowa, North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas, and Florida, all for Donald Trump. Georgia, we have not called yet. That's really the only one of those 6 kind of key toss-ups that just still looks a little bit close. But Trump is leading in Georgia. I think he's going to pull it out. And we have not seen Joe Biden pick up any states he wasn't expected to. And right now of the in the category of the states that are kind of leaning Biden, Trump's looking good in Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So there's still plenty of counting to be done in all 4 of those states, especially Nevada. But so far it looks pretty good.
Let's go back to our map if we can. If you can bring us back to our map. So the map tells the story. If you're listening on USA Radio, you can go home and look at our map. We're at WJ Live on YouTube, and we're at WJ Live on Facebook. But wanted to call this race, but we can't call it. I don't think we're going to be able to call it tonight, to be honest with you, because they have stopped counting. Montana's still counting. Nevada's still counting. But Virginia's stopped. Pennsylvania's stopped.
And Nevada's one of those states where, and Nevada could be pretty close. It's kind of trended blue for months now, but it could be pretty close. And this is a very heavy mail-in vote state. I think ballots are mailed to all Nevada residents automatically, and then as long as they're postmarked by today and received by a week from today, they count. So it's possible that we don't see.
That should be unconstitutional.
I think it is unconstitutional. Frankly,
I really think it is unconstitutional. Minnesota is a state that has been trending to Biden, but it's not out of the woods for Trump to actually win Minnesota. Can we bring up those numbers, Kobe, for Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota is one of those states where they're expecting potential legal battles over ballots that arrive after today in the mail, whether those should be counted or not. Minnesota, it looks like that's probably going to go for Biden.
So
yeah, unless there's an awful lot of mail-in vote from the right that we're not expecting to see.
Yeah, no, I
in
don't.
Minnesota, which
I
is
don't-
always possible, but it's unlikely.
But Biden's up 200,000 votes
Right.
there. It's a pretty reliable Democrat state.
It is.
I mean, Trump hoped to put it into play because of coal country and because of the fact that they've been burning down the cities there.
Right.
But obviously, Minnesota is trending pretty strong to Biden. Let's go back to our map if we can. So, boy, this sure looks like a repeat of 2016, doesn't it?
Looks awfully close. Yes.
So, what are we at? We're at 226.
226. Still a number of races too close to call. I think we've got.
We don't get there with Montana. We
No,
don't.
I think that's 3 electoral votes. in
Right,
Montana.
it's 3. And what's Georgia give us?
Georgia would give Donald Trump 16 electoral votes.
And that won't get us there.
So that would be 2.
But a combination of any 2 of the remaining 4 should give us a clear. Any 2 of the remaining 4, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, or Michigan and Georgia. Right?
Yeah.
Any 2 of those remaining 4.
At 226, so what do we need? We need 44. Donald Trump would need 44 on top of what we've already called. I think it would take 3. So Pennsylvania's 20. Georgia would be 16, so he'd be 8 shy there. So I think he's got to win 3 of these. Wisconsin, Michigan.
Well, he would get 3 with Montana.
Oh, that's true. But it's still, I don't think that's going to be quite enough to get him there. So that's 2, that would be 229 with Montana. Plus, I think Alaska is probably fairly safe Trump territory. So
But
that would
Hawaii's going to go for Biden.
It will. But so that would be 232 with Montana and Alaska. If we give those, that's 232. So we need, Donald Trump would need 38 more at that point. Pennsylvania would be 20 of those. Georgia would be 16 of those. So that would be 36. So he's still too short even at that point. So he's got to pick up, assuming he wins Montana and Alaska. Actually, he does. Even if he doesn't win Montana and Alaska, frankly, he's got to pick up 3 of Georgia, and Georgia I think is very likely. And then he's got to pick up 2 of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I don't think that is at all unlikely, but I also don't think it's a done deal. So
it's a tight race.
It is a very tight race.
It's a close race.
This is as tight a race as I think
2016 was.
Well, yeah, yeah, that's true. Although even in 2016, at least in the wee hours of the morning, we
Donald
called
Trump
it,
never makes it look easy.
No, he certainly has a path to victory still. There's no question about that.
But I can tell you this path to victory is full of litigation.
Yeah.
All the lawyers are out. A number of the other media have not called North Carolina. I feel really good about our call in North Carolina, but I notice a number of other media have not called it. And you told me there's some that still aren't calling Florida, which is just crazy.
Yeah, Fox has called Florida. New York Times has not.
I don't see any Biden path to victory in Florida.
No, I know.
None
We're at
whatsoever.
96% counted, and Trump's up by like 3 point something percent there. So that seems highly unlikely that that Biden could pull that out. I'm not sure, based on our map, we have Florida dark red. I'm not sure if that's because AP called it or because we did.
We called it.
So AP has not called
North Carolina. We called North
No,
Carolina.
not North Carolina, Florida. Has AP called Florida?
I believe AP called Florida.
They
no,
have
they have
not.
not.
AP
AP
we are
hasn't.
being told they have not.
They have it leaning. By the way, James is ahead in Michigan, which is quite interesting. John James, the Senate candidate, the black Senate candidate from Why don't you bring those Senate race numbers? Because that's really significant, in my opinion. Now, they just stopped counting in Michigan, and the Democrats control all of the mechanism.
Yeah,
there.
Michigan has been renowned for that.
And Peters is at 43%. Well, you could still turn it around, but it'd be tough. It looks like John James will be the new senator from the state of Michigan. That's a great win. That's
That's
big,
huge if he
big
wins
win
that.
for
He pulls that out.
conservatives and for Black Americans, frankly. He's going to be a great leader. Interesting, 2 great Black American senators are Republican.
Yeah. Yep.
That's exciting. Tim Scott and now John James, and former veteran. Interestingly enough, there's a report that Fox is withdrawing its call in Arizona
Which was for
Biden.
Biden, yeah.
And we didn't call it, folks. You
No.
need to know we have not called it.
we
There's still
actually-
over 1 million votes.
Yeah. We said
out
that was
there.
too early to call Arizona because
Way
we know
too
those
early.
votes.
Fox, I knew they'd get egg on their face.
Yeah. There is a call we can make, though, that we haven't made yet, which I think, if you agree with me, Floyd, which is Montana.
Let's call Montana for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, if we've got that graphic up, Montana's looking pretty solid. Of course, that's Trump territory. It was one that Trump was expected to win by a small margin. I suspect this margin might be a little high. That's
I think
about
he'll grow
6
that margin
points.
because
You think?
the cities are what I've reported, and I'm sure that Donald Trump did well out in the prairies of Montana and then the
I'm
mountains
sure
of
that's
Montana.
true. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. But that certainly is a wide enough margin that it's
we can call it
highly unlikely that Joe Biden could make that up. So
Yeah,
we'll
we're
we'll
gonna
call that.
We'll call
Montana for Donald Trump.
Montana for Donald Trump, and we still haven't called New Mexico, and New Mexico is a state that this whole fracking argument played big because there's a lot of high-paying Hispanics that work in the oil fields, and a lot of high-paying jobs. Both whites and Hispanics have those
Right.
jobs.
Right.
So
can we pull up the New Mexico numbers? That's our new electoral count.
yeah, 229 for Donald Trump and 191 for Biden. Actually, when we called it 4 years ago, it was with Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And they actually reported numbers then. But they've made it clear they didn't want to report numbers. They
said Friday at the earliest for Pennsylvania. Here's New Mexico. Those
that-
5
that-
electoral votes.
That's going to be very difficult for Donald Trump to win
Yeah,
that.
it's 70,000 votes behind in a sparsely populated state, and 87% all reporting. So that I think that's probably going to go Joe Biden.
But I don't want to call it yet.
We don't have to call it if you don't want to call it. I do. I was just.
we're
looking at
we're gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
We're at the bottom of the hour.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't
Let's
we
do
take
that.
a quick break? We're reporting a lot here, folks. I want to just make a couple of things really clear. First of all, Donald Trump is in the driver's seat. Donald Trump, this is his race to lose. But these SOBs, they quit counting, and without numbers, we can't call this race. So we'll be back in just a few moments. Stick with us here at WJ Live and on the USA Radio Network.
Hi, my name is Logan Harris, and I am co-director of WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. We have enjoyed recording WJ Live these past few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more readers with the truth and continue our fight against big tech, we're going to need more subscribers and reviews.
Go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts, hit the subscribe button, and leave us a 5-star review.
Thank you for helping us out, and don't forget you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
The Western Journal.
Welcome back to WJ Live. My name's Floyd Brown. I'm here with George Upper, the editor-in-chief of the Western Journal. I'm the publisher of the Western Journal, and we want to thank the USA Radio Network for joining us this evening for our live coverage of Election 2020. And folks, just to recap for you, Donald Trump is in the driver's seat, but we've got a number of states here that are just way too close to call. They've stopped counting in some of the races. And so we are kind of stuck at this number 226 to 191, which Donald Trump having the 226. And
I think it's 229 now with Montana.
Okay, 229 to 191. And so the truth is that since we called Montana for Trump, we probably should call New Mexico for Biden.
I suppose that's fair. Yeah.
So why don't we call New Mexico for Biden? But I'm not going to call Arizona. There's over 1 million votes out, and it's way too early to call Arizona. And I know Fox News called it, but I think they're going to get egg on their face. Let's get those numbers adjusted up, and we'll have the actual numbers. Biden has taken a pretty substantial, but really not commanding lead in the popular vote. I thought, he would. One of the reasons I think Donald Trump's going to win is because Biden's lead in the popular vote is not nearly as big as Hillary Clinton's was.
Right. It's about 1.3 million maybe at this point. And
he's underperforming Hillary.
Right. And everything else left to report is, likely to be pretty 50-50, pretty close. So he is underperforming Hillary. But
I don't know how we call this tonight.
It's looking increasingly difficult. We did just move 5 electoral votes from New Mexico to Joe Biden, so that gives him 196 to Donald Trump's 229. Pennsylvania, much as I hate to say it, I hate for Pennsylvania to be a key to this race, but I really think they are going to be a key to this race.
But Donald Trump's doing really well in Pennsylvania. Let's call up those Pennsylvania numbers. Those latest Pennsylvania numbers.
He is. That's 20 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. That if Donald Trump were to win that would put him at 249 according to according to the WJ Live count, the Western Journal's count. 249 is, spitting distance to 270. So AP now is showing 64% reporting. So that's been updated since our last look at it. And Donald Trump has a 15% lead.
I mean, he's just roasting Biden.
Yeah, that's a 700,000, almost 650,000 vote lead. Now, I recognize that there's plenty of mail-in votes to come in, and that those are probably going to slant Biden's way, but that's a big deficit for the former vice president to overcome. I would not be comfortable calling this at this point, but But if I'm Joe Biden, I'm looking very nervous about Pennsylvania. And we got a hint of that this morning when the Biden campaign told reporters that they had a path to victory without Florida and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't see how he comes back. I mean, it's Donald Trump has 2.5 million votes to 1.8 million. I mean,
yeah, so what do we
he
got?
He would have to roll up, like 60, 70% of the outstanding vote. I don't think there's any way Joe Biden gets 65 or 70% of that outstanding vote.
Yeah, so there's 4.3 million votes cast so far, roughly. I'm doing this in my head, so forgive me, folks. And Trump's ahead by 650,000 of those. We've got about maybe 2.25 left to be cast. So very rough numbers. Joe Biden, out of 2.25 million votes, would have to win. 1.8. Is that right? No, not that big. 2.25 minus 650 is 1.6. So 800,000 plus the 650. So yeah, he'd have to, out of 2.25 million votes to be cast, Biden would have to win about 130,000. 1.3 million of that, which is
and I don't
quite,
see that happening.
Yeah, that's quite a deficit to make up. Is it possible? Probably just barely. But he's got his work cut out for him in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
that's
I don't
for
see
sure.
that happening. I don't see that
If
happening.
that's the case,
I'm not going to call Pennsylvania, but I'm brave enough to call it.
I am not brave enough to call Pennsylvania at this point.
I'm brave enough to call Pennsylvania and Georgia.
Yeah, I don't know about Georgia either. There are so many mail-in votes for Georgia that may not be counted yet. I personally believe Georgia's going to go Donald Trump's way.
It's much closer in Georgia than it is in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's 83% of the votes in, though.
Yep.
And he's, Biden's at 45%. I don't see him making up, because the incremental amount of votes that they have to
the
get
more that comes in
in order to get that in, I think he wins Georgia. If I had to project here, I would say he wins Georgia, he wins Pennsylvania, and then let's look at and I would say he wins Michigan. And
if he does that, he's got it.
Yeah.
If he wins those three.
I mean, Michigan is, look at these Michigan numbers. He's at 54 to 44 with almost 60% reporting.
It's another state that's going to be slow on
but they're
mail-in
slow
ballots.
walking it.
Although
They're slow walking it.
Yeah. Their unofficial results could take until November 6th was the last thing that Michigan said about their counting. So which would be Friday. But with Arizona back in play, and we always said it was in play. We never called Arizona, but
And
even
Nevada's still in play.
Nevada's still in
There's
play.
several different paths that he could take. Let's look at the Wisconsin numbers, the most recent Wisconsin numbers. What do we? Wisconsin's 80% in. I think we could call Wisconsin.
That is a pretty tight margin, though.
100,000 votes.
Wisconsin is one. They were actually claiming, last thing they said, I think, was that they expected to have a full count in the wee hours of the morning. They didn't expect it to have it tonight, but they expected in the at dark 30 that they would have that they'd be able to
well, they've got
declare a winner
80%
there.
in.
1 point. It's about 110,000 votes that Joe Biden would have to make up with about. Let's see.
Actually, why don't we update? We've got an update of those Wisconsin numbers. So let's update those Wisconsin numbers. Yeah, there. So.
Okay, yeah. So so we're still at about 110,000, 113,000.
And that's been pretty
vote
stable
difference
most of the night.
With 4/5 of the vote in, which means let's see, 2.5. So what's a quarter of that? So 625,000 yet to come in, and Biden would have to win 365,000 of 625. Possible, but not super likely.
Yeah.
I think Donald Trump ought to be feeling pretty good about his chances.
Let's go back to the map.
In Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And maybe Georgia as well.
He's in the driver's seat in Georgia. He's in the driver's seat in Pennsylvania. He's in the driver's seat in Michigan. He's in the driver's seat in Wisconsin. And he needs 3 of those 4. And he's president.
And he's president, yeah. And
but he's ahead in all of those states.
And with Arizona in play. I mean, there's another one that...
Yeah, Arizona... the Arizona numbers don't look great. I'm not gonna count on Arizona. I'm not gonna count on Nevada. And those states, there's over 1 million votes yet to count here in Arizona. But I think between the combination of Georgia and the combination of Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, he's going to win 3 of those 4.
That seems pretty likely to me.
And then he's going to be president again.
For
4 more years.
He wins.
Assuming
all our calls
and the Senate, yeah.
Assuming all our calls hold, and I feel pretty good about our calls. But
I feel great about our calls.
But you never know.
I might have called a couple more.
That's why I'm in here.
Keep me from
hold
me from declaring Donald Trump the. Well, it's 10:44 here at Mountain Standard Time, 9:44 out on the West Coast, and almost 1 o'clock back east. So it's getting late to get many more numbers out of the East Coast.
No, out of the East Coast, it's true. But just to go to your count really quickly, Floyd, because I think you're right. If President Trump can win, forget Arizona, forget Nevada. If he can win 3 of Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the worst case scenario, and he's got a shot at all 4 of those. He's got a decent.
Well,
shot
I mean, he's at
all
57-41 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So, but if he wins 3 of them, the lowest number of electoral votes he could win from 3 of those would be Biden takes Pennsylvania, Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia. That gives him 36. No, I'm sorry. That gives him 42. Yeah, that would give him 42 electoral votes. You give that to him plus the 229 that we've already given him based on our calls. He's at 271, and he wins the election. That seems very feasible. That's not a done deal. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, but that seems very feasible. And that ignores the possibility that he could pick up some additional electoral college votes from Nevada, Arizona, Maine even. Nobody's called Maine yet.
Well, and
Alaska.
And Maine's got that wacky congressional district.
Right.
So he could win one of the congressional districts there. So I think we can go to sleep tonight and rest easy.
I think we can. I'm not going to lose any sleep.
The Republicans have maintained the U.S. Senate. I think it's pretty clear that they're going to still be in control of the Senate. I think the House, Republicans pick up at least 2 or 3 seats in the House.
Looks that way. There's votes left to be counted there too. But yeah, we certainly didn't lose a lot of ground in the House.
No, and Donald Trump's reelected. So I'm going to rest easy tonight. We're not going to call the election. I mean, I don't think we can call the election tonight.
Yep, just too close in too many places.
And there's too much uncertainty for us to call the election. But we can all sleep a precious sleep.
I'm not staying up late worried about this. And we started the broadcast tonight, Floyd, with a very important note that regardless of who wins, who has control of the Senate, who has control of the House, who has control of the White House, that we know who really is in control of all those things. We know who is on his throne.
Just to make it clear, it's our Lord Jesus Christ.
It is our Lord Jesus
Christ. Who is our King.
That's right.
And our Lord.
And he's not losing any elections tonight. He is staying right where he has always been. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so, I mean, that's why I can sleep easy tonight.
We feel really good about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have slept quite as easy if the numbers had been reversed and Joe Biden was in the driver's seat. But I think this is Donald Trump's race to lose, even though we can't. I don't see a path forward to calling it tonight.
Right.
If I had to call it, I'd say that he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He doesn't get Virginia, and he probably doesn't get Arizona, and he probably doesn't get Nevada.
But he does pick up Alaska.
He picks up Alaska. He might pick up Nevada. I mean,
he might.
But it's going to take a little while to know that. But he wins this race. I don't see them. They're going to have a lot of fancy lawyer action.
And they will.
Well, they'll have all the fancy lawyers. Well, we know that first thing tomorrow morning they're going to be in court.
Yeah. Yeah,
but they both have fancy lawyers. But I don't see it changing the outcome.
I started today thinking Donald Trump was going to come away with about the same number of electoral votes, maybe even a little better than he did in 2016. I'm not all that confident of that now, but I do see him at 280 ish, depending on how these various races go. 280 is certainly, far above what he needs in the Electoral College to win the night over Vice President
By the way,
Joe Biden.
The polls are still open here in Arizona. People are still voting.
People still in line.
I just got a text from my daughter who's working the polls, and they're still in line.
Yeah, yeah.
So people are still voting here.
There's still a lot of votes
by the way,
to be
the
counted
president
here.
said he's going to speak in 2 minutes, and I don't know if we can. Are we prepared to get a live feed of that from the White House? Did we? Yeah. Let's go to the White House feed.
All right, we're going to see if we can pull that up for everybody because we want to see that. I doubt that Donald Trump is going to come on and declare victory with these numbers in front of him, although it's Donald Trump, and so who knows?
If I was Donald Trump, I would declare victory. I would.
He might do it.
He's going to win this race. I mean, if I was really, gutsy, I'd call it myself. It's close. It is
so close.
It's very, very close. So, but the president is going to speak tonight, and so we're going to see if we can.
We're going to try and patch into that.
We're working on getting a stream that we can get that for you.
I will note. I'm not looking at AP's coverage at the moment. I'm back on New York Times, and they again have Donald Trump back in the lead in vote count in Virginia.
Yeah, no, Virginia, and that has to do with blacks.
Mm-hmm.
Because to win big in Virginia, the Democrats have to have, number one, a high turnout of blacks, and number two, they have to have a commanding number of those votes. And it's obvious from this they haven't.
Yeah, they didn't get what they were looking for, that's for sure. I think that may cause some of the consternation in Georgia as well, that the votes coming in just aren't what they have been in the past. They don't look like the 2016 votes. And so you've got people looking at those numbers and
scratching
their heads.
And I think that's the case in Michigan also.
Probably in Michigan
because
as well.
James is up.
Yeah.
And John James is winning, I'm sure, with African-American votes.
Sure.
Because he's black. So that's being stitched together. It's tight. But that's the Senate staying Republican. That's a big victory too, because Republicans had a lot more senators up, and it is interesting that that they've held most of those seats.
Oh, and the New York Times has finally called Florida for Donald Trump.
How many hours after we called
4
it?
hours behind us or something.
Yeah.
But 3.5. But
well, I don't. It's 300,000 votes.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. New York Times, you're suckers. You can't call that. Don't have the guts to call it. We called it way early.
Yeah, right now Donald Trump's still showing about 3.4 percentage point lead.
They haven't
there.
called North Carolina either.
They have not called North Carolina.
They did finally called Ohio.
Yes, they called Ohio.
Yeah, but we called it way ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
No, you got to come to WJ Live to really stay on top, to stay ahead, to stay, just one step ahead.
Well, part of it is because these folks are married to their numbers, and
I'm married to my numbers.
And the numbers matter, but you also have to inject some common sense into them. When you start looking at Texas early in the evening and it's kind of light blue, you can't give that a lot of weight.
Well, it's light blue because Austin's reported,
right.
Houston's reported, Dallas is reported.
Yeah.
But Midland hasn't.
So you have to temper those numbers with a little common sense about what is yet to come, so we were very comfortable.
What I really want to do is
Trump.
do a deep dive into the numbers, because I want to see how Donald Trump did with Black Americans. I want to see how he did with Hispanic Americans.
Right.
I want to see how he did with evangelicals. I want to see how he did with Catholics.
Suburban women will be an interesting
I don't know
demographic.
I've always tried to figure out how a suburban woman is different than another woman.
I don't know, but they're
I think suburban women, city women, rural women, they're all different.
Yes,
but you can't. I mean, my wife's a suburban woman. She's more for Donald Trump than I am, and I love Donald Trump. So
now, I did just see on Twitter when Donald Trump said he was going to be making a statement. He said his tweet said, and I'm quoting, "I will be making a statement tonight." This was about 9 minutes ago. He said, "I will be making a statement tonight. A big win." So you may be right. He may be declaring victory tonight.
He's going to declare victory tonight. If I was him, I would declare victory, because he's ahead in Georgia, and he's ahead in Pennsylvania, and he's ahead in Michigan, and he's ahead in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So,
and if he wins three of those, he's got it.
Why don't we take a quick break and see if we can't find that stream and work with them to see.
See if we can get that on for everybody. They are. I know you're going to want to watch Donald Trump speak live. Everybody, every bit as much as we are. So we'll work and see if we can make that technology happen here, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
Stick with us. You're going to get the election coverage that you deserve at WJ Live.
Josh, did you hear? They're putting the Libertarian back on the podcast.
No.
Oh? You didn't see the calendar?
No.
You should talk to Kayla about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, who's on the show Tuesday?
You and Joe.
Yeah. Like he's back.
Yeah, no. You and Joe. You
The
should
Libertarian?
Yeah, Libertarian Joe.
He's not back.
You should just go in the studio and check it out.
You're messing with me.
Okay.
Okay. Nice joke, Kayla. Come here to go to the studio. No! No! Oh my gosh! No! No!
Here's the story of a scheming lady who wanted to be ruler of the world with a man named Bill Clinton. He's her husband, but slept with other girls.
It's the story of a man named Bernie who promised socialism to the whole town. He hates the rich but uses his own jet to get himself around.
But then they lost the general election, and they knew alone they couldn't take down Trump. So to have a chance they all formed an alliance. That's the way they all became the Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. That's the way they became the Shady Bunch.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm the community manager for the Western Journal. We've really enjoyed recording WJ Live these last few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more listeners with the truth and fight against big tech,
We need to get more subscribers and reviews.
So please, go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and leave a 5-star review. Oh, and tell them you want to see more of me on the podcast.
Thank you for helping us out. And don't forget that you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
Hi, my name is Logan Harris, and I am co-director of WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. We have enjoyed recording WJ Live these past few weeks, and we have some exciting news.
We are now on Apple Podcasts, but we need to ask you a favor.
In order to equip even more readers with the truth and continue our fight against big tech, we're going to need more subscribers and reviews.
Go find WJ Live on Apple Podcasts, hit the subscribe button, and leave us a 5-star review.
Thank you for helping us out, and don't forget you can catch a new episode of WJ Live every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific on YouTube and now Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to WJ Live, powered by the Western Journal. And folks, if this is the first time you've seen WJ Live, we're here every day, reliably. And we can provide you the news and information you need, the truth that you need, that you won't get from the mainstream media. My name's Floyd Brown. This is George Upper, our editor-in-chief. And we've been with you now for quite a number of hours. It's...
Going on 7.
Yeah, going on 7 hours that we've been broadcasting live. We had hoped to call the race by now, but if you could call up our map, Kobe, we are, it looks very good for Donald Trump. Now, there's a lot of censorship going on. In fact, if you're watching this on YouTube, you'll see that Google has basically put a disclaimer on our video. And I challenge them. I challenge Google to find one of our numbers that's wrong. I bet you I could find more wrong in Google's reporting and results than you'll find in the Western Journal's reports. They're just the most arrogant SOBs alive. Big tech's the same way. And what can I say more than that?
Well, I mean, we've already...
Big tech is arrogant.
We've already seen Fox call Arizona and then have to retract that and walk
we
it
didn't
back.
call it.
We didn't call Arizona because we knew better. There are some that are tight. I mean, we've called North Carolina. Nobody else wants to call North Carolina yet, and I don't blame them. It's tight. It's tight, but we're pretty comfortable with that call. We haven't called some other ones that are tight. Georgia looks pretty good for Donald Trump, but there's a lot of mail-in votes still to be counted there. So I will note about Georgia, however, that New York Times has their little prediction meter, right?
Yeah.
And maybe an hour ago or so, that was sitting at 67% for Joe Biden. It's now at 57% for Joe Biden. So they are seeing Georgia coming in for Donald Trump, I think a little stronger than they were expecting to. New York Times, I know, just recently called Minnesota for Joseph Biden. We have not made that call yet, although it certainly does look like that's leaning that way. But Georgia is still in play. Pennsylvania is still in play. Michigan is still in play. Wisconsin's still in play. Arizona is still in play. Nevada is still in play. So there's still a lot of electoral votes out there to be found.
But Donald Trump, you have to say at this point, is in the commanding lead because he's ahead in Georgia, he's ahead in Pennsylvania, he's ahead in Michigan, he's ahead in Wisconsin, and by pretty sizable numbers in several of those states. And it would mean that they would have to really find an amazing cache of Joe Biden votes to turn any of those states. So
he's ahead in Nevada.
Speaking of
too,
big
but
tech
it's
suppression,
way too
though,
early there.
the president tweeted that he's going to be speaking soon. But when he tweeted it, he said he was going to come out and talk about his big win. And what happened? Twitter censored him. And this is a good time for me to talk about Superfeed, because if you get the app Superfeed, you can get all of Donald Trump's tweets uncensored by Twitter. So I encourage you, go download the app Superfeed, and it's available at the iOS store, and it's available at the Android store, the Google Play store, and then you can know what Donald Trump is saying on Twitter, because Twitter censors Donald Trump on Twitter.
And you know who they don't censor? So Joe Biden 11 minutes ago just tweeted, "Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this."
And
no censorship there. That one's just fine. As long as you tweet, you can get on Twitter right now and tweet all you want about Joe Biden winning this election, and they will be perfectly fine with that. They will send that out to as many people as they possibly can, because that's their version of reality. But if you say the opposite, if you say that Trump is leading in these 4 states, he only needs to win 3 of them to win the Electoral College tonight, and therefore it looks pretty good for Trump tonight, forget it. That's going to be censored. Big tech knows who they want to win this election. They know who's in their pocket and who isn't. They know, what big tech wants more than anything else right now is to be regulated. They want the government to come in and lay the rules down. You know why? Because big tech's written those rules. Their lobbyists have already written all that regulation. So that's what they want. Twitter and Facebook and Google all want regulation put in place to protect their monopolies. And they know if they want to be regulated, Donald Trump's not the guy to do it. Donald Trump has been the guy whose administration has eliminated something like 22 regulations for every new one they've put in. Biden has been doing nothing but regulating people for 47 years. So that is who they want. It's crystal clear that that's what big tech wants, and that's why solutions like Superfeed are so important. It's why we need you to go to YouTube and find WJ Live and click there to subscribe to our show, and click on the notification bell so that every time we have a new episode up, you'll know about it and you'll be able to see it right away. It's the only way you're going to find us, because Google owns YouTube. They don't want to share our broadcast with you. You're going to have to go find it for yourself. Go to westernjournal.com/join and become a subscriber to our page so that you don't miss any of the Western Journal's coverage on election issues or anything else. But you're going to have to take the reins here, because if you trust Facebook, Google, Apple, Twitter, any of these guys to give you the information that you're looking for and that you want, forget about it. Forget about it. They're not going to do it.
Yeah. So the truth is that this is Donald Trump's race to lose. He has a commanding position right now. And what we're worried about at this inflection point is really some kind of fraud coming in that would cast votes that aren't legitimate votes, cast votes after the election. I mean, the Constitution's pretty clear. The election is supposed to be held the first Tuesday of the month and in November. And so, it isn't optional. You can't, vote for the next month or vote, until they count the votes and get it exactly how they want it. No, they need to count the votes. And that's why it's so frustrating to see all these states that have literally Democrat states that have stopped counting votes because they don't want to give us enough information to call this election. And so we really can't call it. But the truth is that there are 4 states outstanding: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Donald Trump needs 3 of those 4. He's right now at 229, and he's in the commanding position to win this race. But we're not going to call it. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to call it tonight. So you're probably asking the question, why are we still talking? Well, the reason we're still talking is because we're expecting Donald Trump any minute, and we're going to bring that stream to you live of the president when it's available. We also, another story that we need to cover is that there is violence right now going on in the nation's capital, and it's important for everyone to stay safe and to know that that bad things are happening on the streets right now. And I think if the left thought Joe Biden was winning, they wouldn't be rioting.
Right.
They're rioting because they can read these numbers too, and they realize Donald Trump is going to be reelected president of the United States.
It is certainly looking that way.
And it is astonishing that they would censor the president of the United States, and they wouldn't censor Joe Biden, who said basically the same thing. They're both claiming that they're winning, and they don't censor Biden.
They are,
yeah,
right?
And they don't censor Biden, but they censor Donald Trump, who's president.
It's political rhetoric. It's what they do. Of course, they're both claiming they're winning. Who didn't expect that to happen tonight? But that's just the way politics is done in this country. And what Twitter is saying, literally what Twitter is saying is, we don't like the way politics is done in this country. We're going to do it our way.
And most of the people from Twitter aren't from America anyway.
Well, and
most of their engineers are
from
they're from abroad.
Sure.
They're these H-1B1 visa people that come over and aren't citizens anyway, and thank goodness we don't do democracy the way some of the places they come from, like Pakistan, do democracy.
Well, you remember the Project Veritas video, I'm sure, of the Twitter engineer, the guy, how do you decide who to shadow ban? And he basically says, well, if the guy's tweeting a bunch of American flags, then, real people
ban
don't
him.
do that.
Ban him.
That's a bot. He literally, because real people wouldn't do that.
Real people don't like the American flag.
Yeah, sure. Not in Silicon Valley. Most people wouldn't do that. But there are plenty of people on Twitter. I'm followed by about 6,000 of them who tweet American flags all the time. So that's just silly. And again, that's just this guy wasn't being deceptive. He just doesn't understand what life is really like. He doesn't understand reality. He sees this little microcosm of his own life surrounded by people who think like he does. In Silicon Valley, and he thinks that's what the world looks like. And I don't think he was being evil. I don't think he was trying to be deceptive. I think he really believed that that's what the world looked like.
You're always so much more generous than I am.
I know. I am. I'm just a sweetheart.
You are.
I get that all the time.
You're a
I get
nice
it a lot.
person. I'm more like Donald Trump.
Yes. That's why I don't run in elections.
So the truth is, folks, our count for tonight is basically done because they've quit reporting new numbers. If we get some new numbers, we could tell you what's happening. But right now, this race is pretty well frozen, but Donald Trump's ahead. And I feel pretty good about the position he is in this race. And it's going to be very unlikely that he is not reelected president of the United States. But we are expecting him to make a statement very soon, and we're going to bring that live to you as soon as we have it. And here at Western Journal, we are dedicated to providing you with the truth you need to make the decisions you need to make in your life. We are totally focused on the truth. That's why we did our own election night coverage, because we're so sick and tired of the way the mainstream media distorts the numbers, don't call states when they should be called, manipulates the outcome or tries to manipulate the outcome. And so we are very much going to be here for you, for the truth. So we're going to go to Biden, who is making a statement any minute now. And
surrounded by throngs of adoring 1992 Volkswagen cabriolets. Undoubtedly, I believe he won that vote. That's a demographic that he's done particularly well with. Volkswagen, and people who like to live in tiny white painted circles. Those folks came out for Biden in droves. You know, something we haven't talked about much tonight, Floyd, that I usually talk about a lot, is the polling. The polling that we've seen, and I was just reminded of it by a tweet from...
you mean with Biden up 17 points?
Well, yeah, I was just looking at a tweet about Ohio. All of the recent polling had Biden in the driver's seat. Now, some of them were within margin of error. There were, Quinnipiac had him up by, I think, 4.5, something like that. It's looking like Trump's going to win Ohio by 8 points. I mean, it wasn't even close. Florida was a dead heat if you look at the polling.
Biden was ahead in Florida.
Biden was up by like 0.6 or something, real clear average.
And Trump's just blown him
and
out.
It looks like Trump's going to win by 3 points. I mean, that's not close.
They kept telling us Texas was dead heat.
Yeah, that's their pipe dream, is Texas turning blue. But yeah, that certainly doesn't look like that happened this year either. So, once again, the pollsters have really let down the American people to the point where why are we listening to them anymore? Why, what's...
I haven't been.
Yeah. No, that's good. I spend half my time on WJ Live ranting about how bad the polls are, so...
Yes, you do, and then when you're not ranting about it, I'm ranting about it. But no, the polls were just absolutely terrible, and we could see the excitement for Donald Trump on the ground.
Oh, yes, right here, especially right here in Arizona. Yeah, it was fantastic. And the enthusiasm gap, I mean, I've never seen enthusiasm like I have for Donald Trump this year. I just have never seen that before. So
yeah, that's why he's winning ahead in Wisconsin. He's ahead in Michigan. He's ahead in Pennsylvania. These are all states they told us Donald Trump couldn't win, and he's gonna win this race because Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all going to end up in his column. Arizona, questionable. Nevada, questionable, but neither of those states are needed.
Arizona's looking closer and closer. Biden's lead now with 79%. I'm looking at New York Times. It's down to 6.5 points with 79% in, and that's about a 5-point drop in the past couple of hours. So, it'd be interesting to see.
Well, that's why we didn't call it.
Yeah,
and
no, that's right. It was the right thing to do.
And I think Fox is going to be embarrassed because they did call it.
Yeah, they are. They retracted it. Yeah. All right, I think we have Joe Biden coming up live here. If you can stand to listen to him, let's switch to him and hear what he has to say.
On the
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Can you hear it now?
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You guys ready?
Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Are you guys ready to come back?
My name is Scott Harrison.
Joe Biden surrounded by a number of vehicles.
Honking vehicles.
Yeah, honking vehicles, which frankly I preferred to listen
the
to
original
over
honking.
Joe Biden. Yeah. So just a couple of notes, and I think we will probably be wrapping up our coverage here pretty shortly, but we did want to make one note about the state of Virginia, which had been showing as light red on our map and has changed to light blue, with about 80% of the vote in Virginia. Joe Biden has taken a very small lead there, and that's why that is currently light blue. Now,
we've never called this.
We never called Virginia. Still have not called Virginia. And I think it was very much considered to be a Biden state going into the election. We did talk earlier in the day that we had gotten some information from the ground in Virginia that looked like it would be a much closer race than we thought, that Donald Trump was going to overperform expectations there. That is still the case, but Virginia has up until noon on Friday to count all of their mail-in votes, as long as they're postmarked. I think as long as they're postmarked by today. So that may be a state. I mean, right now there's with about 20% reporting. I'm sorry, with about 80% reporting, Joe Biden's up by 0.3 votes. He's literally winning by about 10,000 votes there in Virginia. Oh, look, the New York Times just called Texas. How long ago did we do that? Seriously, literally 2 minutes ago, the New York Times called Texas.
5 minutes before that, they called Florida. Which it seems so long ago we called Florida.
Yeah, I feel like we called it yesterday. Yeah. So I know a number of people have been commenting on our broadcast about
and our beautiful red
Virginia.
map. Look at all that red.
But that's why. So we wanted to just take a minute and explain to you that's why Virginia was light blue now. Virginia is most likely going to go for Trump. We haven't made that call. Not going to make that call right now. The ballots that haven't been counted in Virginia, though, are primarily mail-in ballots at this point. Or at least that's what it looks like. And those are probably going to continue to skew for Biden. So it does look like Donald Trump well overperformed the polling and the expectations in Virginia. But I don't know that he has done enough of that to pull that state.
Well, I think that Donald Trump should feel pretty good tonight when he goes to bed. The truth is that everybody told us weeks ago the race was over, that Joe Biden had already won, and I think he's going to be reelected president of the United States. He may be censored by Twitter. He may be censored by Facebook. He may be censored by Google. He may be censored by everyone, but he's still going to be the next president of the United States. It looks. We're not going to call the race tonight, folks. We've analyzed it, and we just don't feel that we can call it at this point. But we're going to be back tomorrow. WJ Live will be back tomorrow, and you can watch us right here on YouTube or on Facebook. And we're going to be there every single day bringing you the real and total truth. And we're going to call this race as soon as we can.
We will indeed.
And we'll do it on the pages of WJ or Western Journal. And we'll do it on WJ Live as soon as we have enough data to call it. But I would just want to extend my thanks to everybody who has taken time out of their busy schedule to join us. People that have, been watching and listening on USA Radio Network. We deeply appreciate your support. We hope you will consider to get a subscription to WJ. We have a subscription program. We hope you'll consider that. We hope you'll follow us on YouTube. We hope you'll follow us on Facebook. Or if we're completely censored by those big tech giants, you can just see us at westernjournal.com. We'll always be at westernjournal.com. And I want to just thank the team, everybody, Kayla Kunkel and Kobe and
Barlucci
and all of the.
We won't even try to name everybody because we'll forget somebody, and we don't want to do that. But we have had just a fantastic team of data experts and graphic designers and video people, and
they've been working really hard tonight.
They have. We're the ones
so you
you've been
can
seeing.
Message them in the message and just tell them how great you think they are, because they're doing a great job, and they've done a great job. And we say thank you to them. Thank you to USA Radio Networks for simulcasting this and broadcasting it on 400 stations. We're going to say goodnight, George.
Good night, Floyd. We do thank you. Thank you for all of your insight and just enjoyable commentary. It's always a pleasure to sit here with
But
you.
I really wanted to call this race.
I know you did.
really wanted to call it.
You want to come in tomorrow and call it?
Well, I am coming in
Okay.
tomorrow. I'm on.
Oh, that's right. You're on. You're on.
I'm on the podcast. So
you'll get to call it. You'll just have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. I wanted to call it tonight like I did 4 years ago, but we just don't have the numbers to do it.
No, it's true. And
it's because they're slow walking the numbers, and it's a manipulation of the system.
We'd call it if we could. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for tonight. As Floyd said, thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to everybody that you haven't seen behind the scenes who produced this, without whom Floyd and I could not have done this. Thank you to Joe Sedian and Josh Manning and Michael Austin for coming in and relieving us from time to time so that we could eat a slice of pizza and stretch our legs a little bit. But most especially, thank you to you for sharing this night with us. You are what we do this for, and the moment you stop watching is the moment we'll stop doing it. So thank you for being here.
And I'm going to get the last word in.
You're the publisher. You get to do that.
Until we talk again, God bless you.
The Western Journal has rolled out a brand new subscription model designed specifically for readers like you, who want the unvarnished truth that the establishment media won't tell you. Our multi-tiered plans give you exactly what you want, and help us fight fake news during this, the most important election of our lives. Become a subscriber to the Western Journal today and unlock exclusive features you won't find anywhere else. It's easy. Just follow the prompts in this video to join us in equipping readers with the truth.
Scatterboo, da da ba da da dee da do da ba da dee da da ba da ba da do 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 ba do da ba da do do ba da do ba da ba ba da ba da do da do da ba da 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 ba da ba dee dee da 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 ba 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 ba.
Josh, did you hear? They're putting the Libertarian back on the podcast.
No.
Oh? You didn't see the calendar?
No.
You should talk to Kayla about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, who's on the show Tuesday?
You and Joe.
Yeah. Like he's back.
Yeah, no. You and Joe.
The Libertarian?
Yeah, Libertarian Joe.
He's not back.
You should just go in the studio and check it out.
You're messing with me.
Okay.
Okay. Nice joke, Kayla. Got me to go to the studio.
Oh.
No!